Welcome, everybody. Welcome to today's episode of The Law of Self-Defense. Come on in, make yourselves comfortable. We are playing a waiting game. Whoop. Oh, I blew it. I clicked the wrong button. All right, we should be good now. We are playing a waiting game with court. We don't have a live feed from the court yet. Yesterday, the judge told the jury to come in around 10 o'clock in the morning because the lawyers had some stuff to do outside the hearing of the jury. So I didn't know if we were going to be participating in that pre-jury meeting or not. Well, so now I have a live feed from the court, but it's just showing the court seal. So this is all we have at the moment. I'm keeping an eye on it. And what we're here for today, of course, is this. Day 9 of the Hannah Gutierrez trial, the Rust shooting, in which Alec Baldwin shot and killed Halyna Hutchins, cinematographer on the set of the low-budget Western Rust, with a revolver, declared safe by Hannah Gutierrez, the armorer on the set. She's now on trial for manslaughter. Take a look at the comments here, just to make sure. I'm getting a lot of static. All right, hold on. I got to reboot my soundboard. Here we go. Okay, is that any better? I am hearing. I think the static is coming from the court TV feed, folks. That's the court TV feed. So maybe that'll go away when they start actual audio. If I turn down their volume, I don't hear any static. If I crank up that channel, there's a static. So that's the feed from court TV. Sorry about that. Hopefully that'll go away, but there's nothing I can do about it. So yesterday, the state rested special prosecutor Terry Morrissey rested the state's case in chief. Now today we will start with the defense case in chief. Now I've not been much impressed by the defense so far, but really, there's one legal question in this case, only one. And there's been a lot of smoke and mirrors. There's been a lot of talk about other issues that don't really matter here. And the key issue is let me try something here. Let's see if that works better in terms of the video. So we have both hardwire Ethernet connection here and Wi-Fi, and it looks like maybe the Wi-Fi is a little iffy. So I turned off the Wi-Fi. We should now be defaulted to the Ethernet cable. Hopefully that will be better. It doesn't really go out of focus, my webcam. Let's try something. A little experimentation. Little lens cleaner. Maybe that's a little better. So while we're waiting for the courts, so the key legal question here, the only question that really matters is this, and that is there any force that prevented Hannah Gutierrez from ensuring the gun she handed into the church was safe? Now, in theory, there could have been, right? We could have hypothetical facts here where camera, audio. All right, folks, audio should be good. Horrible audio. Law of self-defense members, is the audio jacked up? shouldn't be. Test, test, test. Sounds hollow. Let's see. Double check some stuff here. Test, test, test. People say good now? Okay. All right. Well, we'll just have to work with what we have, folks. Sorry about that. So, the one legal question here in this case was there any force that prevented Hannah Gutierrez from ensuring that the gun she handed into the church was safe? Not was she kept busy on props on some other day, not whether she was overworked or had other demands put on her time on some other occasion. On that day, after lunch, October 21st, 2021, they called for the gun. Hannah Gutierrez hands the gun into the church. Doesn't matter who she hands it to. Could have been, maybe she brought it in and gave it to Alec Baldwin. Maybe she brought it in and gave it to David Halls. Doesn't matter. When she brought the gun into the church, was there something that prevented her from ensuring that the gun was safe? Because unless we believe that in a crowded church with some 8, 9, 10 people in there, that either David Halls or Alec Baldwin removed a dummy from the gun and replaced it with a live round, and I don't believe that, and I don't think any reasonable person believes that. Unless we believe that, then Hannah Gutierrez handed into the church a gun with a live round in it. And what prevented her from knowing there was a live round in the gun? Was there some external force? Now, there could have been hypothetical circumstances. There could have been someone, she was in the restroom, and David Halls came out and just took the gun off the cart himself, right? And then she'd have an excuse for why it wasn't safety inspection, but that didn't happen here. She brought the gun into the church. And it doesn't matter if she had stayed in the church. If she had stayed in the church, the gun still had a live round in it. And that live round would still have killed Halyna Hutchins, except that Hannah Gutierrez would have been there watching the killing happen instead of standing outside the building. That's the only thing that would have changed. So while we're waiting for the church, I'm going to play the first police interrogation of Hannah Gutierrez, an hour-plus interrogation by Detective Alexandra Fishlips Hancock. And what I want you to listen for in that interrogation is if at any time, Hannah says, you know what, I couldn't safety check the gun because they took it off the cart when I was in the restroom, or they were screaming at me that they didn't have time for me to check the gun, or I checked the gun and it was safe, and then I saw David Hall unload the gun in the church and reload it himself. Is there anything that would explain away in this hour-plus long interview, in the moment she hands the gun into the church, why it wasn't safe? Because I listened to the whole interview again yesterday evening, and I didn't hear anything like that. So let me pull that up. And I'll play it at like 1 1/4 speed. And listen for when Hannah provides an explanation for why the gun she handed into the church had a live round in it. And I'll make myself small for this.
Get started. I could get you on my way for the rest of the night. So before we get started, you're here for an interview, and that's what we're doing right now. Okay, it's just interviewing what happened today. Okay. Anytime when we interview somebody, especially when we do it here at the office, just so that you're aware of it. Okay. Okay. Cool. So we have here. We use. Forms. Not for sure that's what she had here, but I guess she would forget them. So we're just going to get you those and go over them and then sign it, just formality. We have to do, okay? I didn't know.
Do you know if anyone ever got that fanny pack?
So right now it's technically inside the scene, so we can't quite grab it yet.
Okay, cool.
But you said it's black and gray?
No, it's just a gray one.
Just gray, okay. And it was on the cart?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be secured and it's not part of it. We'll get it back to you as soon as we can. So like I said, this is the rights that I just need to go over, and I'll read them to you as I do. If you understand them, you can signature or check out here, and then read the rest here and see if you agree. Okay, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law or other proceedings. You have the right to consult an attorney before making any statements or answering any questions. And you may have him or her present with you during questioning. You may have an attorney appointed to you to represent you if you cannot afford one, otherwise obtain one. Okay. You understand those? And if you wish to
I kind of would like an attorney.
You kind of like, what do you want to do?
I mean, just because the situation and everything, and their attorney already talked to me, and I just think I should probably have an attorney represent me.
Okay, before you make any statements or talk to us?
Well, I can probably answer a few questions. I mean,
so at any time, so I'm gonna, again, you don't have to talk to us. And if you want to talk to your attorney, that's fine. If you want to answer some questions, you still could change your mind during this questioning. So it's up to you. If you want to talk to us and at some point you feel like maybe you want your attorney, you can, but you need to make the decision on what you want to do right now. If you want to talk to us,
how long would it take when they get here, I guess?
It's going to be you calling them and finding out.
Really? Okay. I don't know, their fucking attorney, I don't know, it's just like such a big company, you know.
Are you talking about with the projection company?
Yeah, I don't want anything in this case to be fucked up for me as much as I possibly can.
So, no, you're fine, and that's why we go through these.
Yeah.
So you know your rights.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Is there an attorney I can call?
It would be a public defender. They might not, they might advise another day. It could go a longer process. I don't know.
All right, I can answer some basic questions.
If you want to answer some basic questions, we could do that. And then if you at some point feel like it's
right on, yeah.
And like I said, right now we are just interviewing you because you were there. You were there. You
totally
are in charge of the armor.
Okay.
So you're okay with talking with us?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll start off with basic questions, okay? So you've already mentioned that you've been on set for 5 months now, on this particular set?
No, on this particular set I've only been there 2 weeks.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, do you want the date and time?
Oh yeah, please.
Hey folks, I'm going to see if I can get a better audio. No, that's not good. That's the second interview. There's a Baldwin. Boy, they don't make it easy to find. I don't remember the audio being that bad before. All right, well, if anybody has a better one, feel free to send it to me. Meanwhile, I'll continue with this one.
It's going to be 21.
21.
I'm so sorry. How do you spell your first name?
Hannah, Hannah.
And your last name?
Gutierrez, Gutierrez.
When's your date of birth?
April 28th,
97?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
24.
Well, I just want you to be comfortable when you're talking about this, okay?
Okay.
So this said you've been here for 2 weeks.
Yes.
And this is, your primary job is handling the armor?
Yeah.
Can you go into detail about what you do?
I'm supposed to check the guns, and I load the guns, and I hand the guns off to the actor.
Okay. How long have you been doing this? Because you mentioned you've been on multiple sets.
Since about March, but I've been handling guns my whole life, pretty much.
So you're very familiar with guns. And this is your primary function. You go to different sets and you primarily handle these guns.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you tell us what happened today when you started work, when you got there to work?
Yeah, I went to work. We got the guns out. I
Who's
checked
we?
me, my coworker Sarah. She helped me with the guns a little bit too. Yeah. And we got the guns out. We went to set. We had the guns on set. I dummied the guns up with the dummy rounds. And yeah, we were on set all day. No, nothing happened. And then we came back from lunch. And
So listen here. Now she's describing what happened. They came back from lunch. This is just before the shooting. What force does she describe that prevented her from adequately safety checking that revolver to ensure there was not a live round in it? Was someone screaming at her? Did someone take the gun without her permission? Did someone unload it after it left her possession? Is there anything she can point to? Because I've not heard anything in the trial so far.
that happened.
So you got on set with the gun, with the dummy rounds about what time?
Like 7:30 probably.
Around 7:30 this morning?
Yeah, I didn't dummy the gun up until about a little before lunch, like an hour before lunch.
Okay.
And we take all the guns and we lock them up for lunch.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. You and Sarah, what's her last name? Do you know?
Sarah's last name, I don't think she really worked with that gun that day, by the way. But Sarah Zachary, Zachry.
But she was there today with you, helping you today, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you and Sarah, who has access to that? So when you got there this morning, where are the guns kept?
The guns are kept on the prop truck.
On the prop truck? And
Yeah, and the dummies and everything kept on the prop truck.
are the dummy rounds separate, contained than the gun, all
Yeah.
in the truck?
Yeah, they're in their own box, and the guns are in the safe.
Okay. And who has access to the safe?
Sarah and I.
Just the two of you?
Yes.
What about the dummy rounds? Who has access to that?
Well, the dummy rounds, they were on the cart for lunch. Yeah, the dummy rounds were on the cart for lunch. All the ammo was on the cart for lunch.
Is there, okay, so you're saying dummy rounds and ammo, are there two separate things?
So there's blanks, my bad, not ammo, but there's blanks, you know, the blanks look different. They shoot the stuff, and the dummies normally just have a little BB in them.
Okay. What is the purpose for the dummy rounds? Because you were loading those up this morning.
So the
first.
dummy rounds, they're meant to put in like the belts of the cowboys and everything, and like in the revolver you can see if it's empty or not.
Right.
So yeah, I have to dummy them up if they're gonna be like looking right at the camera.
Oh, okay, so you, just for show, the dummy rounds are just for show to make it look
Just
as
for
full.
show, yeah.
Okay, but then the other rounds that you guys
The other
put on
rounds,
scene,
yeah, the other
shoot a
rounds,
BB.
yeah. They don't shoot a BB, no.
Oh.
No, they just shoot, like, they just open up and a little black powder comes out, and that's all.
Okay.
It's just a little black powder, and yeah,
Is there live ammo that's kept on set?
no, never.
Okay.
There was one,
So,
more than one.
I hardly even go shooting with 45 ammo at all. I normally just use 22.
Okay.
So,
And so you got the gun this morning. You and Sarah are the only ones who have, is it a combination for the safe?
it is, yeah.
Okay, and you guys are the only ones who have that combination?
Mhm.
Okay. But the rounds are,
They're in the truck, yeah. The truck gets pretty much locked up every night. I mean, not like padlocked, but just on set, security.
okay. Or do you guys have lunch? Does a lot of people just eat lunch there?
We all leave and we go back to base camp.
Okay. And you guys left the dummy rounds and the ammo, but it's not real ammo.
My bad, blanks. The
Blanks.
Yeah, we'll go with blanks.
I will use blanks.
Yeah.
Just so I also don't mix up in the confusion.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, when you got the dummy rounds and the blanks this morning, what were you guys doing before lunch? Was that just
We were just,
with the dummies only, just?
yeah, just the
About
dummies.
the-
We were just about to get into the blank stuff. And, you know, like part of my job is checking the barrel to make sure nothing's in it, because that's how Brandon Lee died, you know?
Yes, yeah, right.
So, like,
Again, now we're getting to the moments before she handed the gun over. What prevented her from doing an adequate safety check on the gun? Was she being yelled at? Was she being intimidated? Browbeaten? Was the gun taken from her cart without her permission? What?
that's what I checked for. I definitely checked this morning, and I was planning on checking again right after lunch before we got into all the shits, and I already started checking the other two guns to check in the thing for them, and none of them had any barrel obstructions. So, yeah.
So you check the gun, but do you check the blanks and the dummies as well?
I do check the dummies. I shook all of them, and they all showed that they were not hot, I guess you could say.
So could this be true? Do we believe her? She says she shook all the dummies, and they were all dummies. They were not hot. They were not blanks, certainly not live rounds. But a bullet killed Halyna Hutchins. So either we have to believe this is untrue, that there was a live round in the gun when she handed it into the church, or we have to believe that in a crowded church with 8, 9, 10 other people present, that David Halls unloaded a dummy round and put a live round in, or that Alec Baldwin did that. And there's no evidence of that.
How can you tell the difference on the ammo, on the dummy rounds, or the blanks, I'm sorry. How can you tell the difference from the blanks and live, real ammunition?
A little ring. Like there's a little ring in there, just rings, it rattles, like a little rattle.
When it's a blank?
Yeah, and then also there's ones that I have with holes in the side to show that there's nothing in them.
Okay. So what are these ones? They're the rings?
Yeah, these ones were the rings. There was one, I think, with a hole. Yeah.
Okay. And you put the gun before going to lunch back in the safe?
Yeah.
But the blanks and dummies were left on the cart?
Yeah.
Did you, when you got back, did they look moved or tampered with or touched when you got back from lunch?
They did not. No, nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Was the gun still in the safe after lunch?
Yeah.
Who pulled it out?
Sarah pulled it out and she handed it to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you watched her?
Yeah.
Mine, where I'm trying to get with is because you can handle the gun, you obviously are going to be loading the gun, so that's where I'm concerned about the dummy and the blanks, because those were left out. And is there some way that somebody can alter them to make them still look like your dummy rounds?
Well, so that's the thing, is that like bullets, like real bullets, pretty much look the same as dummies. The only difference is the rattle.
This whole interrogation, of course, is very hampered because these investigators have no clear idea of the actual distinctions between live ammo, blanks, and dummies. They keep confusing.
And so, yeah, that's a choice, but also, I don't know, I'm kind of wondering, because I heard back in the day, dummies used to have like a primer cap.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if maybe it was one of those older ones or something like that.
Did you load them after lunch?
They were already loaded from before lunch. And
Okay.
so that's the thing is like, you know, we had that gun the whole time before that, and it was, nothing happened, and I wasn't in there, and they weren't supposed to be even pulling the hammer back.
So, okay, all right, let me just
Yeah.
clarify a little bit. So prior to lunch, the guns, you had them out?
Yeah.
And where were they when they were out?
They were inside with all the camera crew and everything. It's, you know, COVID, everything happening right now. They don't really like a lot of people in there.
Okay.
And so usually I'm like hardly allowed in there unless there's actual firing happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you inside this morning?
I walked in there and I handed the gun to Alex a couple of times, and Alex took it, and everyone was there with him.
Alec?
Alec
Okay.
Baldwin.
So she says she handed the gun to Alec. I'm going to rewind that a little bit.
Morning?
I walked in there and I handed the gun to Alex a couple of times, and Alex took it, and everyone was there with him.
Alec?
Alec
Okay.
Baldwin, yeah.
Baldwin? Okay, so you handed him the gun this
Yeah.
morning. Does he pass it off to anybody, or
He-
were you able to see that?
At one point, Dave had it, the assistant director, but he was just sitting in with it, and then I saw him, and I was like, okay, this is fine, he's just sitting in, and then I walked out, and yeah,
And how do you know that Dave had it?
I handed it off to Dave while he was sitting in for the shot.
Okay.
Now she can-
All right, so you guys were the only three handlers prior to lunch?
Alec, Dave, me, Dave was after lunch.
Okay.
Dave was after lunch. Yeah, that should have been the only ones, maybe Sarah possibly, but yeah. Cause
Did they
that's
do
the thing,
any-
they chill on our little table and we're pretty much there all the time.
Okay. And then, so prior to lunch, did they do any, scenes or anything of the sort where they were firing the weapon?
No.
Okay.
Nothing
just
before lunch.
handling.
Yeah, we were just supposed to get into it right after that. Like literally that was the last shot before we actually got into blanks.
Okay.
And those blanks were already loaded in before lunch.
No, the
No.
blanks are different than dummies. So yeah, blanks, totally different. They actually have like ignition and powder and everything. Dummies, no powder, just for looks.
Just for looks, right?
Yeah.
So so I think everything was after lunch then. So
Mhm.
after lunch, you get back, and that's when you loaded a dummy round. I mean, the blanks.
No.
No.
No, no blanks were loaded.
No, like
All
no
dummy-
dummy today.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
no blanks were loaded today. I was like getting ready for it. I had my fanny pack like full of like blanks and everything, but
Okay. So when was the last time you loaded it?
I loaded it with so I loaded it with 5 of the dummy rounds before lunch, and there was one that wouldn't go in. And so when we got back from lunch, I took the like little cleaner guy, I cleaned it out really quick, and I put another dummy in there.
Okay. So there were 5 total in the gun.
Yeah.
Can you,
About
describe?
6. There was 6. 5, yeah.
So she says she loaded 5 dummies in, and then before lunch, and then added a 6th dummy after lunch, after she cleaned the chamber. And then she handed the gun to David Halls. Then we know that ultimately the gun ended up within that church, never leaving the church, with all those people inside, ended up in Baldwin's hand when he pointed at Halyna Hutchins, discharged the gun, and killed Halyna Hutchins with the live round. So when was the live round in the gun? Again, unless we believe that David Halls, in the midst of all those people, the special effects guys, the camera guys, the sound guys, wardrobe, script supervisor, the director, Alec Baldwin, unless we believe that David Halls, who says he knows really nothing about guns, unloaded that gun, took out a dummy round, and put in a live round, or that Alec Baldwin did that, same circumstances, then the round had to be in the gun when Hannah Gutierrez handed it into the church, despite what she's claiming here.
When the incident occurred, yeah, there was 6.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter where the live round came from. Doesn't matter. What matters is it was in the gun when she handed it into the church.
Can you describe the gun?
It's a Colt. It's a long barrel Colt.
It's a long barrel
Mm-hmm.
and 6 rounds fit in it.
Yeah.
What color?
A bronze?
It's bronze.
Yeah, they're brass. Yeah, kind of bronze, brassy.
What caliber?
It's 45.
Okay. And that was the only one that was used today?
No, the other 2 were used too.
Okay. What
Yeah.
do those look like?
Those are both 45. I think they're either Colt or Birdies. 45s, and yeah, the 2 other characters had them.
And they're revolver looking?
Yeah, they are revolvers.
But the long barrel was the one that was used during the incident, just to be clear.
Yes, the long barrel one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The other 2 were on the actors, and those were fine.
Okay, those are kind of like for show, pretty much.
Yeah.
Holstered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, they took them out and they had them on camera too, and yeah.
Okay. Do you know, what time did you go to lunch?
Probably about 12:30. Pretty much on the dot.
And then, so after that, Sarah pulled them out.
Yeah.
Did you see her, check them, or did she just hand them to you and that's when you checked around?
She just handed us, we all took them, we took them in the bag to the set, so we didn't check them there. They're in little, like, socks, little socks.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do those look like?
Little socks. It was like,
All right.
yeah, they honestly look like socks, yeah.
Okay. And so when you checked it, it was on set or prior to you
Yeah,
transporting?
it was on set. I didn't really check it too much after lunch, because it was already locked up and everything at lunch. But yeah, I checked it and put in that last round and then,
Okay.
yeah.
I know that you had said something about keeping stuff in your fanny pack.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it's a little fanny pack. It has a lot of pockets, so it's really cool to like separate the dummies from the blanks, but it's mostly to separate like the blank sizes, because there's quarter loads, there's half loads, and then there's full loads. And I usually don't keep any full loads out there unless I need them, but I usually keep quarter loads and half loads right here. So if it's close up to an actor, we use a quarter load, and if it's farther away from an actor, we go ahead and we use halves.
Okay. And what's the reasoning for that?
The halves have more smoke and they look more real.
Okay.
Yeah.
So pretty much for...
Like if it was a bigger gun,
Like
like a
that.
rifle or something. Yeah.
So you keep
Or if it's
all-
outdoors, But mostly it's the quarters, just in case they're closer proximity to an actor, Or if it's inside quarters, or if it's around an animal or a child, quarters.
Okay. And then you had said that they're only supposed to pretty much expel dust or smoke, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you inside when the incident occurred?
No, I was right outside by my, my cart.
Okay. How close was it?
About 20, 20 feet from being inside.
Okay. What side of the building was done?
So the building, like the door is facing, I don't know my north and west. Is it where the cross is?
Is that
the
was
main
kind of
door?
weird.
So where our
where-
cars were?
Where the door, where they were like coming in and everything, that door, we were like right adjacent to that, to the left.
Okay. Could you
Yeah.
see inside at all?
No, not really. No, I couldn't see inside.
What do you remember about?
Basically, I just like, we had a couple of, we had a popper pop last week. The poppers are for special effects. Like one just went off randomly last week. So I was like, it must be a popper. And I checked all of them myself. So I heard like the shot and Sarah was like, what was that? And I was like, must have been a popper. And I like turned around and then I heard them say medic emergency. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I like checked in and I like looked and I saw Alec on the ground and I was like, not Alec, Joel. And I was like, what the fuck, was it the gun? And Dave was like, yeah, it was the fucking gun. And so I was like, I walked in and I like tried to see what was happening or like where the gun was, to secure the weapons on the set. And I got yelled at, and I ran out and Dave brought me the gun and I opened the gun up and one of the dummies somehow had been discharged.
And can you kind of explain a little bit more what you mean by that it was discharged?
So if I had a bullet, wait, I have some dummies. So, right, check these out. I wish it had just been one of these, but see how these have like the hole?
Okay.
And this one doesn't have a primer, right? And most of them, like, they have.
I saw someone say she gets convicted if the jury sees this. The jury saw this. The jury saw this. This was this interrogation video was played, and the second interrogation video with her attorney Jason Bowles present, were all played for the jury during Detective Alexandra Fishlips Hancock's testimony. And hit that like, thumbs up button if you're on YouTube, folks, and subscribe. Subscribe. It doesn't cost anything to subscribe. We hit 60,000 subscribers on Friday. Now we're at 60,400 and a few, but it would be great to have even more. So hit that subscribe button, hit the bell, and especially hit that thumbs up. Thank you.
Have like the primers, but the primers aren't like hot. Like I've never had one with a hot primer before.
Okay.
So that seems pretty weird to me. But so basically this part, when a bullet shoots.
She's never had a dummy with a hot primer before. Well, who would know whether or not there was a round in the gun that had a hot primer, except the armorer?
The fire projects it, and this comes out, this little piece right here, this little nipple. Yeah, and so when I had checked the gun, this part, that was gone.
Did you get to see the shell?
I saw the shell, yeah, and it's on the thing.
Did it have one of the?
Your activity in the program.
Did it look like this, or was it different?
It didn't have the hole, it didn't have that. So, I mean, it had that, and it didn't have the hole. And this was gone, so it was just the shell.
So it kind of looked
Just the cartridge.
just the regular like cartridge when it's
Without
shot.
this, yeah.
So these ones are done or because they have the hole.
Yeah.
So that one didn't have a hole. So it looked like a realistic
Yeah.
one when you saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What about your?
But a lot of.
What about your blanks?
What about them?
Do they? What's the difference between a blank and that?
I don't think I could show you, but the blank is very different. And you would absolutely be able to tell the difference just by looking at it. So basically, the end here where this is gone, the projectile is gone in the blanks basically. This is squeezed shut. Like, it's filled with like a little bit of gunpowder, like I said, either quarter, half load, or full load. Filled with a little bit of black powder, and it's opened by the metal part just going, so nothing flies out of those.
Okay. So this is pretty much what looked like what was in the gun.
This is 100% what was in the gun. except without that.
Okay.
And with the primer, but the primer normally is on there anyways for a lot of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not as well.
No, it's not. A lot of them have the primer, so that way you can like see them in the belt and they look real.
Okay.
But a lot of them also have the primer in a hole, and that one didn't have a hole.
All right. So you had said so how did you end up getting the gun after?
I went in there, they yelled at me, I ran out, and I was like, can I see the gun? And they brought me the gun, and I opened it and checked it, and the very first one that I like, because, you know, once you shoot it, the next one in a revolver, it'll be that one, and the first one I pulled out didn't have that.
Okay. Did you get to see any of the others?
The others all had, yeah, I took them all out. They're on the cart too. They all had rings and they all had holes, and I don't understand why that one did not.
And I'm sorry, explain again what the ring is.
So imagine if this,
Oh, okay. So just a noise.
So that's what I'm saying. So this one is exactly what it looked like was in there.
Okay. And that one doesn't have any holes.
So that's, yeah. Honestly, that box of dummies might have some wonky ones in it. And we got that, I think, a week ago.
Who ordered them?
Well, we got them from our, from Seth, our, supplier and everything.
Okay.
But Seth borrowed them from someone. I don't know who.
Borrowed the runs that you have?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And how do you know he borrowed them?
All right, now we're showing a clock. The court seal is gone. We now have a clock. Emily brought my lunch a little early, but nothing else is happening. So back to the interrogation.
I don't know. That's what Sarah said. And then as soon as Sarah called Seth, I don't know. I don't know if she talked to him or anything about this.
Okay.
You mean today, if she called him today and already talked to him, or when?
I don't. I know she called him, but I didn't get to hear
The delay in court is anticipated. The judge told the jurors to arrive about 10 o'clock. Apparently, the lawyers had some stuff to do before the jury was needed. I thought they might stream that, but they're not. So instead, we're streaming Hannah Gutierrez's first police interrogation. This is the day of the shooting. This is not live. This is a recording.
the police officer told her to stop talking.
Yes. I believe Hancock's on the left here.
Okay. So I don't really know what happened with that. But yeah, so.
Okay. Are you aware of a time or know if something like that can be dysfunctional or?
I mean, you know, like overall, these are some weird, like what we're dealing with are like, you know, explosives. There's always like a chance of like, you know, safety to be compromised. And that's the issue. And that's what I'm supposed to watch out for on set.
So at this moment, Detective Alexandra Fishlips Hancock is not yet the lead on the case. She'll be made the lead by the time of the second interrogation, at which point she's in the other seat. So right now she's in the left seat here. She'll be in the right seat for the second interrogation. And there'll be her co-interrogator will be a male.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never really I've heard of blanks before with the primer, you know, that's the only time I've ever heard of them, which is why I'm wondering if it was kind of one of the older ones, because that kind of stopped after that whole Brandon Lee situation. But I'm not really sure.
So Seth orders all of your rounds.
Yeah.
And now we're back to the seal. I'm keeping an eye on it, folks. I'll let you know when something happens.
And is there anybody else that's involved in that?
I couldn't really say.
Okay.
I just get what I get, and I'm told not to bitch a fit. Yeah,
Do you know who the manufacturer is of these?
no.
Do you know what the box looks like?
Yeah, there's the boxes on the cart.
Okay.
It says dummy rounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else do you know about that? Just that that's ordered them, or?
No, Seth is, he's, head armor for The Walking Dead. He was on that show for 10 years.
So he's also familiar about
Yeah,
getting these.
yeah, Seth is, he pretty much is teaching me everything, other than my father.
Has anyone ever allowed live ammo on set?
No one.
Okay. What's your guys' protocol for the ammo?
Protocol.
Like, what do you have in place? You know, are you supposed to check them every day? How often?
Basically, like, you know, our protocol for the ammo is, like, you know, I have to know load sizes, I have to know, like, who's in the proximity, if it's a child, if it's a horse. And my protocol really is a lot of checking for barrel obstructions, mostly because that's where a lot of mistakes get made, is, like, just a blank behind something, and a lot of guns get thrown into, like, dropped in rocks, you know, and rocks get into the barrel and fly out and shit. So my shit is mostly just checking the barrel and everything, and then making sure the dummies are dummies. Yeah, and I've never really had any that didn't sound like dummies.
Okay. When you looked at the gun, when Dave brought it back to you after the incident, did it look like it was the same gun when you handed it to Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, I would be able to tell too by there's like markings on the bottom of it.
Okay.
Do
Yeah.
you remember what those markings are?
They're kind of like little fingernail marks, but like a little more dented.
Okay. How much time? Okay, so how many guns were pulled out after lunch?
Like 7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Miller has 2. Ooh, maybe, okay, wait. Miller has 2. The 2 officers have 2, and then Rust has 1, and then there's 3 long guns out, so.
Okay, sorry. Miller has 2, the officers have 2.
Yeah,
Who else?
Rust has 1. That was the one that was discharged. And, yeah. That, and then we had 3 long guns that were on the cart. A shotgun and a rifle. 2 shotguns and a rifle.
And you're in charge of watching all of these?
Yeah.
2, 4, hold on, 3, 8, okay. And you said Rust?
Yes, Rust is the character. He's Alec Baldwin.
Okay.
All right, folks, nothing yet is happening in court, but I do want to take an opportunity before court starts to mention our amazing sponsor of today's show, which is CCW Safe, a provider of legal service memberships, what many people mistakenly call self-defense insurance. In effect, they promise to cover their members' legal expenses for criminal defense and civil liability if the member's involved in a use of force event, if the member's compelled to use force in defense of themselves, their family, their property, and is facing criminal or civil liability. They do much more than that, too. They fly in an investigative team, experienced retired homicide detectives that work for the member. So you don't just have detectives working only for the police and only for the prosecutor. You have your own team of detectives making sure they're gathering the evidence you need for your defense. Don West, Attorney Don West, is their national trial counsel. He was one of George Zimmerman's defense counsel, world-class criminal defense lawyer. Any legal defense with Don West advising is head and shoulders above one that doesn't. I've always been impressed with these guys. I do a lot of partnering with CCW Safe, and I'm personally a member of CCW Safe. My wife, Emily, is personally a member. There are a lot of competitors out there in this space, and some of those competitors just suck. They suck. And they're expensive. Don't waste your money on something that's not worth having. I looked at all of the offerings out there. As you might imagine, I found CCW Safe is the best fit for me. Maybe they're the best fit for you. If you'd like to learn why I chose them, why I trust CCW Safe, you can point your browser to lawofselfdefense.com/trust. I've got a little 2 or 3 minute video there that explains it. And there's a discount code of 10%. So you can save 10% when you become a CCW Safe member yourself. Learn all about that at lawofselfdefense.com/trust. All right, back to the interrogation video. Okay, let's try that again. Here we go.
And you said Rust?
Yes, Russ is the character. He's Alec Baldwin.
Okay. And you handed it directly to him? Or did you hand it to Dave?
I handed it to Dave after lunch.
So then Dave gave it to.
Yeah.
Do you
Alec
know?
was in there.
Do you know who all was inside the building during the incident?
Some new camera people we got. Our camera crew just quit last night.
Wow.
Yeah, the whole fucking crew except for like one dude that stayed. Yeah, and then the DP, the director,
Do you know anybody's name?
Halyna is the DP, she got shot. The director is Joel,
And
he
you
got
said-
shot.
I'm sorry, so DP?
Director of photography.
Okay. And that was Halyna?
Mm-hmm.
Helena?
I'm not really sure how to spell it. It's kind of Russian.
Do you know her last name?
No.
And you said Joel, and he's another director?
Yeah, Joel.
And you said that he was also shot?
Yeah, which is just fucking mind-boggling to me. Yeah, both of them got shot.
How many rounds or
I
however
heard
you wanna
one.
call it? You just heard one.
I heard one. So it must have went through one and somehow hit the other, which is fucking insane.
Okay. Do you know anybody else that was inside?
I don't. I wasn't there.
Well, obviously,
yeah.
Alec, right?
Yeah, Alec was inside. Fuck yeah, I'm sad. I hate myself for that.
And what about Dave?
Yeah, Dave was inside.
Do you know Dave's last name?
It's on the call sheet. So awful. Dave Halls.
Paul?
Yeah, and I got the Halyna Hutchins. Halyna. And then Hutchins.
She was another person that was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
So I
her
have Halyna, Joel. Do you know Joel's last name?
Joel Souza, Souza.
Okay. Alec, Dave, anybody else inside?
Well, her Steadicam operator was inside. His name is Reid Russell, ReidRussel. He's a camera guy.
Okay.
My God.
Is Faye in this other people that was inside?
Everyone that she can think of. She was.
Yeah.
I mean, I think of this just because, and I don't care about north or that, but, so where we were parked, here's the back of the church. That was
Where?
the front.
The cars, where you were parked?
Yeah, we were parked over here. So the church, across the main entrance to that would have been over here. We were parked over
Okay,
here.
yeah.
Where was your car? Because I don't think there was doors here or on this side of the building.
So there's a door here,
Okay.
And my cart was approximately over here by a little black tent where producers or fucking cast or anyone would chill under, really.
Okay, and then that door's over here. So can you see the front, that door from where you were standing?
Yeah.
And you could see Dave the whole time on his way
On his way.
to, because you.
Well, no, I went
passed the gun.
inside to hand him the gun.
Okay,
He
you
was
went inside to hand him
he
the
was
gun.
standing in pretty much.
Okay, so you didn't just hand it and then he walked off? And then
No,
went
yeah,
to you
I handed it to Dave with the camera people there.
Okay. So you were close to the door when you handed it?
I was inside for a second, and then I went back out because,
They
yeah,
tell you to get out?
yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
I'm just curious because of the whole transferring from one person to another of the gun.
Yeah.
So he is the one who gives it directly to Alec. Here's a picture, and I just want to see if this is something that would have come out of one of these.
Totally.
It wouldn't be a real live gun, ammo.
So that looks like a blank one, which I'm pretty sure, because normally the blank ones, like, they have kind of this little line right there,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm pretty sure the regular ones don't.
Okay.
So that looks like that would be in the blanks all the time.
That was what was pulled out of the shoulder.
Oh my God, poor Halyna.
So that's why they were thinking it could be an actual live round at this point.
Really?
Yeah. Does that look like it would have been a live round to you?
Well, honestly, if we had my extractor, we could pull this out and check it, but, I don't.
I would say if we had my extractor, we could pull it out and check it. We could pull it out and check it. If they had her extractor, the extractor is the kinetic bullet puller. Looks kind of like a hammer. And it's what you would need if you were going to, in your hotel room, take apart live rounds to dump out the powder and snap the primer and make dummies if you had a shortage of the necessary number of dummies for the set and you were going to fabricate some in your hotel room. Did that happen?
I don't know.
I actually think so cool.
Yeah, I don't know, because look at that line. That's kind of a distinct thing. I think that's mostly for dummies.
Okay. Hold on.
That might be a regular live round, though.
It looks pretty, that's what they were thinking, it could be a live round.
Holy fuck.
No, I just think you said, and I think that's why there's protocol because of Lee, when all that happened on set too. Was there anything that stuck out of the ordinary today to you?
No, I mean, just the whole camera.
Is there anything that's struck out of the ordinary, stuck out of the ordinary? Like, were you being screamed at for the gun, so you felt you didn't have an opportunity to do an adequate safety check? Did someone take the gun off your cart, which they're not supposed to do?
Crew quit.
Nothing.
That's all. So we were like super behind and everything.
When did the camera crew quit?
Yesterday.
So is there a reason?
I don't know.
Okay,
I
I
don't think that they would be involved in that.
Well,
Yeah.
is there because maybe people were disgruntled?
Oh, there was definitely some bickering, but I don't. Yeah, I highly doubt that they were able to switch any rounds, and especially getting a 45 round is like stupid hard right now.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, at other times in later interrogations, Hannah talks about, well, she was nervous about Alec Baldwin because he didn't have much training cross drawing and she wanted to train him and she was told no. Does that have anything to do with why there was a live round in the gun when she handed it into the church? Nope.
And at least, yeah.
Was there any of that towards Joel, or did anybody have any issues with Joel, and what was the other one?
I don't believe anyone had issues with Joel.
What was
Halyna.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know too much about her. She's definitely a strong personality, that's all.
But there's nobody that you could think of that might have any anger?
I couldn't really say that anyone would be, like, that angry. Like, you know, we're on a film set. Everybody's always pissed off at each other a little bit. Work together for 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, you know?
Yeah.
It's hard to not beef with people a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's kind of interesting that the whole camera crew quit yesterday, and then
That is pretty funny.
something happens like this today. Would somebody want to maybe, or they could even have an issue with Alec, if somebody wants to disrupt the filming of this movie, is that something that you could think of?
I don't know. I can't really say for sure, and I wouldn't want to think that about anybody on that set, personally.
You really don't want to think that about anybody.
Never,
But
no.
unfortunately,
Yeah, I can't think of, like, any one person. I couldn't really think of a situation that would require, like, you know, I don't know, almost killing somebody.
well, I mean, it happened. I mean,
Yeah.
you keep mentioning it was, what, the Crow, when that happened.
Yeah, that was scary,
So,
man.
These things happen with
These
somebody.
fucking things- I know, I can't believe I'm, like, the last thing like this to happen since The Crow.
And
My own fucking worst nightmare.
unfortunately, well, I think right now they're good, but again, that's why, unfortunately, you're there right away, like, oh, it's the person
Yeah,
who is in charge of all these.
totally.
And that's why we wanted to talk to you, was one of
Yeah.
the main ones, because, yeah, you're in charge of it, but that's also why would you put yourself in that predicament?
Yeah,
You know, so would it be possible?
yeah. I don't know. I think maybe there was just perhaps a bad round in that box.
Well, a couple of bad rounds,
Possibly.
because there wasn't one round that went off.
What? There was one, right?
How did
Because
two people get shot?
No, so there was only one round that went off, and I must have went through Joel somehow and fucking hit Halyna, and I'm, like, flabbergasted by this. I can't fucking imagine how that happened, but I heard one shot.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard one shot, and honestly, like, I opened up the gun, I checked the rest of them. Only one of these was gone, and the rest were fine.
I wish we could. This one has a different top than this one. This one that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're all, I mean, like, you know, they all kind of vary a little bit. That's just the thing about them. They all vary a little bit, yeah.
Tell me about what happened yesterday. Did something happen, or did they just walked off set and said
I
they
have
quit?
no idea. I think at the end of the night, they all quit. The camera crew always bickered a lot, to be honest. Like, a lot of, I don't know, just animosity, I guess, or them with the grits, everybody, yeah, that whole, it's almost unpleasant to be inside there, just because it's so, like, toxic. Yeah. So, COVID, yeah, I try to stay out, and then I was definitely on the sides watching, and they weren't supposed to be pulling the hammer back or anything. Like, it was just supposed to be in the shot, and so I don't know
Why
Yeah.
it was pulled back.
I don't know what, yeah. I mean, if they wanted it pulled back, like, that's fine. I had no idea about it, you know.
Does the actor's director decided to pull back the hammer on the revolver have anything to do with Hannah Gutierrez's failure to ensure there was no live round in the gun when she handed that gun into the church? Would it have been acceptable for a live round to be in the gun if they really were not going to pull back the hammer? Of course not. This is all smoke and mirrors nonsense.
But even then, it shouldn't have
That's what
gone
I was
on.
just gonna
Yeah,
ask you,
so
is
that's
it-
why I was all like, okay, like, it's right there, you know, I stand right by whenever there's gunfire. I'm still there whenever the shit's there, but I'm not usually directly inside the room just because they don't find it necessary.
Well, and that's why it's like, they're not supposed to pull the hammer back, but it still is a prop gun or prop.
It's a real gun.
Or
It's
real
a real
gun,
fucking gun.
But your prop
Yeah,
is set,
yeah,
so.
yeah, totally. I know, I don't know. I wish I would have checked it more.
Is there anything that you think could have happened?
I have no
That
idea.
somebody switched it out?
I don't know. Like I said, that box was chilling there for lunch. I will say it is hard to get 45 ammo. You know, ammo's super expensive right now, and ever since the election, pretty much all ammo has been like bought up a ton. I'm sure you guys know as a police force.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, you had mentioned.
All right. Court is live. Court is live.
All right. You may be seated. The state has rested defense.
Your Honor, the defense calls Lorenzo Montoya.
Where is he? It's not on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, thank you. Talk into the microphone.
He's not on the witness list. Nicole
Mr.
Montoya is.
Can you please explain to the jury how you are employed?
Morning. My name is Lorenzo Montoya, and I am a compliance officer with New Mexico OSHA.
And what do you do as a compliance officer?
I'm a safety inspector. Accident investigator, in summary.
And what do you need to do to become a safety inspector, accident investigator with OSHA?
Well, you'll require some experience in the field of safety, workplace safety, industrial safety, chemical safety. Accident investigation requires some training, and that can be accomplished on the job.
And what does OSHA stand for?
Occupational Safety and Health Administration.
And what is that a state agency?
New Mexico OSHA is a state planned, whereas federal OSHA is at the federal level nationwide.
Is the Bureau part of the New Mexico Environment Department?
Yes.
So tell us about your experience then in workplace safety.
Sure. My experience with occupational safety began in the U.S. Air Force as an aircraft mechanic. I was in charge of our hazardous materials program. And following that, I worked for the New Mexico Department of Health at the Behavioral Health Institute, performing more sort of safety and walkthroughs for our patient health in that scenario.
And how long have you been a safety inspector with OSHA?
Been with OSHA for 5 years.
How did you get involved in the incident we're here for today in this case?
OSHA, one of its duties is to inspect workplace accidents, incidents, or anything that results in a fatality. In this scenario, we were notified of a workplace fatality, and so I was assigned the inspection.
And when you're assigned an inspection that's reported to you, what is the purpose of your investigation?
Where's the hairbrushes?
Fact-finding
Oh my God.
investigation. Our
Monica.
goal is to try to identify what may have
Counselor
caused
Barreras.
the incident, so we can either recommend or require corrective measures to prevent such a thing from happening again.
And did you do an investigation of the workplace safety incident that occurred on the set of Rust on October 21st of 2021?
Correct, yes.
What does that mean? What does your investigation entail?
So the investigation is to if possible, find a root cause for whatever may have led up to the incident.
I've turned to court and turned down.
Sometimes things are not so simple, and they have a lot of complicated factors that contribute them to occurring. In this scenario, the investigation is to try to identify what led to the accident occurring, despite whatever measures may have been put in place to mitigate or prevent in the first place.
And how do you do that? What did you do in this investigation?
The same as any. When we conduct investigations, we interview witnesses. We interview members of management. We might engage with industry professionals if necessary. Visit the site, take photos.
Did you do all those things in this case?
Yes.
When was it that you visited the site?
We originally visited, I believe, the following day, October 22nd, was when we were notified.
Did you communicate with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department as well?
Only in the beginning, when we were trying to ensure that we would be able to access the site without potentially stepping into a crime scene.
Which witnesses do you remember interviewing in this case?
That day, the only individual present on site was Catherine Rowe Walters.
Okay. And in the course of your investigation, how many witnesses did you interview in this case?
I could only estimate, top of my head. I believe we interviewed 17 people.
Okay. Did you interview Ms. Gutierrez?
We did, yes.
Did you interview Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Did you interview Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
It's Halls.
Did you interview Sarah Zachary?
Yes.
Gabrielle Pickle?
Yes. So, no, wait, not Gabrielle Pickle. Sorry.
Did you review any documents in this case that aided in your investigation?
Yes, we reviewed many documents.
Is your investigation, how is it that you gather documents that you review?
Generally, we request any safety policies, programs, or trainings from the employer.
And what specific documents did you review in this case?
In this case, we had requested any safety policies that they may have, and they provided us with, they're referred to as safety bulletins. And they have a longer title, which I can't recall the name of. They're organized by a committee of some kind. But safety bulletin number 1 is the applicable safety bulletin for firearm safety.
Okay, and what other documents did you review?
They gave us a host of other of these safety bulletins, which cover various miscellanea you encounter on a set, from lighting to electricity and so forth.
What about communications between the various witnesses and cast and crew on set? Did you review any of those things?
We did receive some of those documents, but those did not come from our employer. They came from our individuals that we interviewed.
So the individuals you interviewed, the witnesses, provided you with emails and texts?
Some, yes.
And were you able to come to any findings and conclusions in this case?
We did come to a conclusion.
And were those findings, did you put those findings in a written report?
We did.
Once you do that written report, what's the process there?
We draft the report, proofread it, and when it's completed, we assemble the case file together, and if necessary, we issue citations. And in this scenario, we did issue a citation.
This guy's
Who did you issue the citation to in this case?
Rust Movie Productions, LLC.
Once you issue, what was the citation that you issued for? Why did you issue a citation?
The citation was issued because in our conclusions, we determined that the management team was responsible for a series of failures that, in our opinion, accumulated in an accident.
Okay, and by management team, who do you mean specifically?
Specifically, we mean the chain of command above Hannah Gutierrez, beginning at the lowest level with Sarah Zachary and then Gabrielle Pickle, and then Dave Halls.
So did your findings then include any, so then your findings that you just spoke of, those didn't include Ms. Gutierrez, right?
As an employee directly engaged in the work, she is mentioned in the report frequently, but in terms of who do we identify as a member of management, and thus who do we consider responsible, she's not. She's just an employee.
Okay. And once you do your report and issue the citation, does the employer, the production company, get an opportunity to contest that?
They do.
And did they contest that in this case?
They did.
Was a fine ever ultimately levied against the employer in this case?
There was, yes.
What was that fine?
They came to a settlement agreement with the department at $100,000 even.
And in your experience, have you seen the state of New Mexico levy such a high fine like that to an employer for workplace safety ever?
I believe we have in the past.
Is that an average? Is that a usual fine amount that you see?
For typical inspections, no.
Is that higher or lower?
This would be higher than normal.
How about for death cases?
In your report that you write, once you're completed it, are there any other individuals who review and audit your work?
There are.
Who explain to the jury the levels of review and audit of your findings and conclusions in your report?
Right. So the proofreading, final edits, and that sort of thing fall to first initially my supervisor, and then her supervisor, who is our program manager. And then from him, it would pass up to our bureau chief, Bob Genoway, and as well as our legal team. And potentially our department director, all the way up to the secretary, if it's potentially something that is a matter of public interest.
And in fact, in this case, did the secretary for the environment department review and audit your report and your findings?
He reviewed the report. By the time it got to him, there was nothing left then just to review it.
Okay. And does your report and your citations, are those a matter of public record?
They are.
And is your report kept in the New Mexico OSHA Environment Department?
Yes.
Did you bring a copy? I saw you walk up to the stand today with a folder. Did you bring a copy of your report today?
I have a copy of our investigative summary. Sometimes we refer to that as a narrative.
Okay, and is that the document that you prepared that we've been discussing this morning? That's 11 pages?
It is 11 pages, yes, so possibly.
Okay, and it's this document that you make your findings and conclusions, right?
Yes, we list them out.
Your Honor, I'm going to hand the witness what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit GG. May I approach?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
So I guess Jason Lewis will be doing the cross for the state, not Kerry Morrissey. That was presumably him speaking up. He's got some kind of objection. By the way, the fact that other people also bore responsibility for this unfortunate death of Halyna Hutchins, does that in any way relieve Hannah Gutierrez of responsibility in criminal court for her failures? No, folks, it's not like there's one pie of liability that has to be distributed over a bunch of people. Everybody has their own pie. Somebody asked about CCW Safe versus USCCA. I absolutely cannot recommend USCCA. If you want to know why, you can point your browser to lawofselfdefense.com/USCCA. I've written tons of blog posts and videos on why I cannot recommend them. In terms of the discount code for CCW Safe, it works. I just had staff test it. Someone said it didn't work for them. It works for annual memberships. So if you sign up for just a monthly membership, then the discount code doesn't work. Yeah, USCCA just, as far as I'm concerned, they have zero credibility, and there's zero reason to believe that they're going to come to your defense if you're involved in a use of force event. Sorry. The recent Alan Coley shooting, the DoorDash guy in the food mall shot the prankster, went to trial. He was a USCCA member, and he had a public defender at his trial. Now, when USCCA was asked about this, months later, they made up all kinds of excuses. Months later, they said, oh, well, we forgot to mention this when this controversy first happened, but he had a public defender because he liked his public defender, and he didn't want a lawyer from us. If that was true, USCCA would have said that the moment it became a controversy, not weeks and months later. Kayla Giles was another one. She was shot and killed her husband in a parking lot during a child custody swap, or her ex-husband, I can't remember now if they were divorced or going through the divorce, claimed self-defense, was arguing self-defense at trial. USCCA paid for the first $50,000 of her legal defense and then cut her off. Why? Well, they've never said why, except they were sued in federal court by Kayla Giles' criminal defense lawyer for the money they had promised her, and their excuse in their court filings was simply like, we don't think we have an obligation to pay. Well, what's that mean? What are members paying for then? If USCCA is going to make some independent assessment of a case and just pay when they want to, when it looks like self-defense to them, because keep in mind, it always doesn't look like self-defense to somebody, or you wouldn't be going to trial. So in my view, you should be defended if the court's allowing you to argue self-defense, because it's possible the court won't. If there's no evidence to support self-defense, each and every element of a claim is self-defense, then the court will just tell you, no, self-defense is not on the table for you. You just walk down the street and you shoot somebody in the back of the head who is doing nothing to you. No court's going to allow you to argue self-defense there. But if the court is allowing you to argue self-defense, any of these programs should be covering your costs, your legal costs, like they promised. But USCCA seems to have adopted an unstated policy that they'll defend their members only if they feel like it. So can't recommend USCCA. Check out my buddies at CCW Safe. They're the best fit for me. I'm personally a member. Maybe they're the best fit for you. Learn why I trust these guys, why I partner with them, why I'm a member at lawofselfdefense.com/trust. I've got a little short video there explaining why, 2 or 3 minutes. And you get a 10% discount code for when you become a CCW Safe member, annual member. The only relevant legal question in this case, there's lots of diversions, lots of smoke and mirrors here, but the only relevant legal question is, why was there a live round in the gun when Hannah Gutierrez handed it into the church? And it doesn't really matter who she handed it to, David Halls or Alec Baldwin, doesn't matter. When that gun goes into the church, there's a live round in the gun. And that's her responsibility to ensure that doesn't happen. Now, should David Halls have checked too? Sure. Should Alec Baldwin have checked too? Sure. Should Alec Baldwin not have pointed the gun directly at Halyna Hutchins? Sure. And those guys have liability for that. But Halyna Hutchins had the duty to ensure that there were no live rounds in the gun, and she did not do that. Doesn't matter where the live round came from. Doesn't even matter who put it into the gun, although in her police interrogation, Hannah Gutierrez says she put it in the gun. She loaded the gun. She loaded the 5 dummy rounds before lunch, and then she loaded the 6th dummy round after lunch. So no one put rounds in that gun except for Hannah Gutierrez. So she put a live round in the gun. Unless you're willing to believe that in that church, with the camera people, Halyna Hutchins, her camera assistant, the camera grip, the lighting guys, the special effects guys, the script supervisor, director Joel Souza, assistant director Halls, of course, Alec Baldwin, wardrobe, that in the presence of all those people, David Halls, who professes utter ignorance of guns, and there's no evidence of the contrary, took out a dummy round and put in a live round, or that Alec Baldwin did that. That's ridiculous. There's zero evidence to support that, and it's not credible.
So, and if you need to refresh your memory from looking at your report, I wanted to go through. So did your report include factual findings from your investigation?
Yes, it does.
Did it also include conclusions that you reached from that investigation?
Yes.
And did you conclude whether, with respect to Hannah Gutierrez, whether she was or was, I guess, did you conclude that Hannah was not provided with enough time to inventory and inspect the dummy blink rounds?
Objection.
Approach.
The only relevant time period here is when Hannah is prepping that gun to go into the church. At that time, did she have enough time and opportunity to shake those rounds or look for the holes to make sure they were dummies? The fact that she may not have had been given some time days earlier or weeks earlier is completely irrelevant. The legal question is, why was that live round in the gun she handed into the church? Now, if someone just walked out, if David Halls walked out and just took the gun off the cart while she was in the restroom, that would be an explanation consistent with innocence on the part of Hannah Gutierrez. If she's being screamed at, we don't have time for the safety check, just give us the gun, that would be evidence consistent with innocence. None of that is in evidence.
So like I stated, Mr. Montoya, in your report, did you conclude whether Hannah was provided with enough time to inventory and inspect dummy rounds and blanks?
That was one of our conclusions, yes.
What specifically did you conclude about that?
May I look at the folder?
Would it refresh your recollection to review your report?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Do you have it in front of you, or do you want me to hand you a copy?
I do have a copy in front of me, unless yours is highlighted or marked.
Page 7.
Okay.
Okay. So what were your conclusions with respect to whether Ms. Gutierrez was provided enough time to inventory and inspect the dummy rounds from her employer?
We came to the conclusion that she was not afforded time to conduct her duties to the best of her diligence.
And who didn't give her enough time to do that?
She had been instructed by Gabrielle Pickle to focus on other tasks.
And did you determine whether Rust had any process to ensure that live rounds were not brought onto set?
We determined that Rust did not have any specific processes or procedures to prevent that possibility.
And why was it that that was on the employer, in your opinion, versus the armor?
In that manner, the employer is asking an individual to perform multiple safety-related functions for them, while also telling them that they're spending too much time engaging in those safety-related functions and need to devote more time to other duties. And on that matter, we determined that to be maybe a managerial decision.
Okay. And did you conclude whether Rust Management provided the armor, Ms. Gutierrez, with any authority on training?
We concluded that she effectively had no authority to make any sort of training decisions.
And in your investigation, was that failure to give the armor authority to determine training, was that a violation of any Rust safety procedures?
It was.
What was that a violation of?
Safety bulletin number 1. One of the required items is that the armor determines when training is necessary and if retraining is necessary based on somebody maybe mishandling a firearm.
Okay, and what evidence, did you see any evidence in your investigation about the armor, Ms. Gutierrez, attempting to attain additional training on firearms for the actors?
This
Not
was caused by
specifically
training. Training is irrelevant.
attempting to retrain, to acquire more time for training into my memory.
Okay, and was that did the employer, I guess, did Ms. Gutierrez raise any concerns about not being provided adequate time to perform her armor duties?
Yes.
And what in your investigation was Rust's response to that?
Our conclusion was that those statements regarding not having enough time went unheeded and uncommented on.
By whom?
Gabrielle Pickle and possibly Sarah Zachary or Dave Halls.
Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls?
Yes.
Did you make any conclusions in your findings in your report about who the Rust safety official was on set?
We did.
Who was that?
Dave Halls.
And did you find any fault with anything that Dave Halls did?
So OSHA considers the entire management apparatus to be a single entity. And in this scenario, there are these three individuals who are part of this upper level of management. And Dave Hall's responsibility as the safety coordinator on set. We certainly found that there were a number of safety bulletin number 1 policies that were not followed or adhered to that would fall within his purview.
Okay, and were any of those pertaining to having the actors point guns at crew members?
That is one of the items in the safety bulletin.
And are you saying that Mr. Halls and Rust top level management were in violation of that?
Rust's management team did not take measures that were required in safety bulletin number 1 to permit the aiming of a firearm at a camera or whatever the case might be.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about Rust not providing Ms. Gutierrez with sufficient time to thoroughly inventory ammunition. And by ammunition, I mean blanks and dummies. Were there any findings with respect to Rust providing their staff sufficient time to inspect this ammunition to ensure there were no live rounds present?
No, our conclusion was they weren't afforded time. Sorry.
And with respect to whether or not Rust production showed an indifference to hazards associated with firearms, what was your opinion on that?
The conclusion of the Bureau on that was based on the sheer number of requirements listed in safety bulletin number 1 that were either ignored or otherwise not at all followed or totally contrary in practice to. We found that Rust was willful. They were plain indifferent to the recognized hazards of firearms.
And when you're doing this, does OSHA have a requirement to look at fault of specific employees?
As part of our inspection process, we try to identify a root cause if we can. Whether an accident is caused because someone is falling asleep at the wheel or whatever the case might be, we do try to identify those things. In this scenario, we weren't necessarily able to identify any particular standout reason why an employee would be to blame.
So what was, in total bottom line here, the root cause that you found?
To summarize the entire report would be that Rust Movie Productions identified a hazard, a workplace hazard, working with firearms, and they adopted firearm safety policies, but they totally failed to enforce them, train their employees on them, practice them, reference them, nothing. They adopted it and it stopped at the word adoption. Nothing further happened.
Okay. And Was it brought to their attention by Ms. Gutierrez and others that there were these deficiencies?
Safety concerns were raised regarding the policies listed in Safety Bulletin number 1 not being followed.
And what was Rust's response to those concerns that were raised by Ms. Gutierrez?
Again, they seem to have chosen to simply not respond.
I wish Morrissey was doing this cross. I think Jason Lewis may screw it up. Again, none of this relieves Hannah Gutierrez of manslaughter liability. None of it. She loaded that gun. She says so herself. There was a live round in the gun. There's zero evidence that anybody else put anything in that gun. She put the live round in the gun that killed Halyna Hutchins.
I'll pass witness.
Cross-exam.
Yep, it's Jason Lewis.
Mr. Montoya, good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit before I get into any of the details, a little bit more about the inspection process that you typically conduct. How long do you have to perform this inspection?
OSHA has a limit of 6 months to the day to initiate and conclude an inspection.
All right. So does that mean that in some instances you may not have all of the evidence that is available from, for example, an investigating law enforcement agency?
Correct.
And in this case, is it true that you did not have the sheriff's report at the time that you issued your report?
Yes, the sheriff's report was the following day or two, I believe.
All right. So just to be clear, none of the information that was included in the sheriff's investigative report made its way into your report and findings, correct?
Correct. Only their initial public release, press release.
The press release.
Only that.
Okay. But not any of the actual investigative materials?
No.
All right. Is OHSB authorized under law to fine or penalize individual employees?
No.
Only employers, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that, I believe you explained that your primary role of investigation is to look at what the employer did in terms of creating a potentially hazardous situation.
What they could do to prevent it or what they did to create it, yes.
Great, thank you. So even if as part of your investigation, you found concerning conduct by an individual employee, you couldn't issue that person a fine, correct?
Not individually, no.
Great. And this is not a criminal investigation that you're conducting, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so you mentioned you did not review the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office report. Did you conduct a forensic download of any of the individuals' phones involved in this incident?
No.
Did you review the over 100 behind the scenes videos that were produced by production outfitters?
No, those were not available to us.
All right. Did you review any footage from the filming of the Rust movie?
Only a small clip that was put into public media.
Was that the clip, just kind of a few second clip of Mr. Baldwin manipulating the firearm out of his bandolier?
Correct.
So all of the other videos that were filmed as part of the movie, you did not look at any of those, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you hire any sort of firearms expert to review the revolver or ammunition?
We did not.
All right. Did you hire or consult with an expert in armor, like film armoring?
No, we did not.
All right. Did you review any of the fingerprint analysis from the FBI?
No.
Did you review any of the DNA analysis from the FBI?
No.
Did you review any of the ballistic chemistry analysis from the FBI?
No.
Are you aware that Ms. Gutierrez worked in her role as an armorer for 10 of the 12 filming days?
As far as we're aware, it was only permitted 8
Okay.
days as an armor.
So you would be surprised to hear that she actually was afforded 10 armor days out of the 12 filming days.
It would be news.
Yes, okay, great. Are you aware that Ms. Pickle testified at trial that if Ms. Gutierrez had asked for more than those 10 days, she may have granted them if they were justified?
I'm not aware that she testified that.
All right. Are you aware that on the morning of October 21st, 2021, Ms. Gutierrez had approximately 3 hours of time in which she could have inspected ammunition or done a safety check of the revolver involved in this incident?
No.
Are you aware that it's been testified here in the court that Ms. Zachary was Ms. Gutierrez's supervisor when she was performing props, but that the roles were actually reversed, that Ms. Gutierrez provided instruction to Ms. Zachary with regard to the armor duties?
Yes, with some interplay in that they're not quite peers.
Great. And do you agree that Ms. Gutierrez in her role as armor contributed to some of the issues that you identified in your report?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you agree that Ms. Gutierrez in her role as armor contributed to some of the findings that you issued in your report?
No, I'm not sure I could necessarily agree.
Okay. Give me just a minute.
Imagine being stuck in an elevator with this guy.
If you were to return to page 4 of your report. On paragraph 13,
okay.
The last sentence, unless a round is removed from a storage box or firearm and inspected, it cannot be verified as a dummy round. Do you believe that that is the function of an armorer to perform this inspection that you indicated on this report?
I believe that would be one of their many functions, yes.
Right. So if she failed to do that, then would she have contributed in this regard?
OSHA's opinion is that management has to enable the work to be done in the first place. So if she didn't do that, our question would be, why wasn't someone ensuring that she would do that? And thus we would turn back to management.
Okay, sure. And that gets back to the whole fact that you're looking at the employer primarily as the basis of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you agree that if Ms. Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm and then passed it off as a cold gun, that would be a workplace hazard?
Certainly.
All right. And then lastly, are you aware, I believe you conducted an interview with Ms. Gutierrez, correct?
Correct.
And in that interview, she indicated to you that she asked 2 producers for additional training time, correct? Do you recall that?
I don't recall it off the top of my head.
Okay. All right. Nothing further.
Not bad.
Redirect.
Did what needed to be done.
But that little hypothetical that Mr. Lewis just said, if Ms. Gutierrez had passed off a loaded gun as cold, would that be a workplace hazard? What if Rust had not allowed the armor sufficient time to inspect that gun and rushed her and instructed her specifically of what they wanted her to do? Whose fault would it be then?
Come in.
It's like a multiple compound question. They wanted her to do what? What exactly are you saying interfered with her ability to ensure the gun had only dummies in it? Keep in mind, folks, it takes seconds to do this. It takes seconds, well under a minute, to ensure that there's no.
To rephrase
no
my
live round.
question. So if in what Mr. Lewis had stated, if there was a gun passed off as cold, whose fault would it be, or whose responsibility would it be to ensure that the armor had sufficient time and resources to make that gun safe?
It's always the responsibility of management to supervise effectively and quality control effectively If an employee is conducting a safety-related task, they pass it off as safe, and supervision does nothing with that, and they allow it to be implemented. Supervision's responsibility to double check that.
And was it also Rust's responsibility to ensure that the employee had to take those? I guess, did your investigation reveal that Ms. Gutierrez had specifically requested more time to do those safety checks?
What safety
She
check?
had expressed on more than one occasion that she did not have sufficient time.
And Rust's response, was there any fault in Rust's response to Ms. Gutierrez's concerns and requests?
In one scenario, Gabrielle Pickle responded that to the point that there are no more armor days out of the 8 left. She had responded that then no more training days are to occur. So their response has been to just, okay, we'll cut it then.
Cut off the firearm training days.
Right.
And did you actually receive a copy of the Santa Fe Sheriff's report after this report of yours came out?
Our office received a copy of the report, yes.
And had you guys previously requested that many times from them?
We had previously requested whatever documents they'd be willing to share or assist with.
And is it necessary to review fingerprints to determine whether Rust Management demonstrated an indifference to hazards and violation of their own standards? Do you have to look at fingerprints to do that?
No, not at all.
Do you have to look at DNA to do that?
No.
Or any firearms expert?
Not to determine their safety conduct and so forth, no.
Okay. And were there any other communications that you reviewed between Ms. Gutierrez and Gabrielle Pickle that demonstrated or supported your findings that Rust was at fault in this and not Ms. Gutierrez individually? I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor.
We're going to strike that question. Go ahead. Make another one.
Are there, you said that you can, is it true that you can actually find fault with specific individuals' conduct?
May I ask you to clarify?
Yeah, can you find fault with, when your investigation, you're looking at specific individuals, and can you say that individual was wrong for doing this?
Objection.
Yeah, these findings from an authoritative body applying civil law, rules of evidence analysis, they're not relevant to a criminal prosecution.
I think you already answered that question, so I won't ask it again. Were there any other communications that you observed between Gabrielle Pickle and Ms. Gutierrez that was evidence of Rust not providing Ms. Gutierrez with the necessary resources that she needed?
Off the top of my head, there was a text conversation and then a separate email.
Sustained.
He hasn't talked about what it was. Without stating what the text conversation is, can you please continue your answer?
Yes, and a separate email conversation.
Okay, so you reviewed actual texts and emails between Gabrielle Pickle and Ms. Gutierrez.
We reviewed screenshots of their texts and emails, yes.
Okay, and the relevance of without saying what's in it, the relevance of that informed which findings in your report?
Yes.
Which ones?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, the conversations you reviewed between Gabrielle Pickle and Ms. Gutierrez. What did those pertain to in terms of your findings? Which findings did that?
Apologies. Yes, so I would have to review the text versus the email conversations to remember which one is which. One is regarding the notification regarding that they have used all 8 of their armor days and the no further training then, because that would require more days. And then the other conversation, I believe, was regarding firearms being left unattended or something of that nature.
Okay. And what was your finding? And if you need to refresh your memory by looking at your report, that's fine. But what was your finding with regard to firearms being left unattended?
Okay.
Who left them unattended? The armorer. This guy comes across as rather unlikable, I have to say, independent of the actual merit of what he's testifying about. But of course, he didn't conduct a criminal investigation. It's not his job to find individual fault. He only looks at management errors. Could management also bear responsibility for this tragic event? Sure, of course. Did management load a live round into that revolver and hand it into the church? No. Only one person loaded that gun, and that was Hannah
You can answer
Gutierrez.
the question, Mr. Montoya. It was the finding in your report pertaining to firearms being left unattended.
Sure. May I refresh my memory?
Yes, please.
I know I'm unlikable. It's fine. I don't mind.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
What was that finding?
So our conclusions from that were in that conversation, they expressed that the production team, meaning Gabrielle Pickle and her peers, had received reports that firearms were being left unattended, and Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's response to that.
And I want you to tell me what her response was. I want to
Okay.
talk about your finding based on her response.
The finding was that an employee expressed that this was a very serious safety-related job and that they needed time to conduct that effectively.
Okay. And that was your finding was that what? That Russ?
We consider that heightened awareness. An employee is informing management that there is a safety concern or that they have an issue with something, and it is then on management to then take that concern and do something about it. In this scenario, it resulted in no response.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this witness is excused. Thank you. Next witness.
Next witness.
The defense calls Robert Genoway.
Robert somebody. How many Roberts they have on the witness list? Genoway, State of New Mexico Environmental Department, another OSHA guy.
Stand in front of the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Mr. Genoway, can you please just tell the jury how you were employed?
Can we get a spelling? Do you have the name?
Oh, she didn't get the name. Can you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Robert Genoway. That's ROBERT GENOWAY.
This is weird stuff the defense
Mr.
does.
Genoway,
That gives
how
me
are you
inexperience.
I'm the bureau chief for the Environment Department's Occupational Health and Safety Bureau, also known as New Mexico OSHA.
And what do you do as the bureau chief?
I oversee all of the OSHA operations for the state, including overseeing our compliance and enforcement program.
Are you, in the terms of hierarchy, is there anybody above you?
Not within the OSHA Bureau. I report to a division director who reports to our Deputy Cabinet Secretary.
And do you supervise, we just heard from Mr. Montoya. Do you supervise Mr. Montoya?
Not directly, but I am in the chain of command over Mr. Montoya.
And how did you review Mr. Montoya's report in this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain the process of how that review happens once the report is finalized? What happens with it?
Well, I work with the inspector throughout the course of an investigation, once an investigation is assigned. And once a draft report is produced by the inspector, then it will go through various levels of management review. And for this type of a case, for a fatality investigation, I would normally review the entire case file, including a narrative report and other portions of the case file to ensure that if we're issuing citations that they meet with certain requirements of legal sufficiency.
So you reviewed the entire case file. What is in that case file?
The case file will contain documentation obtained from an employer. Also may contain documentation from other sources, medical investigator reports, any type of police reports that are available at the time, photographs, audio recordings, interviews of employees and other witnesses, and then the documents that are produced by our bureau, including an inspection report and narrative.
And when you review that and review the report, in this case, did you review Mr. Montoya's report pertaining to the fatality at the Rust production site on October 21st, 2021?
Yes.
And did you concur with that report?
Yes.
Did you make any changes to that report?
I'm sure that any report will go through, minor editorial changes, again, to ensure that we are, the content meets with legal sufficiency prior to issuance of a citation. So yes, I'm sure there were some minor changes that were made during the review process.
And with respect to OSHA's role in this, what exactly is it that your bureau is investigating and looking for?
Our primary purpose is to determine whether any violations of OSHA statute and regulations caused or contributed to the accident that's being investigated.
And ultimately, whose determination was it whether or not to cite Rust Productions with any violations?
It was mine.
What types of standards do you hold them to?
Well, we would, of course, look for violations of any OSHA standards that apply to the work site that's being inspected. There's a whole range of standards that apply, but we also, in addition to standards, most of which are incorporated at the state level from federal OSHA standards. But the Act itself, our governing statute, also includes general language requiring employers to provide a safe workplace.
Is there any OSHA standard specific to firearm safety on a movie set?
No.
Then do you have to look at industry standards on that?
What we look at is whether or not the hazard associated with firearms is recognized either within the industry or specifically by the employer at the work site to determine whether that employer should have or could have known about a hazardous condition and taken actions to correct that condition.
And were you provided any, or did you review any industry standards pertaining to the hazard of a firearm on a movie set in this case?
Yes, in particular, we looked at safety bulletins that are produced jointly by the industry and collective bargaining bodies that contributed to that, to those bulletins as well.
Do you believe that the investigation that took place in this case was thorough?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
Well, I've overseen the work of Mr. Montoya for several years leading up to this investigation. I know his work to be thorough. And in reviewing the report, I found that that our investigator went to great lengths to collect as much evidence as possible prior to producing the report.
And do you happen to recall how many interviews were done in this case by you or by OSHA?
I don't recall, no.
Did you find any fault in the way the investigation was done by Mr. Montoya?
No.
Yeah, my understanding is that OSHA has about 6 months to complete its investigation, and that in this case, Santa Fe Sheriff's Department hadn't provided your bureau with a copy of their report. Is that right?
That's my recollection, yes.
That report wasn't provided until after the report was issued?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So how does that,
The defense needs to ask,
do you
is
believe
your
that
job
reviewing the Santa
criminally
Fe Sheriff's
investigate
report
employees?
is necessary to come to the findings that your office came to?
No,
Why?
because we're looking at an employer's responsibilities specifically under the OSHA Act, which is separate from criminal law enforcement.
Right. And what are the specific, are you looking for any violations of safety rules that the employer engaged in?
Yes,
So who is it that decided to issue the citation in this case?
I did.
And what was the amount of the fine that was levied against West Production?
The initial proposed penalty was 130 some thousand. I don't recall the exact amount, but it was 130 some $1,000.
Okay. And how is that amount chosen?
It's based on the statutory maximum provided in the OSHA Act.
So was Russ levied the statutory maximum fine provided in the
Test. Is that better, folks, with the audio? Let me know, especially law self-defense members.
the OSHA Act for its violations of workplace safety?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-exam.
Mr. Genoway, good morning.
Do you investigate criminal conduct of employees?
I suppose
No.
I'll just cut to the chase here. You're not conducting a criminal investigation.
There we go.
right?
No.
So the things that you're looking for the purposes of your investigation may not be the same things that law enforcement may be looking for as part of their investigation, correct?
I believe that to be the case.
Great. You said, I know you indicated you reviewed several interviews and documentation and Mr. Montoya's report. As part of that, did you form an opinion as to whether Ms. Gutierrez's actions as an armorer contributed to the breakdowns that occurred on the Rust set?
No.
Do you recall giving a recorded statement during a pretrial interview in this case?
I don't recall being interviewed prior to trial.
You don't recall giving a Zoom interview in this case on February 5th, 2004?
I'm sorry, did you repeat the date?
Not 2004.
I'm sorry, 2024, February 5th, 2024.
No, I don't recall that.
Okay.
2 weeks ago.
You have no recollection of participating in a Zoom interview with the counsel for the state and Scott Elliott, an investigator for Hannah Gutierrez?
No.
All right, yeah. Mr. Genoway, would it refresh your memory if I showed you a transcript of that interview?
It might help.
May I approach?
Yeah.
The date of the I don't know if this will help you, but the correct date of the interview is November 7th, 2023.
I don't recall ever doing an interview.
Okay. May I approach?
This is so weird. Maybe he was dressed like a woman for that interview. So it wasn't him. It was a different pronoun. Oh,
It certainly sounds like responses I would have provided, but I have to say honestly that I don't know.
I'm going to point your attention to a particular part of this interview, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. My approach.
so the transcript itself is not evidence if the witness is present and available.
Are you asking me to read? I'm just asking you to read this right now, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
So just read through here.
And where do you want me to start?
To yourself.
Okay.
Oh, yes, sorry, to yourself.
Thank you.
I'll start you here.
The transcript would be an exhibit, but it's not by itself in evidence. They'd have to introduce it into evidence, and then they need foundation.
Mr. Chenoweth,
This
do
guy
you
would
agree
normally
that
be the
during this interview, you agreed that Ms. Gutierrez, her actions contributed to the breakdown that occurred on the set?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about the investigatory materials that you reviewed. You already indicated you do not have a copy of the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office report, correct?
I'm not sure whether we obtained one after issuing our citations.
And to be clear, I'm talking about as OS or OHSB conducted its investigation and issued its findings, you did not have the benefit of the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office investigatory report to assist you with that, correct?
Correct.
All right. And did you have the benefit of reviewing any behind the scenes videos that were filmed on the set of Rust?
Not that I can recall.
Do you recall if you reviewed any footage from the filming of the Rust movie cameras?
No.
Did you engage the assistance of any expert armorers for your purposes of your investigation?
We didn't engage your contract. We had some brief discussions with potential experts, but we never actually engaged those experts.
You never relied on any of their opinions to inform your investigation?
No.
Okay. I know that you were asked some questions about determining fines against employers. Is it fair to say that OSHA's purview is not to assess fines against individual employees?
That's correct.
So is it also fair to say then that even if you found that there had been some concerning conduct by an employee, you wouldn't have fined that employee, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
This is all smoke and mirrors.
But would you have said in your report that a specific employee failed to do something if that's what you determined?
In most cases, no.
Now,
Don't ask
did Russ
things.
afford, in this case, the armor with sufficient time to thoroughly inventory the ammunition?
Objection.
Beyond scope. Beyond scope. So this New Mexico courtroom, this judge at least, does enforce scope limitations. So cross can only touch on topics that were covered in direct. Redirect can only touch on topics that were covered in cross. Recross can only touch on topics that were covered in redirect. So it's like a narrowing funnel. But they only enforce that if the other party objects. If the other party doesn't object to someone going out of scope, opposing counsel going out of scope, then opposing counsel goes out of scope. But if Barreras here starts asking about things that Prosecutor Lewis did not ask about on cross, she's out of scope. If he objects, the judge will sustain that objection. The only thing that matters is, why did that gun have a loaded round when Hannah Gutierrez passed it into the church? In the absence of any evidence that anyone did anything with that gun afterwards having to do with ammo. Not speculation, not imagination, not something theoretically could have happened. Absent any actual evidence that anybody else manipulated ammo in that gun.
I was going to ask you with respect to the Bureau's finding. Did the Bureau, the OSHB Bureau, find that Rust failed to afford the armor with time to thoroughly inventory the ammunition?
I don't know if I recall that specifically. What I do recall is that our investigation determined that, from my recollection, more in general, that sufficient time for armor.
Would it refresh your
duties.
memory to look at the report?
Yes.
Page 7. Said he didn't remember.
I'm going to object to that.
It's also
He said he
irrelevant.
didn't remember. I'm going to refresh his memory. He said it would help him.
This shooting did not happen because Hannah Gutierrez lacked sufficient time to inventory ammo. This shooting happened because Hannah Gutierrez handed into the church a gun that she loaded. Only she loaded it. That's the only evidence, is that she loaded the gun. There's no contrary evidence to that. It's indisputed. The defense is not arguing. The defense has never argued that David Halls loaded that gun, or Alec Baldwin loaded that gun, or that either of those men manipulated that ammunition in any way. The defense has never said that. Even the defense has never said that. The only evidence in the case as to who loaded the gun is Hannah Gutierrez. Why did she pass a gun with live ammo in it into the church as a cold gun?
Do you remember the exact wording of the specific finding in the report pertaining to affording the armor time on inventory of ammunition?
No.
Would it refresh your memory to look at the report?
Yes.
Okay, page 7. Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Did OSHB find that Rust failed to afford the armor time to thoroughly inventory the ammunition?
Yes.
Did Rust find that, did OSHB find that Rust did not provide the armor with the authority to determine if additional training was required in violation of Rust safety procedures?
I recall that the investigation found that sufficient time wasn't provided by Rust.
It was not provided, is that what you said?
Sufficient time was not provided by arrest.
Okay, so, and were there also findings by OSHB that despite efforts by employees that Rust ignored some of the safety concerns?
Hannah testified in her interrogation that she loaded the gun. The state has all the proof they need that Hannah loaded the gun. Hannah said, I loaded the gun. I loaded 5 blank rounds before lunch, and then I loaded the 6th blank round after lunch. That's in her interrogation, already played for this jury. And that's the only evidence about who loaded that gun before it went to the church. There's zero evidence that anybody else had anything to do with it.
What was your understanding of the arrest findings with respect to whether safety concerns were that were brought to Rust's attention were addressed correctly?
Right. Our investigation found that Russ failed to adequately review safety oversights on the set and so that they could take necessary action to prevent recurrence.
So when you're asked on cross about a statement you gave in some pretrial interview about Ms. Gutierrez contributing to a breakdown on the set, why is it that you believe that's possible?
Well, what we would look for in an investigation is whether acts on the part of employees are preventable on the part of an employer. That's as part of a determination of what we call the employer knowledge aspect of a violation. So that's why we would look at that type of information.
Okay, and in this case, did you determine whether the breakdowns from Gutierrez were due to any act of the employer?
Yes, we determined that those breakdowns were caused by failures of the employer to adequately oversee safety.
Thank you.
Oh, please be done.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you're excused. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next witness.
Breaking for lunch? Hannah Gutierrez, in her first interrogation, when was the last time you loaded it? Asks the detectives. Hannah, quote, I loaded it with 5 of the dummy rounds before lunch, and there was one that wouldn't go in. And so when we got back from lunch, I took the little cleaner guy, I cleaned it out real quick, and I put another dummy there. Close quote.
I'll get our next witness.
Okay.
Maybe it's a quick one. Maybe it's a quick witness. It doesn't matter where the rounds came from. It mattered that Hannah loaded a live round into the gun. It's the only way it could have gotten into the gun to kill Halyna Hutchins. There's no other evidence to support an alternative theory for how that live round got in the gun, except that Hannah put it in there. All right, who is this dude?
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talking to the microphone.
Say your name, please. Ask him what his name is.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name again for the jury?
Scott Elliott.
Mr. Elliott, what do you do for a living currently?
I'm currently a private investigator.
And Mr. Elliott, prior to becoming a private investigator, did you have a career in law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what your career was in law enforcement? How many years?
Military and civilian, or just?
Let's start with civilian and we'll work back.
Okay. I was hired by the Albuquerque Police Department, and I attended the academy starting in February of 1993. I retired in 2011. During that time period, I started out field services, normal uniform patrol. I went to the gang unit. Then I became a violent crimes detective in about 1995, 96. And in 1998, I became a homicide detective. And I was a homicide detective when I retired in 2011.
So, sir, you spent approximately, it sounds like 13 years in homicide division?
Part of that was interrupted by post 9/11 deployment, but yes.
Like post 9/11, did you deploy overseas?
I did.
And was that part of your, and we'll get into your military, part of your military duties?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Sir, how many, as part of your homicide portion of your APD employment, approximately how many investigations do you think you worked on in homicide?
As a case agent, 35 or 40, assisting on homicides, 150, 200.
And this is just homicides. You probably had 150, 200 in terms of violent crime or other types of narcotics or any types of, how many investigations do you think you've handled in the course of your police career? Do you even have an estimate?
I don't think so. I became a detective in 1995. Hundreds of cases a year. And then by the time I was in violent crimes, it was slightly reduced, but that was all violent crime short of homicide. So lots of those.
And you also talked about your military service. Can you tell the jury briefly about whether you had law enforcement type experience with the military?
Yes, I was commissioned in 1981 in the infantry. I spent approximately 10 years on active duty, various duties as part of the active duty time. And then I left the service in active duty in 1992 and 1993, started with the police department. Then I transferred into the reserves. In Albuquerque, there was not an infantry unit anywhere nearby. So I was an engineer officer for a little while, and then I became a secondary specialty of military policeman. And I worked in those functions until I transferred from the Army in 2003 to the Air Force. When I transferred to the Air Force, I took command of what's called a heavy weapons squadron, which was a security forces unit, which is Air Force Police. The difference with that unit is that they had weapon systems that are normally found in the Army. Mortars, snipers, grenade launchers, things like that. So my prior Army career folded right into that unit and its mission.
So, sir, you've conducted investigations both civilian and military environments. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, and Your Honor, at this time, I consider Mr. Elliott as an expert in quality of investigations, law enforcement investigations.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the first thing you said, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, sure, the quality of law enforcement investigations.
No objection.
All right, he's an expert as described.
Mr. Elliott, can you tell the jury specifically, what did you do in this particular case? Just an overview scope.
Well, I reviewed all the discovery, all the reports, videos, any documentation, any evidence. That included going and physically looking at the evidence in this case. In addition to that, I interviewed the majority of the state's witnesses in what's called pretrial interviews. I think the only ones I didn't interview were the FBI employees.
Do you recall ballpark how many interviews you conducted in this case, just an approximate?
35, 40 maybe.
And in terms of the reports, did you review voluminous reports in this case as well?
Yes, I did.
And have you, as an expert, also made some conclusions based on your review of the materials, your interviews, and what you've seen in this case?
I did.
Okay. I don't want to hit every point that you might make, but I want to hit some of the major ones. First of all, at the scene, at the initial scene when law enforcement responds, can you tell the jury, do you have any conclusions about the quality of the investigation by the sheriffs at the scene?
Yeah, some of that was reached by my own observations and some of it through interviews of the deputies on the scene. I felt like their response was probably not what it should be. There were hundreds of people on that ranch, but if you narrow it down to who was in the church at the time of the shooting and who may have had involvement with the case, for example, the people that were just outside, there was really about 20 people. The first responding deputies, their job is first preservation of life, and then it is preservation of evidence and identifying witnesses and possible suspects. In this case, it was known very quickly who the shooter was, but it wasn't known who the witnesses were. And those witnesses, once they were identified, they should have been
totally irrelevant.
couldn't talk among themselves.
Now, let me stop you right there. When you initially, as a law enforcement homicide detective or somebody going on scene, you identify the shooter, what in your opinion is one of the first things that you should do?
Well, the first thing you do is put someone with that individual, segregate them from everyone else. You also want to, those individuals, since you are preserving evidence, you also want to secure their cell phones.
Now, in this case, in the materials you reviewed, did it appear to you that Mr. Baldwin was segregated?
Not at all.
And along with the conclusion you just stated, did it appear that his cell phone was taken from him?
No, it was not.
Mr. Elliott, did it appear to you that at any time at the scene that day, Mr. Baldwin was segregated?
He was not.
Okay. Next, you talked about identifying key witnesses and preserving evidence. Can you explain that a little more?
Yes. Well, the scene was secured. You don't often have a scene of that small of an environment. It was known immediately that the shooting occurred inside that church structure and that it probably involved a couple of people just outside near that weapons cart. So that was the immediate concern, that area there. And the deputies, one of the early responding deputies did get a pretty good list of who was in the church and gave that to the lieutenant. But those individuals were not segregated from everybody else. They were able to mingle with people who were not on scene, who were in a different part of the ranch.
So what? What's the
Conversations were
implication?
taking place. People were talking on cell phones. And it's really unknown who they were talking to.
And what is the danger or what is the concern on the part of an investigator when suspects or witnesses are talking?
Well, a couple things. One, people could be getting their story straight. The other is it causes witnesses to misremember what they did and what they saw. Because in my experience, good, honest citizens try to help. And they'll tell you something that their neighbor told them as if it was something that they saw.
Hannah said, Hannah.
It is just human nature that if you talk about something over and over and over again, eventually there are parts of it that you think that you did, and it was what someone else did. So you want a clean even if it's very brief and they didn't see very much or they didn't hear very much, you want to clean.
Hannah says Hannah loaded the gun. What that doesn't change if people are not segregated or on their cell phones. Hannah says she loaded the gun. There's no evidence that anybody else manipulated that ammunition. None. Not even the defense is claiming that. This is all nonsense.
Statement of what their knowledge is.
Okay, and with regard to whether, if that is not done, what can that lead to? What is your conclusion about what can happen if people are not segregated and they're allowed to talk to people?
Well, one, you can delete things off your phone. You can delete photos. It wasn't known at the time if somebody was videotaping what was going on inside on their phone. That's possible. Almost every case you work now, someone has videotaped it with their phone.
Did you also determine, and this is another point, but that someone had left the scene and whether that person had been identified?
As far as I know, they still have not been identified.
With regard to securing the prop card on that scene, what is your opinion as to whether that was appropriately handled?
No, it should have remained in place. There was an individual, Brian, was told to go get the cart. He went out of sight behind the church, on the other side of the church, and then he moved the cart around towards the lieutenant's marked unit. That should not have been done.
As well, what is your opinion as to or do you have any concerns about how the evidence on top of the prop card was handled?
Well, Lieutenant Benavides took possession of the firearm with an ungloved hand, and he grabbed it right around the cylinder. So the largest portion of the revolver is how he picked up the revolver, put it into his vehicle, at another occasion pulled it out of his vehicle and put it back on the cart. He did the same thing with the ammo boxes from the cart. So
dispute of relevant facts.
You definitely can't preserve evidence by touching things with your bare hands, but it also could have damaged anything that was on the boxes or the firearm prior to him handling it.
Now, working our way through this, and you may be aware that there was evidence there were rounds thrown away in the course of your investigation. Do you have any concerns at this point with how the police responded to that? The sheriffs responded to that matter?
Well, it's my understanding that they were notified quite late. I think it was a month later. But I didn't see any attempt to go out and see if they were still in the trash at the ranch.
And is that something in your normal investigation, when you were doing homicide investigations, you want to collect all of the potential evidence?
Well, in this case, there's a couple things. The law enforcement was told almost immediately, this was the firearm used. But the projectile can't be matched to a firearm. And I know there were at least 3 .45 long Colt revolvers on that cart that day.
This is idiotic. This is utterly idiotic. He's saying there were multiple guns of that caliber and the bullet can't be matched to a particular gun. It is not disputed which gun fired the round. It's not disputed. Nobody is disputing it. It was the Alec Baldwin gun in his hand that fired the bullet. No one is saying Jensen Ackles' revolver is what shot Halyna Hutchins or the other cowboy who was present. This is utter nonsense.
So, although
guys, I can't lower my mic anymore. It's like on a 2 on a scale of 10.
the casing has been tested to match the firearm that was presented to law enforcement, there's no way to know that projectile positively came from that firearm.
Along with the rounds that were thrown away, did you have any other concerns on the follow-up with regard to identifying the source of that live round or live rounds that appeared on set?
That didn't seem to be followed up on very strongly. it's a little confusing when rounds came onto the set or the scene, the ranch, and who brought them. It seemed that there were a number of times that, at least one occasion, I thought it was more, that Sarah went to PDQ in Albuquerque and brought ammo back. There was the initial ammo provided by PDQ, and then there was some ammo provided by Ms. Gutierrez.
Doesn't matter.
And did you identify any other investigative steps that you think should have been taken to try to further look into the source of the live rounds?
Well, there's been a lot of talk about the white boxes with the JS. That individual has never been interviewed, the producer of the ammunition. So there really was no backtracking of where the ammo came from.
What difference?
You can't say this ammo on the prop cart definitively where it came from. You can't say the ammunition in the prop truck definitively where it came from.
Doesn't matter.
There should have been more work done in that area.
And when you're in a situation like this as a former homicide detective, when you're trying to trace the root cause of tragic situation that's occurred, is that something that would be important to you to find out where the live round originated from?
No.
Yes, this case is also a little unusual in the sense that it wasn't really a who done it. It was a why done it and how done it. By that I mean, you don't know anybody there. You go out as an investigator, you're trying to find out what happened. Was there an argument on set? Was somebody angry? Did somebody have a mental break? Is there some underlying relationship that may have been the root cause of the shooting? You don't know. And that's why an investigation is conducted, to find out those things. And it's also to
Find out.
trace how that firearm came to be where it came to be.
Okay, sir. And with regard to the search of the prop truck that occurred after the 21st, on the 27th, did you have any concerns with the delay in that search warrant?
Oh, absolutely. There were firearms missing from the weapons cart. They had been moved from between the shooting and the arrival of law enforcement.
So what?
And they were moved into the safe, into the prop truck. That should have been part of an expanding scene. Like I said, you had the church and the area immediately outside of it. But as soon as it became known the prop truck had an involvement with that shooting, the prop truck should have been secured, just like you saw the scene, crime scene tape, the deputy placed there, nobody allowed in the truck until such time as you can do a search warrant.
In addition, with regard to the search warrant of Seth Kenny's business, PDQ Props, did you have any concerns about the delay of approximately a month in searching that business?
Oh, of course, of course. A delay of a few days could be an issue, but a month is, you could do anything in a month.
Like what?
And from your review of records in this case, was it ascertainable that Mr. Kenny was one of the suppliers of ammunition to Rust?
I think it was known almost immediately, both by the people at the scene and Mr. Kenny himself.
With respect to that delay in search warrant, there's some obvious things I think that would be apparent to anybody. But why is that an issue? What are the primary issues that you want to do to try to secure a home and search it right away, secure a business, search it right away? What are the reasons?
Well, it's preservation of evidence. If no one can get inside the business, then no one can tamper with anything that's inside. And you hope to get everything as it was as soon as you can, without any type of alteration.
With regard to Mr. Kenny, did you also have any concerns about
collection of DNA, fingerprints, things like that?
I did. Those things can be used for elimination or positively identifying someone. In the case of Mr. Kinney, if they had his major case prints and had his DNA, and none of it was found on the boxes of ammunition, then it would eliminate him as somebody possibly being involved.
This is utter nonsense. The absence of fingerprints and DNA does not eliminate someone. We touch things all the time without leaving fingerprints and DNA. They could have found no fingerprints and DNA, and Kenny could still have handled those boxes. So it doesn't eliminate anything. This is just a lie. Pathetic.
In your opinion, and your experience as an investigator, would this have been something that you would expect to have been done? That the supplier of ammunition to Rust, that he would also be looked at in that respect?
Yes, considering the environment and the fact that there should not have been live rounds on set.
No.
Should there have been live rounds loaded into the gun? I hope they asked that on cross.
With regard to Mr. Kinney, did you also determine whether his phone had been seized to be extracted or whether that had been fully extracted?
It was not. His phone was never.
What is your opinion on that potential or that fact that his phone was never taken for extraction?
The contact between Sarah Zachary and he almost immediately after the shooting warranted that.
And are you speaking about the phone call right after the shooting where we heard testimony and there was a text emergency? Is that the time frame you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And are you also aware that there were a number of calls that Seth Kinney, other calls he was making in contact with Sarah Zachary?
Dozens of calls.
In your opinion, to do a complete investigation, to get the facts out, to get the truth on the table, was that something that you would expect to be done, that they fully investigate Seth Kinney?
The only legal question in this case is, why did Hannah Gutierrez introduce into that church a cold gun with a live round in it? She says she loaded it.
Sir, would you have expected, in your experience as a homicide detective, a full investigation of Mr. Kinney?
Yes, especially considering that Sarah Zachary worked for him.
Did you also have any concerns about the failure to obtain Mr. Baldwin's phone early on and what happened after that?
As I stated before, that would have been an immediate. Every deputy should have known that as soon as he was identified as being the shooter.
He was cooking.
And then my understanding is that he left the state with it, and that forensic analysis was done in New York. I should correct myself. The extraction was done in New York.
And do you have any knowledge of whether all of the contents were obtained off of Mr. Baldwin's phone?
I have no way of knowing that.
We talked about the scene, some search warrants. We talked about phones, fingerprints, DNA. Did you have any other opinions or concerns about the quality of this investigation?
One aspect of it that's still kind of a mystery to me is when the lieutenant arrived on the scene, first two things he asked for was the gun and the armor. Thought that was a little unusual. He didn't seem to be the least concerned of who the shooter was and what that individual's status was. He placed Ms. Gutierrez into his marked unit, which is pretty common, also considering that, you know, she had some anxiety issues and so on. But immediately became clear she was not free to leave. Whenever the lieutenant would leave his vehicle, he'd tell the deputy to keep an eye on her. When Detective Hancock got to the scene, she almost immediately took charge of Hannah, to include going to the bathroom with her. So she clearly was not free to leave. Every other individual on that ranch was free to walk around, talk to anyone, talk on their phone, do anything they wanted to do.
What?
Except Ms. Gutierrez.
Now, you talked about some anxiety in this situation. In your experience, do you have any concerns about interviewing someone in the immediate aftermath of a traumatic situation?
Objection.
Wait, the police are not supposed to interview witnesses, participants, potential suspects until what? Give them a week, then talk to them? Of course, trauma impacts how people recall things, and their story is likely to change over the next few days as a result of the trauma. That's fine. But of course, I got to interview her. And by the way, these New Mexico law enforcement is terrible. They were terrible in the Dean Cummings case. They're terrible here. They did lots of things wrong. But nothing they did wrong changes the relevant facts in this case. Hannah Gutierrez says Hannah Gutierrez loaded the gun, handed it into the church.
Mr. Elliott, in the course of your career in both civilian and military law enforcement, have you encountered situations where people have been interviewed in traumatic situations?
Yes, I have.
And have you personally been involved in that?
I have.
And can you tell the jury, do you have any concerns regarding interviewing an individual right after a traumatic situation?
Yes. Probably would have started with an EMT or paramedic checking her to see if she was okay, see what her status was health-wise. Whether she was having, hyperventilating or whatever symptoms her anxiety had, to make sure she was okay that way. Because of confessions and the way those things can go, you're extra careful to make sure that someone is not in a state that can later be determined not to be a good mental state. And all your work in that confession or that statement is not admissible. So you try to avoid that if you can.
That's not the case here.
And you said that you would have that person looked at in those situations by an EMT or a medical?
Yes.
What is the purpose of that again?
Again, it's just to make sure that she's in a state where she can, or the individual's in a state where they can talk to you. You want them to be as accurate as they can also. So if that causes a little bit of a delay before you can interview them, and they're still willing to be interviewed, you may get a more accurate statement from them.
This investigator for the defense seems to be arguing that Hannah Gutierrez Reed, in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, that medical care should have been diverted from Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza to assist her with her stress. Two shot people should have lower priority than Hannah Gutierrez, the woman who loaded the ammo into the gun.
Okay. Thank you. And any other concerns about this investigation that we haven't hit on, Mr. Elliott? You may have stated them all. I just wanted to ask if there was anything else.
I don't think so.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Should be a shame. I wonder what they paid him. Cross. Come on, Mark. You don't let me down.
Mr. Elliott, isn't it true that you are the defense investigator on this case?
It's true.
You work for Mr. Bowles and Ms. Gutierrez. And as a person who is employed as the defense investigator, it is your job to aid in her defense. Isn't that true?
That's true.
Now, you seem to take issue with the fact that Lieutenant Benavides touched the firearm with his ungloved hand. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you agree with me that unlike a lot of homicides or shootings, this one occurred in the presence of upwards of a dozen people.
That's true.
So there was not going to be any mystery as to who had the gun and who pulled the trigger, correct?
To that aspect, no.
You seem to take issue with the fact that the projectile in this case can't be matched to the firearm, right?
Only in the sense that to confirm that the firearm presented to law enforcement was the actual firearm. It doesn't really change what happened.
But where's the controversy? Do you have some information that the jury hasn't heard, that the gun that was fired by Mr. Baldwin is actually not the gun that was used? I haven't come across that. Have you?
No, I was referring to when the officers arrived at the scene, they didn't know that other than what one person told them.
Okay, but it turned out to be true. There's no controversy. The gun that was used in the shooting is the gun that was in Mr. Baldwin's hand, right?
True.
Okay. And the reason that the projectile can't be matched to the firearm is because the projectile went through two people, and it was so heavily damaged because it went through two human beings. There wasn't enough marking to match it to the bore of the gun. Isn't that true?
That's true.
Now, in terms of fingerprints and DNA on the ammunition box. Sir, did you watch the video where Ms. Gutierrez actually says to Mr. Benavides, "This is the box I was pulling from"?
Yes, I did.
And that box is taken and put into Mr. Benavides's patrol unit, correct?
The lieutenant placed it in his vehicle, yes.
Right. So where's the controversy in terms of what box she was pulling from?
Part of it was to find where the live ammo originated. That information may have been on the outside of the box. Could have had Seth Kenny's DNA, could have had Seth Kenny's fingerprints, or anyone else where the box came from originally.
But sir, didn't you watch the second interview with Ms. Gutierrez where she actually held up a photograph for Corporal Hancock and said, "This is a picture of our boxes of dummies," and not coincidentally, it matched identically to the box that she identified as the box that she was pulling rounds from that day. You watched that interview, didn't you?
Objection.
Yeah, Bowles can't be happy about this. He's having the rug pulled right out from under him. This is all those people who are mad at me for screaming, "So what?" during the direct of this witness. That's what Morrissey's doing. Is there a dispute that it was the gun in Alec Baldwin's hand that fired the shot? Is there a dispute that the fired bullet came from that gun? So what? So what? So what?
All right, we're gonna take our lunch break. Please be back by 1:30. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All rise.
Man, if this is the best, if this is the best that the defense has to offer, it's not enough. It is definitely not enough. All right, let's see what we have. So, when we do questions and comments, folks, we take those questions and comments from the Law Self-Defense member chat. They get all their questions and comments answered for free. The good news is it's cheap to be a Law Self-Defense member. You can be a Law Self-Defense member for just 99 cents. That gets you a 2-week trial membership. Just go to lawselfdefense.com/trial. Sign up right now for 99 cents. You'll be emailed directions to immediately join us on the member live stream and the member chat. After the 2-week trial, it's still dirt cheap. It's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a Law of Self-Defense member. But you may as well just try it for 2 weeks for 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. If you insist on being on YouTube and you want a comment or question on YouTube answered there, it needs to be a minimum $10 super chat, or I just don't see it. So YouTube for $10 per question, or Law of Self-Defense, all your questions and comments answered for 99 cents. You make the choice. I would recommend lawofselfdefense.com/99 cents. It's not, I'm not sure what's going on with my mic. I turned off all the audio, the fancy audio processing on my soundboard. So hopefully that works. Let's see where we are. Law of Self-Defense member Paul in Florida comments, I shot the clerk? I shot the clerk? From my cousin Benny. Yeah, that's funny. It doesn't matter where the round came from. Remember, the only legal question in this case is why did Hannah Gutierrez hand the church a cold gun with a live round in it? And speculation doesn't work in court, folks. You can make up your imaginative theories all you want, all of you people in the comments, but speculation doesn't work in court. Everything has to be based on evidence. The uncontroverted evidence is that Hannah Gutierrez loaded that gun. She says she loaded it, and nobody disputes that. The defense has never claimed to have any evidence that David Halls or Alec Baldwin or anybody else manipulated the ammunition in that gun. The only actual evidence in the case is from Hannah Gutierrez that she loaded the gun. It's from her first interrogation, and she never denies it in her second interrogation. She never denies in either interrogation that when she was prepping that gun for the church, that in that moment she had inadequate time to ensure the rounds were dummies. We know she had 3 hours that morning when there was no filming taking place. No need for her, I should say. There was no need for an armorer. She had plenty of time to check stuff. But in any case, Alec Baldwin's 6-cylinder, single-action Army pistol can be checked in seconds, less than a minute. And she just didn't do that. She loaded 5 dummy rounds before lunch and 1 dummy round after lunch and passed that gun into the church. In the absence of anybody else manipulating the ammunition in that gun, and there's no evidence of that, speculate and imagine all you want. There's no evidence that anybody else manipulated ammunition in that gun. In the 5 to 10 minutes between she handed it in and Halyna Hutchins was shot. How do we know it was 5 to 10 minutes? Because Hannah Gutierrez told us in her interrogation that it was 5 to 10 minutes between when she prepped that gun and handed it into the church and the shot was fired that killed Halyna Hutchins. There's no evidence that in that 5 or 10 minutes, anyone manipulated the ammo in that gun. The only reasonable inference is that when Hannah Gutierrez prepped that gun and handed it into the church, she handed it in there with a live round in the gun. That's it. There's literally no contrary evidence to that. None. And where did that live round come from? Doesn't matter. Who made it? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What matters is that when she's charged with involuntary manslaughter, reckless manslaughter. And that reckless manslaughter is her handing a cold gun into the church that actually had a live round in it. That's it. All the other stuff doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that people's phones weren't taken at the scene. Doesn't matter that people weren't segregated, because all that stuff is irrelevant to the state's theory of the case. If those people had been segregated, it changes nothing. If the sheriff deputy had been wearing gloves when he picked up the revolver, it changes nothing. If that live round came from Thel Reed or PDQ or Joe Swanson, it doesn't matter. It has no impact on the state's theory of the case, which is that Hannah Gutierrez recklessly prepared that gun with a live round and passed it into the church as a cold gun. That's it. It's very straightforward. All the rest of this stuff is just smoke and mirrors. And by the way, you can believe all that. I believe it. I think the investigation was shoddy. The revolver should not have been picked up with an ungloved hand. Maybe the ammo boxes should have been tested for fingerprints and DNA. Maybe Seth Kenney should have had a warrant executed on this property quicker than a month after the event. That's all reasonable to believe those were missteps by the investigation, but it doesn't matter because none of them are relevant to the state's theory of the case. Does incompetence equal negligence? Well, this is more than negligence. So this is negligence involving an inherently dangerous instrument, which she knows to be a real gun that can kill people. And when you're engaged in negligence involving an inherently dangerous instrument like a gun or explosives or dangerous chemicals, the law automatically bumps it up to reckless because you know that what you're working with can kill people. No one disputes that Hannah Gutierrez knew this was a real gun. In fact, she says in her interrogation, these are real guns. Just like Alec Baldwin said, these are real guns. And if you act recklessly in an otherwise lawful manner, but recklessly, and someone dies as a result, that's involuntary manslaughter. Or the alternative state theory is in improperly preparing the gun, maybe that was just negligence, but a criminal negligence under New Mexico law, that's an unlawful act that results in someone's death. And in this case, a misdemeanor that results in someone's death. That's involuntary manslaughter. There's no path on the legal merits based on the evidence in this case that does not find Hannah Gutierrez guilty, clearly, of involuntary manslaughter. Now, the tampering with evidence charge, the cocaine, I mean, I buy it. I don't see any explanation consistent with innocence why Hannah Gutierrez would spend weeks and multiple text messages trying to recover 4 packets worth of confectionery sugar from a great distance away. I don't buy it. I don't see an alternative. Is it theoretically possible? Sure, but I don't believe it. I don't believe anybody would. No reasonable person would do that. She said it's a real effing gun. These are real effing guns. I don't buy Coke. Don't be ridiculous. Not anymore. It's not the 1980s, folks. Yeah, this is, and all this questioning from this by this detective is just, it's pointless. It's all irrelevant. Let's see. Yeah, so are there imaginary narratives here that could explain away Hannah's liability, criminal liability? Sure. If she had said, Sarah loaded the gun, now maybe she'd still have some responsibility because she's the armorer, just like David Halls has some responsibility for not adequately checking Hannah's work. Then Hannah might still have liability for not adequately checking Sarah's work. But she didn't say that. She said, I loaded the gun. If Hannah had said, listen, I had to go to the restroom, and they came out, David Halls came out and just took the gun off my cart without, I didn't know he was going to do that. I hadn't checked the gun yet. I didn't declare it safe. I didn't hand it into the church. Sure, that would relieve her of criminal liability. But she didn't say any of that. She did not say any of that. The maximum, remarkably, I was shocked when I learned this, but remarkably, the maximum penalty for involuntary manslaughter under New Mexico law is 18 months. In Florida, this would have been like a 20-year min-man sentence. That's a life-ending sentence. But 18 months, I mean, she's young enough. She'll do 18 months. It's no big deal. It's a bigger deal for Alec Baldwin when he gets convicted. 18 months at his age. I mean, he's... I don't know, what, late 60s? But yeah, and if anyone disagrees with my analysis, just show me the actual evidence that justifies your differing opinion. of the legal merits of this case. I'd love to see it, but it can't be imagination. It can't be speculation. It can't be, well, it could have happened this way. I don't care. Is there evidence that it happened that way? She may not even do 18 months. Yeah, to my knowledge, the sentence. Now, I'm not a sentencing expert. That's a whole different area of the law, and it varies a lot from state to state. But my understanding is that the judge has complete sentencing discretion here. So the judge could say no time. Or the judge could approve some kind of, so Baldwin's 65, I see in the chat. Or the judge could say, we're going to work out some kind of community service deal. Or like what they did with David Halls. David Halls pleaded guilty to misdemeanor negligent handling of a firearm, and he got sentenced to 6 months unsupervised probation. Could be a sentence like that. Probably not, because he got that deal early. He didn't compel the state to bring him to trial, and you tend to get a better deal under those circumstances. Law self-defense member Kyle says Hannah cut her own throat with those interviews. Yeah, just like Alec Baldwin did. And by the way, it wasn't much better for Hannah in her second interviews, where her lawyer was present. This lawyer, the bald guy, Jason Bowles, he was there for like the 3 hours of the second interrogation. He may as well have been a mannequin. I mean, he hardly did anything. He didn't guide the interrogation. He didn't constrain the interrogation. There's 1 or 2 times where he asked Hannah to expand on an explanation. That was it. People say don't talk to the cops without your lawyer present. I would suggest you don't want to be talking to the cops even with your lawyer present. Let your lawyer do the talking. She buried herself here. And Alec Baldwin did too. Alec Baldwin's best defense to his manslaughter charge is when the gun goes off, he holds it up and he goes, holy crap, I had no idea this was a real gun. I thought this was a non-functional replica. I had no idea this could fire an actual bullet. And he'd have been in the clear. But what does he do? He goes to his first interrogation at the police station. And he tells them about halfway through, if you want to look for it, oh, these are real guns. These are real guns we're handling. So it's incontestable he knew it was a real gun. And he pointed a real gun at another human being without ensuring it didn't have live ammo in it. And he killed Halyna Hutchins. I guess I can't talk over the court, right? That's what people are telling me. Presumably my audio is good when the court's not running. Yeah, okay. I'll try to keep that in mind, folks. Sorry. Yeah, I'll try to be better about the audio. It's not feedback here because the sound only goes through my soundboard. Right. Law self-defense member says on cross, I'd like to see, do we know there were live rounds on the set? Oh, we know there was at least one. In fact, I found more, but of course, Halyna was killed by a live round. So the answer is yes. Do we know there were live rounds in the set? Yes. Was there an armorer? Yes. Is there any doubt that the armorer loaded the gun? No, she told us. Whose job was it to ensure no live rounds were loaded into that gun? It's the armorer's. It's Hannah's. That's it. That's the entire case. And then she presented the gun into the church as cold. It doesn't matter who she handed it to. She could have handed it to David Halls. She could have handed it to Alec. It doesn't matter. She handed a gun with a live round into the church as a cold gun. So law self-defense member lawful to shoot says, so the defense case is there was a conspiratorial cover-up designed to be blamed on the armorer. That sounds like their theory. They kind of alluded to that in their opening statement, but where's the evidence? There's no evidence of a conspiracy. Law self-defense member Eric says, while the investigator admitted in the beginning of his testimony that the more time people spend walking around and talking to one another, the less accurate their testimony becomes. Yeah, but none of those other people's testimony is required for the state's theory of the case. Lawful to Shoot says, please put Hannah on the stand. One can only hope. They don't need to. They don't need to put her on the stand because they have hours of interrogation of her with the detectives. Most of those with a lawyer present. It was like in the George Zimmerman trial. The defense didn't need to put George Zimmerman on the stand. The state did that for them. So George Zimmerman, if you didn't know, he had done a bunch of walkthroughs with police investigators at the scene, all filmed on camera, where he explained his version of events. And then the state, the prosecution in the Zimmerman trial played all those videos for the jury. That was Zimmerman's testimony, and he didn't have to take the witness stand and be subject to impeachment. Oh, let's see. You can't put her on the stand. You know, Morrissey would do the cross, right? Of Hannah Gutierrez. Oh, but Bowles might. I mean, he might be stupid enough to do that. I don't know. Based on his inaction with his client at the second interrogation, 2 hours plus of second interrogation, he's on his phone. Law self-defense member David says, at the conclusion of the defense case in chief, Attorney Bowles should tell the court the defense rusts. Yeah, they were interrogations. They weren't just questionings. She was a suspect. Let's see. I think I can keep. One of my members is asking if I can keep the chat transcripts. I think I can until I do the next show. So if there's a reason, I don't normally. Yeah, I can't talk over the court, apparently. Yeah, so the detective is trying to suggest that Hannah was under arrest. She's being detained by law enforcement. Maybe, but law enforcement told a different story. Law enforcement said she wanted to be isolated from the other people on the set who were glaring at her. She was very uncomfortable. So they gave her a quiet place to sit. That happened to be the patrol car. And they were worried about her because she seemed to be having some kind of anxiety attack or stress attack. We don't know that if she'd said, listen, I'd rather go sit over there in that wagon, that would have been fine with them. No one thinks she was, what is she going to do? Flee on foot from the Bonanza Ranch, the thousands of acres of the Bonanza Ranch? Law self-defense member Eric says, Detective SeaWorld. That would be Detective Alexandra Fishlips Hancock, who I believe worked at Hooters before she went into law enforcement. I believe it's her that says that in the first interrogation. Right? I wonder if I can find that. I think it's right at the beginning. Let me see if I can find the Hooters reference real quick. Where was that? Let me see. Was it the first interrogation or the second interrogation? The second interrogation. Where is the second interrogation? Let me see. because otherwise people might not believe me. Oops. See if I can find it. Oh, it's so hard to find it now because of all the court days. Yeah. Okay, that wasn't it. I have the transcript, but I don't see the. It's too bad. All right, I'll give up. I give up. Maybe it's in here. That's the first one. Oh, I might have found it.
I'm not. Oh, really? Wait. The other one was Sam?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. She was assisting. I'm actually primary on this. And
Okay, I totally had you guys mixed up.
okay.
I was kind of like out of it, so yeah.
Oh, I think everybody was a little bit that day.
Yeah.
So it's formality. She signed this the first night, okay. I'm gonna have you do it again tonight, just that way we're all in understanding. I know your attorney's here. This is your statement of rights, okay?
Okay. Oh, thank you. Do I check all of these?
Yeah, initial them for me.
Okay.
I like your necklace.
Thank you. It's actually a locket. Okay. Oh. Yeah.
And if you want to find out one of
Everything.
Right. So let's just dive right into this. That way we can get you guys on your way and we'll go from there. Do you have any questions for me before we start? Either of you?
No. How's your day?
They've been busy.
Yeah.
How have you been since?
Busy and depressed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
You can do, really. I like the change in color of hair. Is that your natural?
That was, that was what I got the most hate on, so I was like, it's just hair. I'll change it, guys. Yeah, so.
You wanna know something really totally off topic, but, when I was in high school, I was a hostess at Hooters, and they told me that I had to dye my hair brown or blonde.
Yeah.
Because red was a natural color of hair.
So rude.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Look how interested Attorney Bowles is in this Hooters story. He's like, oh, I see this detective in a whole new light.
Ridiculous.
It's like,
Jeez.
no
So
thank
weird
you.
about hair colors.
Yeah.
It's just temporary. Oh, well.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, I was like, red is my natural color. Like,
That's weird.
no thanks. But, it was, you know, back then there was a whole different environment.
Yeah.
Only natural boobs, too, at Hooters, right?
Yeah, there you go. No.
Listen to Bowles laughing, chortling at the natural boobs joke. Oh, Bowles. Good. Dear Lord. All right. Sorry, folks. Let me get back to let me get back to what's important here. All right. Hey, become a Law of Self-Defense member for 99 cents. Get all your questions and comments addressed for free. And I think I did all of them. Or you can do a $10 super chat. Let me see if any of those have come in. I think you're crazy if you do that. But let's see. Oh, just one, and I really already addressed it. So, Alex, thank you for your $10 super chat. Alex is asking about the difference between could I compare and contrast CCW Safe and USCCA? I will only tell you that if you want my opinion of USCCA without me going into an hour-long diatribe here, I've done lots of blog posts and videos about it. They're all aggregated at lawofselfdefense.com/USCCA. That's all I have to say about them. In short, I do not and cannot recommend them. So, and I'm personally a member of CCW Safe, so that should tell you what I think of the comparison and contrast between those two. There are other options out there. Some of those other options may be a better fit for you. I don't know what your particular circumstances are. For me, CCW Safe is the best fit. USCCA is a no-go for me. That's this attorney's opinion. All right, so I'm going to play a little more of. I have another interview here, unless I lost it. Let me see. I'll just continue. I'll continue with this second interrogation of Hannah at the police station, and I'm going to go grab some lunch. So I got a little soup I can microwave, and then I will be back shortly. So I'll be here at the computer, but I'll just be off camera. All right. So here is Hannah Gutierrez' second interrogation. This occurred on November 9th, 2021. We can do this instead. Here we go.
I mean, to each their own. Yeah, no, I would say that Albuquerque's not really the market. For real. Good.
That's true.
Experience. I don't think there was anything else that I had. Are you still living in Arizona?
Yeah, I currently am. Kind of like mostly leaving the state right now just because the press was getting nasty and everything. And it kind of dulled down after I left my house and everything. But yeah, other than that, just kind of came here and trying to stay out of the small town right now.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's hard to hide there from the press at least. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think everybody's having a hard time with that. It seems like the only person that's been able to avoid them mostly is Mr. Halls.
Yeah.
But
yeah, for real. Crazy.
Which is interesting because I'm pretty sure he's local.
Yeah, he's local, I believe. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, Alec is getting bombarded every day too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hopefully we can just, get
Get
through
past
with
all
this
of
and
that.
then,
Yeah.
like, it amazes me with the event that went on this past weekend, that it's, like, that's
Texas, yeah.
Astroworld?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm like, how is that something not
Blown up like this?
Yeah.
No. I guess not.
All right, Hannah, so let's start out. I'm going to kind of go over your experience again, okay? So can you tell me your years of experience as an armorer?
Okay, so pretty much mostly really started taking on this armor job in March with my dad. We did the movie Murder at Immigrant Gulch together on the same team. I was his assistant. And then I did my own job as head armor on the Old Way after that. And then after that, I did this, and before that, I had gone on a couple of things with my dad, mostly doing production assistant work, but also still kind of watching him and still kind of learning from him on the side.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I did Magnificent Seven like back in 2015, and we were out there for like 2 months, and I was learning a lot from him then too.
okay, so pretty much just assisting him
Yeah,
from
assisting-
2015 until.
Yeah, pretty much. Just, and also, well, not like consistently either, because I was in college for a lot of that time.
Okay.
Yeah, so for a lot of before this, I was in college, so not really able to do the whole film set thing.
Okay. What did you go to college for?
I went to college for communications and film.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also took a lot of art classes too.
So how many productions now do you have under your belt?
3 Cinema, whatchamacallit, about 7.
7.
7, yeah, and then also I did a bunch in college, you know.
And then how many with you as head armor?
Head armor, just 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was
This,
the old-
Rust, and the Old Way, yeah.
Okay. How long did you spend on the Old Way?
We did that for a month and a week.
Oh, so like not that much time.
Not that much time,
And
no. But it was only me doing the guns on it. So it was me, 22 guns, doing all of the loading and everything myself.
Okay. Anything negative or anything happen on that set?
Nick Cage got a little pissy because he forgot to put in his earplugs. Yeah, and then other people were talking about the random firings that apparently weren't called out or anything, but I called those out actually, and it really comes down to a miscommunication between, I told the AD who's supposed to spin the dials to the other channels and let them know that there's going to be live fire, and he didn't spin the dials.
So like radio communication?
Yeah, so our walkie-talkies and everything, yeah. Once I tell them that we're like going hot and everything, then he's supposed to spin the dials and let every different one know.
Okay.
So he forgot to do that twice on that.
But any, like misfires, accidental discharges, anything of the sort?
No accidental discharges and no misfires actually.
Okay. What about any official training that you've done? In regards
Official training? Not really much official training.
So just
I was planning on getting my concealed carry permit pretty soon, but haven't gotten there yet.
okay. For what you do as an armorer, does this job require you to use like specific tools when you're doing inspections on weapons?
So I don't really do the inspections on weapons too much. I'm not a gunsmith by any means, I get them from Seth, maintenance them and everything. I was cleaning a couple of them, and a couple of them did have some issues that I couldn't figure out, so I sent them back to Seth, and he sent them back to me, and they were okay.
Okay. So any type of like malfunction or anything that you came across would go?
Yeah.
And you're talking about Seth Kenny, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I sent back one of the guns because the hammer was pulled back and it wouldn't release back down. And I don't know, he said something about I cleaned it wrong or something. I'm not sure. But I cleaned 17 other pistols that day, so I don't know how I did that one wrong.
Okay. Do you remember which one that was?
That was actually one of Miller's guns, and not related to the incident really, but Miller was one of the deputies, and just one of his, the hammer got stuck back, and I've never encountered that before, so
Okay.
went ahead and sent it back.
Okay. So as far as like the movie productions go, do they require you to have any certifications to work? And it can be like anything.
I'm not really sure entirely, just because most of the jobs I've gotten have just been like through word of mouth and everything, or like, Seth works on getting them for me, or my dad gets them for me, or my dad got me on as his assistant the first time, so I'm not really sure entirely what they are looking for. I know that they get a firearms license and everything, and a license for the area to shoot on and everything. But they usually get that. I don't even get that usually, so
Okay.
I'm not really sure in terms of what else. I know that
Seth always tells me that I'm on his license to work with these weapons, and that's all I really know.
And that's kind of the same with Sarah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not really sure what that's ever meant. Seth always just says Hannah and Sarah are on my license.
Okay. But as far as like you go, there's no,
No one really asks about much of that.
like you don't have to take safety classes in regards to anything with movie sets.
So that's the thing. I was actually just getting into the union, and with the union and everything, because on this set they hired me non-union. But normally with the unions, you take a safety course, you take a sexual harassment course, and you take a few different things. And I had like literally just gotten the paperwork and everything to get in that. And you need 30 union days on a union show before you can do that. And so I had 22 before this job. And so a lot of the days from this job were going to count towards that.
Okay.
But yeah, so I wasn't even able to get that. But for other than that, like the whole industry doesn't really require anything. It's mostly just California or union, and I wasn't union.
Okay. And so Russ wasn't like, you know, the guy obviously has to have a cert to be a cop.
Yeah, no,
And then
totally.
take, like, you know, every year I got to take like driving courses and shooting courses and everything like that.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, Russ didn't really ask me anything about that. They kind of just conferred it all through Seth.
Okay. So I heard that you were hired to do a couple jobs on this set.
Yes.
Can you talk about or tell me about both of them?
Okay, so like originally when I got on the set, you know, I have always done armor kind of really separate from props. Like I'm always with props, but we do it ourselves, me and my dad, and props doesn't really interfere. This is the only job that I've taken where I was heavily incorporated into props, and it's because originally they had hired me for armor and key prop assistant. And that's not just like prop assistant, that's the key prop assistant. So that means more responsibility. That means I'm Sarah's second.
Okay.
In a lot of cases. So if there's an issue with props, you would go to Sarah, and then if there's an issue where Sarah can't, you know, isn't there, then it goes to me, and then we have our assistant, Nicole. So I had, my job is the armor, and originally I thought that I was mostly going to be doing my armor job and kind of left alone to do that. But after the first week, I got talked to by some people in production, and they were told that I wasn't really pulling my weight in props. So basically I was told that I needed to shift my focus less on armor and more onto props.
Who did they expect to take on the armor role if it wasn't your?
I don't know. They told me, they said, yeah, we hear that you're taking your armor job very seriously, but we need you to support props right now because props is also struggling. And I was like, okay, I'll try my best to do that. And they said, normally before that, I would kind of just hang out in the prop truck and like, you know, work on the guns and just kind of be in there doing my own stuff if there weren't any guns on set. But after that, they had told me like, no, we want you on set. We want you as a present on set for props.
Okay.
All right, let's try it again. This conversation by her strikes me as nonsense and inconsistent with other claims here by the defense. She's saying that she got talked to by production because she wasn't pulling her weight in props. How was she not pulling her weight in props? Well, on non-armorer days, days where there were no blanks being fired, she would just hang out in the props truck and do gun stuff. And yet we're supposed to believe she didn't have time or opportunity to inventory the blanks she was using. But what was she doing? What was the gun stuff? Most of these guns are not fired. They're literally props in the sense that they're just there for aesthetics. She's not thoroughly cleaning 70 guns a day on this set. What is she doing in that truck? And that's, I'm sure, what production was asking themselves. What is she doing that she can't be available to help with props. It's ridiculous. The same with this claim by the defense that she was denied training opportunities. We heard on the state's case in chief, the only person she asked to train and was told no was the child actor, because he was not going to be actually firing any blanks, so he didn't need training. All his guns were going to be inert, and the blast when he fired was going to be CGI added afterwards. So he didn't. He wanted training because, of course, what teenage boy doesn't want to play with guns? But it wasn't necessary for the production. He was not going to be handling guns with blanks in them.
Yeah, so was split up quite a bit.
Can you give me some examples of what you would do, like when you were assisting props?
Okay, yeah. So normally, I kind of, like for the saloon scene, I would just kind of be standing there, watching over the guns and everything, checking them for the actors as I brought them into the actors. That's just my job as the armor. With the saloon and everything, I'm pouring drinks for props. I'm running outside and rolling cigarettes. I'm like doing several different things and grabbing several different props and setting props up constantly. And so, yeah, when some scenes aren't exactly super prop heavy and sometimes they're just kind of gun heavy. And so in that case, I can like focus more on the guns. But sometimes I was split between running the guns and also dealing with the props. But Nicole, the assistant, tried to help alleviate that a little bit, but not every, she was pretty green, so had to step in a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Mostly I thought that I was there doing props at the beginning just to help find everything, because we got hired on a week before. Normally you hire the prop master a month in advance. Sarah got brought on a week before. I got brought on a little after her. And so we were just kind of running around that first week trying to find props. And then I thought after that, after she got the assistant, I'd be able to focus more on the guns. But then production talked to me and said that I needed to focus more on props. So.
Okay. And who from production?
Gabrielle Pickle, and also the head of the art department, Brian. Mostly, yeah, Sarah just said that I couldn't really support props in the way needed, so they were talking about possibly taking, I was talking to them and I was like, well, do you not want me to do props at all in this case and just focus on the guns? And they were like, no, like we don't want Nicole stepping up and taking your position. We want you to step into this position, and we think it's a great opportunity for you. But really, I just got to do 2 jobs for less pay.
Yeah. How did you feel about the added responsibility?
It was a lot, but I'm super eager. And when someone kind of says, you can do this, like, then I'm just like, okay, now I have to show them, like, I can do this, So ultimately, it was frustrating, but at the same time, I was like, all right, got to go and kick ass and props now, I guess, too.
Yeah. Did you ever have, like, any time that specifically pointed out to you where you felt overwhelmed by doing those?
Well, props, we were told a lot, that we were kind of lagging, and, like, the wranglers would kind of shit on us for not propping up horses soon enough, or, like, not getting actors propped up soon enough, so props was definitely struggling. And then after that talk I had with Brian, I went to Sarah and I was like, I'm not like pulling my weight, and I tried to talk to her about it, and she was like, yeah, I didn't mean to like be a jerk about it. I just wanted to let them know that I needed more help in the department. And so we talked about it, and I was like, well, that's cool. Just maybe next time go ahead and talk to me first before going to Brian and Gabrielle.
Do you know why they didn't utilize Nicole more?
We definitely did utilize Nicole, but ultimately I have a very strong personality. And also a lot of the times, like, my personality would even be stronger than Sarah's in a lot of respects. And a lot of people were already kind of gaining respect for me, like in terms of like, the wranglers and everything. And I'm just good at meshing with other departments.
Okay.
So they wanted me on set more just to kind of, be a presence of props and really, kind of just be a demanding force.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever express to them at any point if you felt overwhelmed or?
After that, I thought we were doing pretty good of managing both. There were some days, where I would talk to Sarah and I was like she would be like, could you come out here and see what's going on with me? And I was like, no, dude, I need to like focus on guns and I need to pull guns for later on. And she would be like, well, you're the second. I think you should be here with me on set to watch this. And I was like, there's not a lot of props out there. I'm going to be here doing the guns.
Okay.
So there was a couple of times, but I also kind of really held my ground on not, spreading myself too incredibly thin.
Or
This is also very relevant testimony from Hannah herself. To the extent the defense has as their theory of the case that Hannah was being coerced, badgered into shortcutting her armorer duties in order to do props. Listen to her description of what happened, how she responded when she felt that Sarah Zachary was attempting to divert her from her armorer duties. Listen.
And just be a demanding force.
okay.
Yeah. Just in a lot of respect. And a lot of people were already kind of gaining respect for me. Oh, that's cool. Just maybe next time go ahead and talk to me first before going to Brian and Gabrielle.
Do you know why they didn't utilize Nicole?
Ask if this sounds like an armorer who's being badgered away from her armorer duties, who's so weak-willed and being overpowered that she's compelled to unsafely limit her own armorer functions.
We definitely did utilize Nicole, but ultimately I have a very strong personality. And also a lot of the times, like my personality would even be stronger than Sarah's in a lot of respects. And a lot of people were already kind of gaining respect for me, like in terms of like, the Wranglers and everything. And I'm just good at meshing with other departments, so they wanted me on set more just to kind of, be a presence of props and really, kind of just be a demanding force.
Okay.
Demanding
Yeah.
force.
Did you ever express to them at any point if you felt overwhelmed or?
After that, I thought we were doing pretty good of managing both. There were some days, where I would talk to Sarah and I was like she would be like.
Again, now she's going to describe a specific instance in which Sarah Zachary tries to get her to change her focus from armorer duties to prop duties. And listen to how Hannah Gutierrez describes her own response to those efforts.
Could you come out here and see what's going on with me? And I was like, no, dude, I need to like focus on guns and I need to pull guns for later on. And she would be like, well, you're the second. I think you should be here with me on set to watch this. And I was like, there's not a lot of props out there. I'm going to be here doing the guns.
Okay.
So there was a couple of times, but I also kind of really held my ground on not, spreading myself too incredibly thin.
Or getting overran by.
Yeah.
What is Jason Bowles doing? What is he doing? What is her attorney doing here? She's literally talking away a key defense narrative. Yeah, sometimes people would ask me to do more props instead of armor, but no, I have a strong personality. I would stand my ground. I wouldn't let that do them. I'd explain to them, no, I got to do my armor stuff. So that was that, and I was getting more respect, like from the Wranglers. I have a strong personality, even stronger than Sarah. Does this sound like an armorer who is berated into abandoning her duties, her safety duties? And Bowles is sitting there like a turnip. It's unbelievable. He should have known going into this interrogation weeks after the event. He should have had a sense of what his likely defense narratives were going to be. One of them, that this is a young woman being overworked. and he threw it away right here.
Yeah,
Others.
yeah, exactly. Because you kind of just have to, you know, but ultimately with higher positions, sometimes you get ran over.
Okay. Who hired you for rust?
Sometimes you get ran over. Might this be a good opportunity for Attorney Bowles to say, Hannah, could you give us some examples of when that happened to you? When you got ran over and couldn't focus adequately on your armor or duties? Nope. Nope. She just states it like a hypothetical.
I believe, I'm not really sure. Seth just texted me and he's like, you got the job, prop assistant, so-and-so. I sent him my resume and they, Sarah sent it in and I think Roe approved it. And yeah, so Sarah hired me, Roe approved it.
Okay. So it's not.
By the way, the set, the production company should absolutely have civil liability for all the bad outcomes that occurred because they hired an obvious incompetent to be their armorer. That's on the production company.
Not like a typical hiring process for a job where you have to go in and.
Yeah, no, there's no real interviews like any time in film. Film's a very weird industry.
Word of mouth.
Word of mouth by all means. I think it's so weird how like secretive it is almost, you know, like it's really hard to get on anything unless you know somebody. And if you stop working for a while, it's like almost hard to jump back in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really weird. You can't just like look up like film jobs in your area and then go and apply.
Bowles here, Attorney Bowles, if he were doing his job here, he would be guiding this interrogation in ways favorable for his client. So they just asked Hannah about her qualifications. She's got none. she's got none. He could ask her, could you share with the detectives, in your experience, the level of qualifications that most armorers have? Because he's trying to show that his client's being exploited by the production. Instead, he's just making him look not exploited, but incompetent.
That's not a thing. Yeah. I really wish it was kind of like that. That would probably, yeah, that'd be a lot better. But right now, there's just such a media surge, especially that, you know, they're just kind of getting on anyone that they can bring, really, because the media surge with all of these different.
She's talking about, like, of course, Netflix making its own products, content, Amazon making its own content for Amazon Prime, all this stuff. Basically, it's like an expansion team in sports, right? You double the number of teams and the quality goes down. You double the number of productions, especially these low budget productions, and you take who you can get, even if it's an incompetent armorer. And by the way, it is true that her pseudo dad, not her biological dad, but her pseudo dad, Fel Reed, is perhaps the most famous armorer in Hollywood history. But just because the dad's an expert doesn't mean the kid is an expert. I'm an expert in use of force law. My kids are experts in use of force law.
Like the networks and everything coming out with their own little internet things. It's making everything like boom right now, like crazy.
Yeah. I know you had talked about how you were in the process of becoming a union member.
Yeah.
With which union?
I was working on becoming a union member with the local 44.
Okay.
That's the oldest and longest established union, and it's also the one that my dad's a part of. So.
Is that like international or?
I'm not really entirely sure. I know it's mostly California. You know, each union is kind of specific to the area. Yeah, I think that one is the most put together one, and it's definitely the most active one, which is why I was trying to be a part of it. And I had already actually started the like kind of OSHA safety one a little bit after this, actually. So I had already been starting that because I just got in like a little bit before that into the program.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as your employment on Rust, were you hired on a contract, or how?
I was
determined.
I was hired on a contract. Yeah, you know.
So what you do as defense attorney before you go into the lion's den of a police interrogation room is you interrogate your client. You play the role of the detectives and you interrogate your client. And then you identify the parts of that interrogation that could go bad for you and the parts that could make you look better. And you structure that interrogation. At any moment, Bowles can say, we're not prepared to address those questions in that particular area at this time. And you move on from there. And then the stuff that's favorable to you, you talk about that stuff. Bowles does nothing like that in this 2 hours plus. This is only half of this interview. It was chopped up for YouTube. 2 hours plus of this second interrogation. Bowles is sitting there like he's a Japanese blow-up lawyer with fish lips.
The contract wasn't really specific to the job per se. The contract was just like regular employee contract. Jason has a copy of it.
Okay. Is there any way I can get a copy?
Sure, yeah, I'll send that.
Yeah.
Besides,
That was like Bowles' major contribution right there. I don't know if you caught it because I was laughing. They were talking about her employment and who she actually worked for, and she said she had an employment contract. And Fish Lips Hancock says, "Can we get a copy of that?" And Bowles is like, "Yeah, sure. I'll make sure to get that to you, Hooters girl."
you and Sarah and Nicole, were there any other armorers or prop masters or anybody brought onto the set at any time?
I don't believe so. Not anyone brought on the set. I don't really know if Seth ever came to set, but he was the mentor on the paperwork and everything, and he was like where we got most of our stuff from.
Okay.
Yeah.
But no one else ever worked with you guys? They didn't do like a late hire?
Oh, so
Folks, if they Mirandize you and have you sign that waiver, it's an interrogation, okay? And people say don't talk to the cops without your lawyer present. I would suggest you don't talk to the cops even if your lawyer is present. Let your lawyer do the talking, ideally. And that means competent lawyer present, not this. What's the point of this? He may not even as well not be there.
they did bring in one girl for swing shift, but I don't even know if she ever made it to set or if she just met up with Sarah outside of set.
Okay.
But yeah, we had finally, week 2 is coming around and we told them like, it's getting crazy busy. We can't have Sarah leaving set to go find these things. So they brought in a day player that could run around and go find things for us.
Okay.
Because before that, Sarah had to leave set a lot of the time. Oh, that also contributed to spreading us thin for a little while there. That's why they brought in the third person, because ultimately Sarah would have to leave set pretty much every day for several hours, and then it would just be me.
Why is Jason Bowles taking notes? Why is Jason Bowles taking notes? Doesn't he already know all this? Because didn't he ask these questions himself in the privacy of his office? Why is he filling up a legal pad with notes? Is he one of the detectives? Oh my God. The only thing he should be taking notes on is, any questions from the detectives that he might not have thought of beforehand. I'd want to note that down.
Out there.
And I would not be allowing my client to answer those questions.
And what would Sarah do at that time?
Sarah would go try to find props, because with them bringing her in a week, it's hard to find like a weird Indian axe, there's a bunch of weird, obscure things for a period piece that are super hard to find. So she would go try to find them, meet up with other prop masters in the area and see if they had them.
Do you know who that fourth was?
What's she not saying here? Throughout this whole interrogation, what does she not say? She never says, I was denied the opportunity to safely check that revolver before it was taken into the church. And I objected.
I think her name was Jade.
The court's on break, so I'm showing the video. The court's not showing the video. But this video was played during the first week of the trial when Detective Alexandra Fish Lips Hooters Hancock, that's what I'll call her from now on, Hooters Hancock, was on the witness stand. This entire thing was played for the jury.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was hoping for her to come more on set, but yeah, they just hired her as a day player every now and then.
Okay, so as far as And I know some of this that we've talked about before, some of it might be a little bit redundant.
Okay.
But just trying to cover all bases. So again, who provides the ammo?
So as far as I'm concerned, me and Sarah, we went together and we picked up the ammunition and all the weapons and my leathers from Seth Kinney.
Yes, Hancock at the beginning of this interrogation shares the her personal history as a Hooters waitress
In Albuquerque at his shop. Yeah, we got 2 boxes of ammo, I'm pretty sure, that day. And then as we went on in the show, there were a couple of times that we needed more. So Sarah and I would text him, that we needed more.
So someone's asking about my predictions for the Baldwin trial. So there's no way on the legal merits that Alec Baldwin is not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on the facts of this case. Does he have better legal counsel than Hannah? Well, I don't know how you'd have worse. It has to be better. It can't be worse. But more objectively, he's got one local counsel, New Mexico barred lawyer, and then he has 2 guys from big partners in big New York law firms who are flying down. Those guys don't appear to do any criminal law. They looks like they do some kind of civil litigation, corporate law. So I'm not really sure what their purpose is. I mean, I'm sure they're smart, capable guys. They don't make just anybody a partner in a New York law firm, but they're not criminal defense lawyers. Now, the local lawyer is a criminal defense lawyer and looks to be a very good criminal defense lawyer. She was, in fact, the department head for felony defense in the public defender's office. And I know people think public defenders, that means second rate. It doesn't mean that, folks. Some of the best lawyers I've ever worked with are public defenders. And in fact, the best way to get a lot of trial time, in-court trial time, is as a public defender. You spend your whole life in trial. So many of them are extremely good. And I expect this woman he's hired, who's now no longer works for she's in private practice now, is going to be a very good criminal defense lawyer. Here's the problem. Your lawyer is stuck with the facts you give them. And if you give them bad facts, it's going to be a very difficult defense. And there are no facts which can save Alec Baldwin. It's uncontested. He knew he had a real gun in his hand. He pointed it directly at Halyna Hutchins. That gun discharged. New Mexico has case law on this. It doesn't matter who loaded the gun. If you point a gun at someone and kill him with it unintentionally, that's involuntary manslaughter, period. So on the merits, he ought to be convicted. Now, who knows what kind of games might be played outside the legal merits.
In the case,
and he's also only looking at 18 months maximum.
Occasionally, Sarah brought in more ammo from Seth.
Okay. Those 2 boxes that were originally supplied, were they blanks or dummies?
Originally supplied.
You said that you picked up 2 boxes of ammo.
Oh yeah, so I think there
were.
were
You mean like boxes like the white boxes?
No, they were like bigger boxes. Okay, for sure. Yeah, no, a lot of them were. There wasn't a lot of dummies in those really much at all. There were some dummies, like obscure dummies that we couldn't really get, like the 50-70 rounds. I don't know if you're familiar with those. Those are big rounds. They go in the trapdoor. So we had some of those dummies.
I actually corrected this in my transcript of this interrogation because the transcript, I use a software to do the transcription. It said 50-70, and I'm like, there's no 50-70. It's 45-70. But in fact, she said 50-70.
With it. But in terms of 45 long Colt dummies, I don't think there was a lot of dummies in there. And so I asked Seth about it, and I said, hey, like, where's all the long Colt dummies?
So the maximum sentence is 18 months for involuntary manslaughter, which is the charge both of them are facing. And then Hannah's got the evidence tampering for the purported cocaine charge. Because it's a tampering with evidence charge, it carries the same sentence as the underlying crime. So that's also 18 months, but that would be served concurrently normally. Oh, someone says there is a 50-70. I never heard of that. All right, fair enough. The minimum, there is no mandatory minimum here. So it could be nothing. It could be time served. They didn't serve any time. It could be unsupervised probation like David Hall's got. It could be anything. Now, since this happened, New Mexico has adopted a mandatory minimum 5-year sentence for killing with a gun, unlawful killing with a gun. But that statute had not been passed at the time this event took place, so it's not applicable. All right, I'm learning. Everyone's correcting me that there is a 50-70. I got it.
Because the 45, 45 ammo is like different than 45 long Colt, so we didn't exactly, I couldn't find that. So he told me to check the dummies that I had from the last show because he got me those ones and everything. And so I went back through a bag that I had. This bag had like a bunch of loose dummies in it. And I went through and I checked all of them and I put them into 2 boxes. And so we had 2 boxes of 45 long Colt dummies that were mine from the last show originally.
Cage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I had just brought those off of the old way and they were in my car for like 2 weeks. I jumped right off of the old way into this. I was barely home for like a week.
Jason Bowles is turning the page to a new page. I wonder if he's making a list. Things I love about Hooters. Is that what he's writing down? Oh my God.
So, yeah.
But he told you to check your set.
Yeah.
And what you had to take it.
Yeah.
So he authorized you to bring.
He authorized me to bring, dummies.
Okay.
And then also there was one time where he didn't give us any eighth loads, and I had 1 box of eighth loads, and so I was like, I'm gonna use my box of eighth loads, put it on the invoice, and I would have received money for that.
For blanks.
For blanks, yeah, eighth load blanks.
Okay.
To my knowledge, nobody in this case has been in custody.
Did you ever get recompensated for this?
No, I don't really plan on it, given the circumstances. Because usually that goes through Seth, and then Seth kicks me down, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how many rounds? And 2 boxes is, kind of hard for us to. We're just trying to understand. So, how many rounds would you say were supplied at the beginning?
Mind if I check my phone really quick? I think Seth sent me a picture of it written on cardboard or something.
Okay.
Or actually, if you look at the boxes, I think the boxes
On the flap.
Yeah, on the flap should say it.
Okay.
Did you see that at all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
That's okay. That's what Seth showed me. So that same thing, that's what should have all been in there.
Okay. And so you and Sarah picked it up at the beginning of production.
Yeah.
From Albuquerque, brought it to set, and then...
Yeah, but we couldn't exactly bring it to set right away because they hadn't had the prop truck ready for us. So we had to leave it. She had the guns in her car in Albuquerque. I had the ammo in my trunk at the hotel, and then we just took them to set the next day.
Okay, so it was less than...
Overnight, yeah, just overnight.
Period. It was multiple days
Multiple days of what?
I was just gonna say, for Sarah to keep all those in her vehicle in Albuquerque, that's a
bold
move.
Well, and it was only one night, and she had a garage.
Okay.
So that's why she was like, do you want them to go with you or me? And I was like, you have a garage,
Albuquerque, though.
Oh, I know. I told her. Seth was all like, get those.
He sounds like Jason Bowles sounds like he's had a traumatic brain injury. He's like,
Get out. And I was like, hell yeah.
So when you guys brought additional rounds on the set or additional boxes or needed more, how did those get delivered?
Sarah brought them in most of the time. I never saw Seth after the first time that I saw him before the show.
Okay. So did Sarah, do you know if she went and picked them up from Albuquerque, or how did she get them?
She lived in Albuquerque, so most of the time she would just run and grab them.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure if she got any more from anyone else. I had heard that some of the dummies were borrowed from someone. I don't know. She said, don't lose any of these because we have to give them back. And I was like, okay, they fall out of the gun belt and everything, but I'll try not to lose them.
Okay.
Someone mentioned 45 ACP is different than 45 long Colt. 45, the ACP and 45 ACP stands for Automatic Colt Pistol. It's the round that goes into the famous World War II 1911 pistol.
And then how much did you supply of your own?
Of my own dummies?
Yeah.
Just the 2. And we mostly went through those right away just because
Ooh.
2 boxes, 2 of the little boxes. Not like big boxes, just the little boxes. And yeah, I had 2 of those, and most of mine had the no primer caps, the ones that I showed you, remember?
Is it the ones that are like indented in?
Yes.
Okay.
So a lot of those were mine, and then also I had a multitude of the ones with holes and the ones you shake. So yeah, and I checked those all, and I put them into 2 things
Okay.
myself. Yeah.
Do you remember what those boxes look like?
Yeah, I do. They usually say JS on them.
Okay.
This is one that my dad sent me. And my
So this is the event that Morrissey was just talking about with the detective. That during the interrogation, Hannah shows the detectives, which she's about to do right now, a picture on her phone of one of the blank boxes from her dad's. And it exactly matches the blank box that was found on the cart that was then put into the deputy's vehicle.
men are usually beat up pretty bad. Like they're
Okay.
very dirty and gross usually.
Okay. Do you know what the JS stands for in them?
Joe Swanson.
Okay. Have you met Joe?
I have not, but him and my dad are pretty good friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So as far as ammo goes, who has access?
They stay in the truck. Like the only thing that's in the safe is the guns. So yeah, pretty much. I don't know if they locked the prop truck at night or what happened with that, but yeah. So pretty much just me, Nicole, Sarah, and the first week we did share that prop truck with locations.
Okay.
But other than that, the prop truck, would kind of be open.
It's so amusing to me how people get distracted by the smoke and mirrors. So this whole point of Sarah Zachary, she threw the blanks away, right, from the other 2 cowboys' guns who were in the church. There were blanks in their guns, dummies rather. There were dummies in their guns, and she threw them away. And this is supposed to be a big conspiracy. First of all, so what? Who cares? The blanks didn't hurt anybody. Second of all, how does Sarah Zachary throwing away blanks, or even if they were live rounds in that gun, in those other 2 actors' guns, whatever it was she threw away, how does that change the fact that Hannah Gutierrez loaded a gun with a live round and handed that gun into the church as a cold gun? Not at all. Not at all.
And most days, just because we're running in and out of there, and sometimes, ammo is underneath on our cart, just chilling there usually.
Like on the floor of the
On the
truck?
bottom, no, of the cart.
Okay, on
Yeah.
the second shelf.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I usually try to keep it down there.
So all the ammo is pretty much out in the open.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, unless it wasn't like taken out directly of the boxes or anything, then yeah, the ones that are out there are out in the open pretty much regularly.
okay. And they never get locked up in a safe?
No.
Okay. Were all the guns provided by Seth?
Yes.
And who has access to the guns?
Sarah and I believe Nicole kind of knew the code, but I don't think she remembered it most of the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at Hannah calling other people stupid with that lawyer next to her.
Did she ever remove the guns from the safe?
I had her put them away sometimes,
Okay.
mostly just because I couldn't leave set.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you go through dummy rounds on a set? There's a number of ways. One is they're routinely lost. So they're put in like belt loops and stuff, and the belts are used on lots of movies, right? So the loops can get loose. People do stunts, they ride horses, they do falls, and dummy rounds fall out of the belts and get lost. The other way they get used up is you show up with 100, and suddenly on set you discover that you got 10 belts you got to fill in, or there's a big scene where lots of loaded, quote unquote, loaded guns are being shown. So 50 is not enough. So you need 100. So you went through your 50 and now you're short. That's how they get used up.
And does anybody watch her do that?
No, not really.
Is she allowed to?
Mostly somebody has to lock them up and they shouldn't be on set. So, you know, Sarah or I would give her permission to go over there and just put them in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's something that you guys are allowed to do, is give someone else permission.
I would think for a prop assistant, yeah.
Okay.
She only put them away ever.
So who all has the ability to lock the safe?
I mean, anyone that has arms, like, can close it, you know.
Is that you don't have to punch in the code again to lock it?
No.
So you turn the knob and it's done?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the truck? Who has the ability to lock the truck?
You know, none of us lock the truck ever. We figured that's kind of like Transco's job. We don't have locks for the trucks normally. I know some prop masters lock up their own trucks, but yeah, not really sure. We kind of just closed ours up every day.
Okay. Do you know?
I don't know if Transco ever locked it.
Okay. Do you know who was in charge of that truck?
Not specifically.
Okay.
I don't remember his name.
It was a male though.
Yeah.
Can you describe him?
He was a sweet old Hispanic man with a nice mustache.
Okay. Heavy set, midweight?
Midweight.
And he was the one primarily in charge of that truck?
Towards like the second week, yeah. Before that, we kind of just had random people moving it. And then
with reference to Detective Hancock having previously been a Hooters girl, I've got nothing against Hooters, folks. I like their wings. And sometimes they have pretty girls in there. Someone mentioned that one of their competitors, the Tilted Kilt. I've only ever been in one Tilted Kilt, and there was not one waitress under 200 in that joint. That was not a positive experience for the Tilted Kilt.
Eventually he got assigned to us pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the mornings when you got there, was it ever locked up?
No.
Okay. So you just walked in
and pulled the handle.
Okay. What about the back of it? I know it's got one of those big.
Yeah, that's what we normally did. Yeah, we just closed up the side and we would unlock the handle. We figured it was usually getting watched by security.
I've had divergent experiences with Twin Peaks. I went to one in Oregon, and those girls were smoking hot, every single one of them. And then I went to one here in Denver. Nope, not going back.
Do they just have security, and it's okay if you don't know, but do they just have security at that front gate there, or do they have?
I know that I've seen some security around other parts of set, like just in a car, but that was mostly after the incident and everything, and it was just a car near the church.
Okay.
So that's really all I know about the security measures.
All right. So you'd say, as far as ammo goes, it is common to have it outside of that safe?
Yeah, no, it's super common to have it outside of the safe.
Okay. Who loads the ammo into the guns?
Me and Sarah.
Okay, you both load them.
Yeah.
And who loads ammo into like the bandoliers or the belts? And
that's me and Sarah again. I think Nicole helped us a couple of times shaking them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she ever like actually load them, or did she just shake
into
them and say they're good?
And she would shake them and put them into the belt with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how often, or should I say, when did you guys put the ammo in the bandoliers?
A lot of them already had it in there. So from the last Nick Cage set and everything. So still check those ones out and everything. But we, of course, had a couple more that we had to like switch around and everything. So mostly the whole first week we were switching them around. And then after that, we did have a couple more characters come in with different, waist sizes. So we would have to like put them in other belts too.
So some of these belts already had rounds in them?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember which one?
No. They mostly got switched around a lot, and a lot of them fell out pretty regularly out of
The
the,
rounds in them?
yeah, the dummy rounds would fall out sometimes just because when they're riding the horses, they jiggle out.
Okay.
So you regularly have to put more in them.
So since some of this ammo came from another production, was the ammo in those belts ever checked?
Yeah,
So you guys physically removed them from the belts
yeah,
and checked them?
yes.
Okay. And who all did the checking?
That was me. That was involved in the 2 boxes that I did.
At the beginning?
So she's saying that she checked all the dummies in the belt and the 2 boxes that she first got. So where was this lack of time to inventory the ammo?
Yes.
All right. So when ammo's not being used, then does it ever go back in a box? Does it stay?
When ammo's not being used, if it's about to be used, it's there on the bottom of the cart. Like if we're gonna get into it later that day, we don't really have time to run back to the truck. So we usually keep it right there if we're shooting that day. If we're not shooting that day, it doesn't really come on set. I'll usually bring like maybe a box of quarter loads just in case they randomly decide that they want to shoot something, because they'll change their minds last minute, and then you have to be prepared for that.
Who's they?
Directors, actors, whoever just like feels like, well, maybe I should be shooting right now, kind of.
Okay. So when you go to unload the belts or the guns, anything of the sort, does it go back in a box?
The belts?
The
Like
ammo?
we don't ever take, once the dummies are on the belt, they stay on the belt, and the belts just get hung in the prop truck.
Okay.
Like, yeah. And then for the guns and everything, yeah, we take all the dummies out if it's dummied up, and then of course we take the blanks out too.
But where do they go?
They go back in a box.
Okay.
Or sometimes the dummies, they'll go on the cart, on the top of the cart.
Okay. So would you say that ammo's ever mixed?
The dummies and the blanks?
Or just, various kinds of dummies?
Well, various kinds of dummies, yeah. Like I told you, all dummies are kind of weird and individual in their own way, pretty much. So yeah, they were mixed pretty regularly.
Okay. So it's not like, I say, hey, I take these rounds out of here, and they have to go back in that specific box because these are...
No, they just go in a dummy box.
Okay.
In a box of dummies.
So are actors or crew members on set, are they advised to self-inspect weapons?
I'm not really sure. Well, most of the time when they tell me, like, I'll go up to them and I'm like, here, and I show them it's
She's not sure. She's the head armorer.
clear. They'll be like, it's okay, I trust you. I say, don't trust me. Go ahead and always check for yourself.
Okay.
But,
Yeah,
yeah,
they're required to self-check.
no, not really.
Okay.
But I do show them every time before I hand them off to them.
All right.
Show them that the gun's clear.
Have you seen any of them do their own safety checks?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Jensen does his own safety checks. Travis does his own safety checks. Travis Hamel.
So Jensen Ackles was also interviewed, and probably the ladies are familiar with him from Supernatural and The Boys. He was interviewed, and his safety check was basically, once he accepts the gun from the armorer, like if it's a revolver, like here, he'll just drop the hammer 6 times into the dirt just to make sure nothing goes bang. That's not a great safety check because a primer might be a hard primer and take 1 hit and not ignite, and the second time the hammer drops on it, it goes off. But it's better than nothing.
Devin was getting into doing his own safety checks because I taught him how to do it. So he was kind of getting better at that.
What would they do to do these checks?
Pull the hammer back to half cock, spin it around, and close it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not pulling it rounds out, checking them themselves?
No, not really.
Okay. Has it ever been common practice for actors to do?
I'm not really too sure.
What about on your last production? Did they ever do their own?
Nick Cage definitely did not. He barely really cared to train with the gun at all. A lot of actors sometimes will barely care to train with the gun at all and think that they'll just do it on the day. But yeah, no, not a lot of them take it out and check them.
Okay. When you or somebody gives a gun to an actor, do you tell them, like, hey, these are the rounds that are in this gun? Like, do you tell them it's hot or cold, and then what kind of ammo is in the gun?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah. So
I tell them, all right, so this is a clear gun if there's no dummies in it, right? If it's dummied up, I show them and I say this is dummy.
Someone in the comments is saying, well, maybe Hannah did check the gun. There might have been live rounds that appeared to be dummies. All right, folks. If an armorer is checking a round in a gun and she can't determine whether or not it's a live round or a dummy, what's the only safe assumption? Is it safe to assume that it's a dummy when you don't know, when it's ambiguous? You're not hearing the rattle. There's no hole in it. Primer's not expended. What's the safe thing to do? And what's the reckless thing to do? Wouldn't the criminally reckless thing to do to be, well, I can't really tell, but yeah, let's go with it. Let's use it anyway. Where do you people come from?
Dummied up, and usually I have the dummies that have no primer cap in there. So I'll show them that. And then if it's hot, I'll tell them it's hot, and I'll tell them 4/4 loads or 4/8 loads or
whatever is in the gun.
Yeah. Okay. And I let them know exactly how many is in there. And I put it exactly to where they'll shoot it and it'll go for that.
Yes, Alec Baldwin also should have assumed that there was live ammo in that gun until he determined otherwise. And that's why he shouldn't have had the muzzle pointed at Halyna Hutchins. If he'd followed SAG rules and had the muzzle pointed a little off of Halyna Hutchins and the gun discharged, no harm. But he didn't. He neither personally ensured there was no live ammo in the gun, nor did he deflect the muzzle from Halyna Hutchins.
That time.
Okay. Have you ever allowed access to anyone for any of these firearms?
And for those of you who saw the testimony of Seth Kenny, the PDQ props guy, he comes across to me like a sleazebag too. So what? Where's the testimony? It's an adversarial process. He's subject to direct and cross-examination. What testimony did the defense develop on cross-examination that's inconsistent with the state theory of the case? That Gutierrez failed to identify a live round on the gun and presented that gun with a live round as a cold gun to the church. Nothing.
No. Like for using them on set or?
For any purpose.
Well, I allow
outside of what their scope was.
No.
Like after hours.
So this is the whole plinking narrative that people speculated that perhaps people were using the guns offset during lunch or after hours to go do some plinking out in the New Mexico desert. And that does happen on movie sets from time to time. There's never been any evidence, never any testimony that happened here. Everyone asked about it says no. Hannah says no. Sarah Zachary says no. Jensen Ackles says no. There's no evidence that any plinking ever occurred.
Or during lunch?
No.
You know, days that you guys weren't?
No, me, Nicole, and Sarah ate lunch together pretty regularly, pretty much every day, except for a couple of days where I would sit at another table or converse with some other people. But yeah, we all went to lunch together. We all locked them up every day at lunch, and we all locked them up every night. And I definitely didn't go to work on my weekends because why would I do that? You know, right. I want to be there as least as possible.
Don't we all?
Yeah. So yeah, last weekend I
mean, I would just look at Jason Bowles and fire him right there. That stupid coughing laugh. Like, what are you doing? Why are you here? Who brought you into this room?
in Denver the first weekend actually. So yeah, and then the other one I was just relaxing at my hotel.
Did you spend any time with anybody on the weekend?
Yeah, I spent some time with the nice boy at the front desk at my hotel. He was nice. I hung out with some crew members. We went bowling one time. And other than that, I didn't really hang out with people outside of set too much. And I kind of went and did my own thing in Denver the week before. We haven't really been there that long.
Okay. Did you go out, just question, did you go out with the crew one night to, I think they said like some brewery?
Yeah. We went to the brewery down.
Lots of things are evidence, folks. What matters is evidence that's relevant to either supporting or undercutting the state's theory of guilt. The rounds thrown away by Sarah Zachary have nothing to do with the state's theory of guilt. So they are evidence, but they're not relevant evidence because they're not relevant to the state's theory of guilt. It doesn't matter what they were.
Downtown after bowling.
After bowling?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was on a day off, though?
Yeah.
Did you have work the next day?
No, that was Monday. We worked. We had Monday, Tuesday off.
Okay. Do you remember which Monday it was?
It was the last Monday before the incident.
Okay.
So the 20th was the incident, I believe, on Wednesday. 21st. So
the 11th.
The Monday.
Columbus Day is on a holiday.
Or would that be the 18th?
Yeah, it would be the 18th.
Okay. So you were off that Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
We're back on holiday.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you yourself, and not just on this set, but have you ever encountered a defective blank or
a defective dummy?
Yeah.
So, I've had a couple of blanks that haven't gone off, but usually that's because the actor doesn't pull the hammer all the way back. And so it'll just be at half cock. And so.
All right. Well, that was the first interrogation. The first half of the second interrogation. I can't believe I got through that. I can't believe we're not back from lunch yet. Let me see if there's comments I need to address. So I've talked Law of Self-Defense member Mark. By the way, folks, you too can be a Law of Self-Defense member. Get your questions and comments answered for free for just 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. But member Mark asks Andrew, even if the defense was skilled enough to argue intervening cause, wouldn't loading a live round still be reckless? Yeah. So intervening cause is not a magic bullet. Intervening cause is a legal defense, an argument that can be made by the defense. I would make it. And an intervening cause is where you did something that created a risk, but you can only have a bad outcome if some completely unforeseeable intervening event occurs that drives the bad outcome. So, what would be an example? A trespasser might be an example. So you live out in the middle of nowhere. You never have anybody come to your home. And you have the walkway up to your front door. You don't bother shoveling it. So ice develops. And then someone travels 15 miles by foot to get to your cabin and slips on the ice. You might argue, well, listen, okay, I let the ice develop, but it was completely unforeseeable to me that anyone would come to my house where it is. Here, Hannah could argue, all right, even if I did present a live gun as a cold gun, I failed to keep live ammo out of that gun that I handed into the church. It was completely unforeseeable to me that Alec Baldwin would point that gun at Halyna Hutchins and fire it. Because the SAG rules say You're not supposed to point a gun at anybody ever. And you're supposed to keep your finger off the trigger unless you want to discharge the gun. And Alec Baldwin says he didn't want to. There was no call for discharging the gun there. You can make that argument. I would make that argument. There's no good reason not to make that argument for the defense. The counter argument by the state is it's always foreseeable. It's always foreseeable that the gun could be pointed at a person and the trigger cycle, the hammer dropped. Because if that was not foreseeable, we wouldn't need an armorer to make sure there were no live rounds in the gun. The reason the armorer exists to screen for live rounds is because muzzles do point at people and hammers get dropped and people would get shot. So, it's an argument I would make, but it's not like it's a lock for the defense. Let's see. Law Self-Defense member says Jensen is awesome, referring to Jensen Ackles. I've actually never seen him act. My wife was a big fan of Supernatural. She watched all 15 seasons of it. And when I was researching for covering this trial, I saw that he was also on the TV show The Boys, but I've never seen a single episode of Supernatural or The Boys, or to my knowledge, anything that Jensen Ackles been in. I do only hear nice things about him. He did talk in his interview with police that he's apparently had quite a bit of professional training with firearms. So, yeah, I don't have anything bad to say about the guy. He comes across as just a plain nice guy in his interview with police. Law Self-Defense member Ron says, I have a Glock on my desk. I loaded it with live rounds. If someone picks up my gun and shoots someone with it, am I liable? If I hand the gun to someone and they shoot someone, am I liable? If you tell them the gun's unloaded, when you're supposed to be ensuring that it's not loaded, yeah, you have liability for what harm results. They may also have liability. But if your job is to ensure that on a movie set there are no live rounds in the gun, and you don't do that job when you have the means and opportunity to do that, sure, you're responsible for the bad outcome, as is the person who points the gun and shoots it, as is the assistant AD who also failed to check the gun. There's not one pie of responsibility that only goes to one person. Everybody has their own pie of responsibility. All right. Let me see. Okay. Give me just a second, folks. Got to take care of something here on my other computer. Very quickly. And then I think I have the second half of that interview. Let's see. That I can pull up while we're still waiting for lunch. I wonder if they're negotiating a plea at this late date. That would be hard to believe. So this is continuing that interrogation we just saw. We were just watching.
Your standard protocol, like if one of them's defective.
Either the blanks or the blanks.
Either one.
Okay, so if the blanks are defective, usually I'll just take them, I'll put them in my pocket, I'll save them for later, and then if I'm curious enough, I'll just go ahead and shoot them and be like, okay.
So they keep tripping over this terminology. They don't really know what they're talking. What's the defective blank? How would a blank be defective? It doesn't go off, right? So then you just throw it away. What are you going to do with it? You're going to fix a blank that doesn't go off? Maybe they mean when the dummies are defective, but what's a defective dummy? Something that doesn't go off?
Yeah, they didn't pull the hammer all the way back. Or if the dummies were defective, I guess I would put them in my pocket and just save them till later and check them out.
Okay. Have you ever, in your history of working, encountered live rounds on the set?
Never.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because
The reason an armorer's duty includes ensuring that things are blanks, rattling, looking for the hole in the case, is because everyone knows that it's possible for live rounds to make it on set. If it was literally impossible for live rounds to make it on set, we wouldn't need special indicators for blanks, right? But we know it's possible. So if Hannah knows it's possible, that's why she's shaking blanks to hear the rattle. If she knows it's possible live rounds could be on set, and she doesn't make sure the gun she's presenting doesn't have live rounds, yes, that's her responsibility. She's criminally liable for that. And Jason Bowles just taking more notes.
every dummy I've ever shaken has been a dummy, and the other ones have holes on the side, and I've never experienced a round that looked like a dummy and behaved like a blank or anything. So yeah, I am shaking all of them most of the time.
Okay.
So,
and then I know you've said this a million times, so just do me a favor, go over each round and then how the round works.
each round of blanks.
Yeah, and dummies. So I know that
Okay.
there's like obviously a couple different kinds of dummies.
All right, yeah, okay.
You don't have to go into like
No,
every
that's okay.
specific caliber or anything of this sort, but just
Okay, let's, all right. So, a lot of the dummies, the ones with primer caps, those ones mostly go in the belts and everything. A lot of the primer caps are punctured most of the time, you know, because they get hit while
We are back. Court is back. I'm going to grab something to drink.
All right, you may be seated.
We're back with Detective Elliott, Private Investigator Elliott, with his ridiculous.
All right, Mr. Elliott, I want to just back up for a brief moment, and I want to go back to any concerns you had about the projectile not matching the gun. I'm not sure that I fully understand what your concerns are in that regard. Would you articulate them for us again?
Yes, I was referring to the concerns that a detective would have upon arriving at scene. You don't have at the time, the results of lab testing. So, and you have nothing guaranteed.
What do you mean, nothing guaranteed?
Well, at the time, you had some people saying this is the gun, but you didn't have any evidence, scientific evidence, showed that was the gun, which was later found to be true. I'm just talking about you have so many variables and so many unknowns that you can only use interviews on the scene to confirm and deny things. One person saying this is the gun, that may very well be the gun, but you have to see if someone else can verify that. You know, later on, you're going to have lab results, not at the time. And that's what I was referring to, is at the time, at the scene on October 21st.
So what's your concern then about the investigation that the Sheriff's Department did with regard to the gun? Is your testimony that after Ms. Gutierrez identified the gun to Lieutenant Benavides and handed him the gun, there should have been more follow-up with regard to whether or not that was really the gun? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because she's not the one that handed the gun to Mr. Baldwin. There are people in between that process. So
Continue, sir. I apologize.
right. again, pieces of information come out as they're going through both processing the scene and interviewing people. And now we know that there is some time delay between the firearm being loaded, the firearm being on the cart, the firearm making it to Mr. Baldwin inside the church. And that's what I meant by the investigation at the time. A lot of information is coming out over months. Some information has come much later.
But you agree with me that Ms. Gutierrez handed Lieutenant Benavides the gun and said, this is the gun that was being used. And when she said that, she had been identified as the armor on the movie set. You agree with that?
I do.
And you also agree that, not surprisingly, that turned out to be the gun. You agree with that?
Oh, I do, yes.
So any potential issues with regard to that specific concern of yours didn't turn out to be issues. There's no issue. You agree with that? This is the gun that fired that projectile.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
His whole testimony is
When we left off, there was an objection, and I'm gonna.
I'm not supposed to talk over the video. His whole testimony is like that. He talked about a ton of stuff that's completely irrelevant to the actual theory of guilt by the state, and therefore irrelevant to the defense.
Go through with you. You were talking about the ammo boxes. I think that was where the objection was. So as the investigator in this case, have you reviewed all of the body-worn camera footage?
I have. There's a lot.
So have I.
Yes.
I'm sympathetic to the exhausted look on your face. I'm going to show you what has been marked as what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 192. Sir, have you seen this exhibit?
I have.
You agree with me that this is Lieutenant Benavides is pointing to the box that Ms. Gutierrez identified as the box that she was pulling ammunition from. Do you agree with that?
He is pointing to a box of ammunition, yes.
Are you indicating that you believe that the box here in this picture was not the box that she was pulling ammunition from?
No, I'm not. There were two boxes, and I don't know if it was clearly delineated to him which of the two boxes was where the ammo was drawn from.
Well, you understood that the gun was loaded with dummies, or was supposed to be loaded with dummies at the time of the incident, right?
Right.
And you also understand that this was the only box of dummies on the cart. You understand that, right?
Yes.
The other boxes were blanks, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gutierrez said to Lieutenant Benavides, this is the box I was pulling from, right?
Yes.
You don't think that Ms. Gutierrez meant to say I was pulling from a box of blanks when the gun was loaded with supposed dummies, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay.
She could spend an hour doing this. She probably will.
State's Exhibit 62. Have you seen this photo?
I probably have hundreds of photos of white boxes, but I can't specifically say this photo.
Does the box on the left, does that label look familiar to you in your investigation in this case?
It does.
So based on your investigation, do you have any reason to believe that the box that Ms. Gutierrez pointed out to Lieutenant Benavides is not this box that he took and placed in his unit?
I do not. And I believe that photo is taken in the unit, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I can see the seat.
State's Exhibit 63. You understand that this is a photo of that exact same box when it was taken into evidence at the Sheriff's Department, right?
Yes, that's how it's labeled, yes.
I'm not asking how it's labeled. You've reviewed the evidence at the evidence room, right?
Yes,
And you've reviewed all the photographs that were taken on scene.
yes.
Let me ask you, isn't it true that there was only one box found with this label? Isn't that correct?
That I don't know.
You're the defense investigator on this case, right?
Yes.
Have you seen photographs of a box that looks like this, but is loaded with something other than what this box was loaded with? Sir, do you have any reason to believe that there were two boxes with this label that were taken into evidence?
I do not know.
State's Exhibit 69. Have you seen this photo?
Again, I've seen dozens of photos. So.
Well, you're here to give an opinion about the investigation on this case. Are you not familiar with this photograph?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Did you watch the interview in November that Ms. Gutierrez gave to Detective Hancock?
I did.
And do you recall during that interview, Ms. Gutierrez holds up her phone and says, "This is a picture of our dummies," meaning the dummies that she would bring on the set. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
Isn't this the photo that she showed? You don't know?
Not at this point, no.
Okay. You weren't watching the testimony of our expert, Mr. Hawks, when he laid the foundation for this and indicated that this photograph was sent from a contact in her phone named Dad Kula to her the day before the interview with Detective Hancock. Were you not aware of that?
I was not, no.
So
This guy's looking for a noose.
Sir, based on Ms. Gutierrez's statements, would it be her own statements to law enforcement, would it be reasonable for law enforcement to believe that State's Exhibit 62, this box here in the foreground, is indeed the box she was pulling from because she said that? Wouldn't that be reasonable for law enforcement to believe that?
Yes, it would.
And you understand that that box was determined to have a live round?
Yes.
And you agree with me that that box that had the live round matches this photo that was shown to Detective Hancock during the November 9th interview. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Sir, do you still have questions and concerns about how the live rounds got on set?
I do.
You don't think that law enforcement can simply take Ms. Gutierrez's word for it, that this is her box and this is the one she was pulling from and this is the one where live rounds were found?
Yes, but what we don't know is how many times those boxes were unloaded and reloaded. Every time that one of the firearms were loaded with dummy rounds, they came out of a box. They didn't necessarily go back into the same box.
Do you agree with me, sir, that there are certain things in homicide investigations that just simply can't be controlled for? You agree with that?
Oh, absolutely.
Sir, what's the smallest police department you've ever worked for?
Albuquerque PD.
You agree with me that the Albuquerque Police Department is approximately 10 times the size of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department with regard to the number of commissioned officers?
I am. I think Albuquerque is around 850, and I think Santa Fe's 120, 130, something like that.
Okay. More than 8 times.
Right.
You agree with that math?
I do.
Have you ever worked on a homicide investigation on a movie set?
I have not.
Do you agree with me that normally in homicide investigations, police aren't concerned with where the live ammo came from? This case is unique in that regard, isn't it?
This case is unique from the beginning, yes.
Okay, it is,
Yes.
right? It's
Mhm.
unique from the beginning. So police officers, you would agree, are not trained in how to investigate homicides on movie sets where they're not supposed to have live rounds, they're supposed to have fake rounds. Cops aren't trained in that, right?
Specifically, no.
Okay. And you agree with me, don't you, that Lieutenant Benavidez can't just let Ms. Gutierrez walk around the movie set with a firearm that appears to have just shot 2 people. You agree with that?
Oh, I do agree with that with reference to firearm, yes.
Yeah. It was incumbent on Lieutenant Benavidez to remove that firearm from her possession, correct?
From anyone's possession, yes.
And you just take issue with the fact that he didn't put a glove on before he did it.
Basically, yes.
But you agree that the fact that he didn't put a glove on didn't turn out to create any significant evidentiary issues in this case because everybody knew who was holding the gun and everybody knew who shot the gun. You agree with that?
I do.
And sir, you also agree with me, don't you, that a police officer's first responsibility is to save human lives, not collect evidence?
Correct, as I stated, yes.
And do you recall that Ms. Gutierrez was actually checked by EMTs when she was sitting in the back of Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit?
Yes, I did see that.
And you agree that she was allowed to make phone calls?
Yes, she was.
I think you indicated that you talked a little bit about
Albuquerque Police Department, what's your emergency? I'd like to report a murder.
that Detective Hancock sort of took possession of Ms. Gutierrez. Do you recall the statement that you made in that regard?
I do.
So I want to ask you, and one of the examples you gave was that Detective Hancock even accompanied Ms. Gutierrez to the restroom, right?
Yes, she did.
But in watching the body-worn camera footage, isn't it true that Sergeant Christopher Zook tells Detective Hancock, she doesn't want to go to the bathroom alone. Will you take her to the bathroom? Ms. Gutierrez actually asks to be accompanied to the bathroom. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you agree with me that it was Ms. Gutierrez who asked to be placed in Detective Hancock's patrol unit? That wasn't something that the police just unilaterally did with her.
No, she did. She did ask.
Is there a problem with them granting her request that she be accompanied to the bathroom?
No, but I didn't think that included going into the bathroom with her. Can I elaborate?
Sure.
I believe she stated something along the lines of she didn't want to talk to anyone from production. So it's kind of like if she was with Detective Hancock, she wouldn't be approached by any of her coworkers. I think that was her intention of being escorted. but I didn't think it included going into the bathroom itself.
It's not my style of tie, but different people have different tastes. Someone's asking me about his tie. The knot is terrible. It's not a good knot.
Well, she went into the bathroom and she had her back turned to Ms. Gutierrez. What's the big deal? Ms. Gutierrez asked for an escort. How did that hurt the investigation?
Hurt the investigation?
Yeah.
It did not.
The guy's not here as an expert on bathroom etiquette. He's here as an expert on the quality of the investigation. This bathroom stuff's got nothing to do with it.
Now, Ms. Gutierrez stayed on set and she was sitting in a police car with the door open, and there was a coworker of hers sitting in there visiting with her. You agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And she had her phone. You agree with that?
Yes.
She was allowed to make phone calls.
Yes.
She was never placed in handcuffs. You agree with that?
Correct.
So what's problematic about that? How was she mistreated by police?
I didn't say she was mistreated. It was every appearance of not being free to leave. I based that on the fact that when Lieutenant Benavides would step away from his vehicle, he would tell a deputy to keep an eye on her. If she's free to leave and she's just sitting in the back of the unit with an open door, she should be allowed to walk away if she wanted to. It gives the impression that she is in custody when you're not free from constant observation from law enforcement.
Well, but isn't it true that she seemed to be having a panic attack, and it was appropriate for Lieutenant Benavides, when he walked away, to ask another officer to keep an eye on her to make sure she's okay? Isn't that true?
At that time, she appeared fine.
Did she? Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
So, was it your expectation that Mr. Baldwin should have been detained? Do you believe that they should have detained him?
I do.
And do you believe that they should have put him in a police car and taken his phone away?
Not necessarily placed in a police car, but he should have been segregated from the other witnesses, and his phone should have been taken to preserve evidence.
Don't you agree with me that there has to be probable cause that there may be evidence on the phone before the phone can be taken?
But they wouldn't know if there was going to be evidence on the phone without interviewing him. There was no other way to know whether there was evidence on that phone or not. But he was on the phone when law enforcement arrived. So who was he talking to?
Well, did you look at his call logs?
That's after the fact. I'm talking about when deputies arrived at the scene.
Okay, I appreciate that. But what I'm trying to figure out is, what about your concerns actually turned out to be real issues with the investigation? What evidence was missing or hidden by Mr. Baldwin? What evidence do you have?
We don't have the full contents of his phone.
Has the defense filed any kind of a motion in this case to try to get the full contents of his phone?
That I don't know.
And you understand, though, that a full extraction of Mr. Baldwin's phone was done in New York, but we were given a limited report. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
And you also understand that originally the same thing happened with Ms. Gutierrez. A limited report was generated from a full extraction, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree with me that defense counsel is free to issue subpoenas and file motions to compel and do all of those things in a case if they feel that they're missing evidence?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So do you think that it would have been appropriate then for law enforcement to take Ms. Gutierrez's phone away from her and not let her make a phone call to her mother?
That can be monitored also. I've seen it done both ways. I've seen them taken away where they're not allowed to make any phone calls, And I've also seen where they've been able to make a call in the presence of law enforcement.
Sir, generally, in your experience as a law enforcement officer, do you usually continue to investigate an individual for a crime after you have, let's say for months, after you have been unable to develop a single lead that that person was involved? Do you need me to rephrase that question?
I think I understand your question. You're saying, do you continue an investigation of someone that you have no information?
Yeah, right. You looked, you executed a search warrant, you interviewed the person numerous times, and you just simply don't have any evidence that they were involved. At some point, don't they just not become a suspect anymore?
I don't know if that's the correct phrase, but
What
your
would the
your investigation is over. You've taken the investigation as far as you can go.
Right.
Right.
So at some point with Mr. Kinney, they executed a search warrant, they interviewed him numerous times, and they didn't come up with anything. So what do you think they should have done to continue?
At that point, there wasn't much further they could go.
And sir, are you aware that the FBI will not do DNA testing on rounds, whether they're spent or unspent? Were you aware of that?
I heard about it in this case, but they have done DNA testing on casings, unspent casings.
Well, weren't you present? Were you present for a pretrial interview of the DNA expert in this case?
I was.
And you heard her during the interview state that they won't do this kind of DNA testing, correct?
I did.
All right. And you agree with me, sir, that police officers, when they arrived on scene, they knew immediately who the shooter was?
I think that information arrived shortly after the first deputies arrived, but it was before the lieutenant arrived. There's a little lag there, but not much time at all.
Okay, and Mr. Baldwin didn't leave the scene, did he?
He did not.
How many notes did Perry take on that direct?
You testified on direct examination that there was a person who left the scene that was never identified. Do you recall making that statement?
I did, and that was based on what came out of some of the interviews. I don't quite recall. I think the lieutenant asked if we had everybody. And
What lieutenant are you
Lieutenant
talking?
Benavides.
Okay.
And one of the deputies responded with one left. And I think he asked who that was, and the deputy didn't know.
But you know, don't you? Because you interviewed him and you asked him. Didn't you interview Reed Russell? And when you interviewed Reed Russell, he told you that he left so that he could go to the hospital to be with his close friends. And before he left, he gave all of his contact information to the police. You interviewed him. Do you recall that?
I did.
Do you need to see a copy of the interview?
I don't.
And you also understand that Mr. Russell, who left the scene to go to the hospital, was interviewed the very next day by Detective Cano. Aren't you aware of that?
I am, yes.
So what's the mystery? Who's the mystery man that left the set? He was identified, right? Correct?
Mr. Russell was identified, but I was never quite clear if it was the same individual.
Even though you asked him and he said, I'm the guy that left the set to go to the hospital?
Yes, but did he know he was the only one who left?
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. I'll pass the witness.
They need that medic from the with the sunscreen and the bug spray.
Mr. Elliott, you're aware from all your experience in law enforcement that it is the government's burden to prove in any criminal case, correct? And that burden never shifts to the defendant.
That's correct, yes.
So when you were asked earlier about why the defense didn't file motions and do subpoenas, isn't that law enforcement and the government's job to prove their case?
Objection.
The defense can't claim that evidence is missing when they made no effort to gather that evidence. They had the opportunity and they made no effort to do that. Oh my God, that guy should just, P.I. Elliott should just have told defense counsel, listen, you don't want me on the witness stand. I don't have anything good to say. I'm going to have to make up a bunch of shit and they're going to gut me on cross. I mean, I've done that when I've consulted on cases. I've called them up and I said, listen, I did a quick look. You don't want to retain me for this case because I have nothing good to say about what your client did. I'll do the consult if you want, but you won't like it.
Mr. Elliott, do you recall that question?
I do.
Okay, and is it always the government's burden to prove their case, to prove in a criminal case?
It is.
Okay. Now, if law enforcement doesn't timely and appropriately obtain evidence, does that sometimes impact an entire investigation?
It can.
For example, in your experience as a homicide detective and working in civilian and military law enforcement, if you delay a search warrant for a month, can that materially impact a case?
It can.
And in your experience, have you seen times when there's been that kind of delay where evidence goes missing?
I have.
You talked earlier about the FBI and other cases you had been aware of where they had obtained DNA. You did not expand on that. Have you been aware of other cases in which the FBI has searched for DNA on casings?
The Las Vegas shooting.
So based on that answer, is it your understanding they do have the capacity, the ability to do that?
They do have the ability, yes.
Earlier, you were asked a series of questions about, I'm going to categorize them as no harm, no foul. In other words, we know in hindsight now that certain things didn't happen. But in any case, homicide investigation, would you always want to start out assuming that anything can go wrong and to properly preserve that evidence?
Yes, of course.
For example, with regard to the firearm, when you testified about Lieutenant Benavides touching that firearm, would there be scenarios, not like it played out here, but where somebody else turned out to be the shooter, for example, and that firearm, it was important to know the fingerprints?
This is all irrelevant.
Of course. This investigation started with a 911 call. They are not always accurate.
And so I guess my question to you is, in your experience and your training and 13 years as homicide, were you taught and trained to preserve evidence and to take those appropriate steps in every single case?
Yes.
We were asked earlier a series of questions about Ms. Gutierrez-Reed and whether she was there voluntarily or the appearance of being detained. Did the sheriffs drive Ms. Gutierrez-Reed to the sheriff's office?
Yes, they did.
Did they drive Mr. Baldwin to the sheriff's office?
No, he drove himself and followed a deputy.
From the time that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was in the vehicle on the set to the time of the interview, did you ever notice any period of time when she was not in law enforcement presence?
I did not.
With regard to the questions about items and boxes on the prop card that you were asked, the 2 boxes. Is it clear to you from reading the reports, everything that you reviewed in this case, what items Sarah and the other 2 individuals may have removed from the prop card and taken to the prop truck?
No, it is not clear to me.
And based on your entire review of the whole case, has there ever been any follow-up or any information you've received that would have clarified that, what they took from the prop card?
No, a vague couple long guns. I think 2 revolvers. I do know who they came from, and other items that I don't know of.
One last question. If law enforcement delays, if they do not conduct a full investigation, it's possible for the defense to lose out on evidence that may have been exculpatory?
Yes, there is.
I have no further questions.
You're excused, thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, we call Frank Kuski.
Frank Kuski. It's an expert witness on firearms, firearm safety and handling, reloading of ammunition, and identification of ammunition. Another old guy.
Stand before the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, sir, good afternoon. Can you please tell the jury your name again?
Frank Lewis Blair Kuski III,
Where do you currently reside?
Carmel Valley, California.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm managing director of Blair Financial Group, money managers.
Oh,
I want you, outside of your management and Blair Financial, to tell the jury about your experience with period firearms.
Yes.
what?
Prior to, let me check a note to make sure dates are correct. I took part in my first movies in this, which were done with.
What is this?
And I'm not talking about the movies. Let me just.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, let me just try to center my question. Yeah. Okay.
Who is this guy? He works for what? He works for a financial management company, but he's a firearms expert. No, this is him. Kuski, that weird spelling. They don't spell his name here, but from the witness list, Koucky. And his address is Jason Bowles law firm, listed on the witness list. And he's described as an expert in firearms, safety and handling, reloading of ammunition, and identification of ammunition. But when asked what he does for a living, he says he works for Blair Financial Management. What? This is what the defense has? Maybe they'll ask him about the tax shelters. And he seems okay, like
Mr.
not.
Kuski, if I can just direct that a little more, I want to go just give the jury an overview of your experience with firearms, and not necessarily getting into movies yet, but your experience with firearms and period firearms and how you obtain that familiarity.
Do you wish for the long explanation or the short?
No, the short. Short's always better.
My father was a combat MP in the Second World War. I was shooting almost from birth. I was sent to rifle camp in Butte, Montana at age 6, which is hard to imagine. I grew up around a hunting family. My grandfather was a big-time hunter. I grew up hunting deer and pheasants with my uncle in the forests of Ohio. I had Ohio and Indiana and Pennsylvania hunting licenses ever since they were required. I was a member, I was a Boy Scout Riflery Merit Badge winner. I worked, was a member of the Kenyon College of Rifle team. Following
graduation from Kenyon College, I took up firearms in a very serious way, beginning collecting and shooting. I was trained by Louis Tenenbaum, essentially right out of college, who's a member of the U.S. Army Marksmanship Unit, who thought I was worth taking his time with that. I appeared in a number of little television shorts and things like that through that time period. And when I really got going on primitive firearms, and I won't even talk about self-defensive guns at this point, I was trained in combat guns. I first appeared in the George Washington television miniseries in 1984, and I was assigned my role as a surveyor in the wilderness. And of course, I had my first real flintlock in my hands at that time. I, during the earlier times, had shot a lot of primitive weapons, primarily flintlocks, black powder stuff. Was very interested in that. After that, I got going and I joined a group called the 1st American Regiment in 1985, which was the premier late 18th century, early 19th century reenactors for military reenactment. And during this time, and I believe you have a nice picture of me firing cannons, I became a sergeant of artillery doing reenactment big time. And in that capacity, I appeared in lots of movies. I fired artillery. This is 18th century artillery. I fired the 1812 Overture with Cincinnati Symphony in various performances in big stadiums and things. I also, sorry for the cough, I also answered questions for NBC Nightline fairly routinely on weapons identification, because of course I'm fairly good expert in Russian weapons and one of the largest collectors in the United States. I took part with 1st American Regiment in many, many, many different film productions, television productions, that sort of thing, which were done by PBS and I believe the History Network. These were shown at the time on television and also became educational movies, programs. They sold the rights to us, charging with bayonets to all kinds of ad agencies.
Okay, let me stop you for a second, because there's a lot of information. And,
well, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
What percent?
But I wanted to ask you, in the course of that, and you've had a whole lifetime, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you been a collector also of period type weapons?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Are you familiar with the revolver in this case, the 45 long Colt?
Absolutely.
Did you bring with you today that revolver? Not that revolver, but a revolver just like that revolver?
Yes, we would call it a sister. It is made by Pieta, the same exact company with nearly sequential serial numbers. It is absolutely identical. Any part would interchange and it will look exactly like the Baldwin gun.
Did you also bring a replica gun?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury just first of all what that is?
This is a Denex replica. Denex is a company in Spain that makes replicas of anything from shotguns to antique weapons to swords, things like that. They're used by reenactors. They're used in movies. There was a Denex revolver on the set of Rust that was used as one of the dummy guns. There were in fact 10 non-firing replica guns on the set that looked like this. So it can't shoot, but it looks like it. It functions, it cocks, the cylinder turns, and from 5 feet away, you couldn't tell unless you really looked.
Okay, sir. Let me, if I can. Yes, I was going to ask at this time, Your Honor, if I could tender him as an expert in the categories I previously did.
Well, why don't you state them on the record again?
I was making sure I had the exact wording. Is that okay if you wrote those down?
No.
Because I don't want to change it. Well, I'll just say it again. It's firearm identification, firearm functioning, reloading of ammunition, and identification of ammunition of dummy rounds and live rounds.
Any objection?
Carrie's like, I should object, but this guy's so bad, maybe I'll let him go.
No objection within the confines of what we discussed at the bench.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I understand. So, sir, if you will, I'm sorry.
For these specific areas, subject to the ruling up at the bench. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, if you will, if you could, however the deputy handles this, but if you could retrieve your the firearms from behind you?
Absolutely. Do it in public, and I will clarify that it is not loaded. Okay? The first is a real.
Mr. Kuski, are you able to take the cylinder out so you can show everyone also that it's unloaded?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Something important. And here is a Genex revolver.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object.
All right, first of all,
Oh, what is that? What is that? He just muzzled the entire courtroom without making sure that gun's not loaded. Now, he says it's a Denix replica, but I don't know that. Nobody could know that. Just by looking at it, it looks just like a real gun. What the hell is he doing? Holy crap. If you point that muzzle at me, I'm going to assume that's a real gun, no matter what you say. Holy cow. Something's not right with this guy. He's not right in the head. Jeepers. Now, I paused there to say something. What the heck was it? Oh, they asked him to take the cylinder out of the gun to make sure it wasn't loaded. That's exactly what Hannah was supposed to do. And what she didn't do. Oh, my gosh. The irony. Holy crap. Oh. Oh, dear Lord.
everybody's nervous because you have not demonstrated to us that they are unloaded. So before you start showing us the weapons, make sure they're unloaded, including that one that you just touched.
Oh. Good Lord. You tell him, Judge. This is the defense expert. This is the defense expert. But he was a Boy Scout and a reenactor. Did he just have his hand? Sorry, folks. I gotta see. What the hell? What the hell is this? I'm gonna do an impromptu screen capture right here. What the hell is this? What is this? Is he pointing that muzzle into the palm of his hand? Are you kidding me? Now, maybe this is the replica. Do you trust this guy to know whether or not he's handling a replica at this point? Oh my God. Audio's off. I'll change the banner. I don't know what to call this guy. And he goes by 4 names. Frank Louis Blair Kookie. That's his name, Kookie. Now, this must be the real gun. It's the next one. Is he going to muzzle his hand again? Wait, did I do something to the audio? That's the court. It's the court. That's the check for obstructions. Okay. The judge had him turn away because he was gonna muzzle the courtroom again. So he took the pin out. I guess he took the cylinder out.
Okay, sir. Now, the first thing I want to ask you, comparing the Denix, the replica, to the real, the Pieta, do they share some of the same characteristics?
Yes, they do.
And can you tell the jury, is the Denix made to look like the Pieta?
Absolutely.
And side by side, if you can, and Your Honor, may he step down to show the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, if you can show them the Pieta and the Denix side by side, just so they can see.
This is a Denix. It is a replica, totally unfiring with a block barrel. It functions completely like a regular revolver. The cylinder turns, it will cock, it will snap and fire. It's unable to fire any ammunition. It's used as a replica. It's made of metal, and it functions just like a single action Army Colt, but it can't fire. I'll bring the next one, and then we'll compare them. Next gun in the safe position. This is a Pieta revolver. This is the sister gun to the Baldwin gun. It's a .45 caliber single action 1873 revolver, like was issued to Custer's troops. It is a true .45 long Colt. We call it just Colt. And it was designed for the U.S. Army to be able to kill a man and a horse. And it was the most popular firearm in Western movies.
Thank you, Mr. Kuski. If you could.
Now, may I show the two together?
Yes, if you will just show what, but not with testimony, but just showing them.
Reverse them.
No, they didn't ask him if he'd ever been an expert witness, qualified as an expert witness before. I wonder why. You look that battle if it's not getting outside of arm's
Mr. Kuski, in your review as an expert in this case, are you aware whether there was a Denix revolver like that on set on Rust?
Yes, there is. It was covered in the invoices as rented by Rust Management.
Now, not demonstrating at this point, but can you tell the jury, based on what you just showed them on the Pieta, how you safely decock that firearm when you get it cocked?
You wish me to pick up the gun and show how it is decocked? I would prefer first showing on a Denix to them,
Yes.
and then on a live
Just
one.
show. Don't.
Man, oh man. Is he going to cross draw? Oh my Lord. Is it true that you're buying these guns in New Mexico as a tax shelter? He's Alex's stunt double. By the way, the fact that there was a Denix copy of Baldwin's gun on set, all the more reason why Alec Baldwin could have testified in his interrogation. I thought this was the
Okay, Mr. Kuski, if you will, using the Denix, the replica, demonstrate that the cocking and proper decocking of that weapon.
Yes. This is one of the primary things that an individual must be trained in to safely cock and decock a Colt revolver or a replica. Now, first, the finger has to stay off of the trigger and outside of the trigger guard, no matter what. That's the essential rule of safety. The firearm is cocked with your thumb, you see. Finger's still outside of the trigger. No one touches any trigger. This is now a gun capable of being fired. Now, the first thing I do here is put my thumb on top of it. If I'm not real strong, I put two thumbs on. Notice my finger is still completely off the trigger. I then slowly, gently pull the trigger and lower the hammer onto the cartridge. I then back it up to its safe position. Now I will demonstrate the same thing exactly with a real P8 revolver. Okay, we have P8 safely aimed. My finger is off the trigger. You can see this is where it has to stay. If your finger's in there, you can't decock safely. Now, again, we cock 1, 2, 3, 4. COLT, the clicks. This is a cocked, ready to fire revolver if it were loaded. My finger must stay out of the trigger guard and on the side. Now, I put my finger in, but I don't put it in until I put my thumb here. Even putting it in before, like that, would cause it to fire perhaps. Now, I'm holding the hammer back. I can feel the spring. Everything's safe. Now my finger goes on the trigger, pulls the trigger, slowly lowers to a safe position without snapping, and then pulls back to the safety notch, which removes the firing pin from the cartridge. Notice my finger is out of there again, not that the gun is cocked. And that's the only decocking. A guy doing this experience can do it with his thumb, because this is all knurled here, so it can't slip. Fingers out of there. I decock safely.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for demonstrating that. And I wanted to ask you with regard to that operation, in this particular case, we're dealing with a movie set, obviously.
Yes.
Do the general rules of firearm safety, including the demonstration you just did, do they apply equally on movie sets?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, in your work as an expert in this case, reviewing all the information, did you agree with Mr. Haig's conclusion regarding violation of some of those safety rules?
Absolutely.
Now, I want to ask you, I want to switch topics. I want to ask you about reloading. There's been some testimony about an inertia puller.
Yes.
And if you could tell the jury what an inertia puller is.
An inertia puller is basically a type of hammer that pulls bullets out of loaded cartridges when you have a misfire or you wish to disassemble old ammo. Basically, it has a plastic head about this big. It has a handle on it like a hammer that costs about $12.
Why don't they
put
bring
the cartridge, which could be any kind of
Why don't they bring in a demonstrative example of a kinetic bullet puller?
cartridge, old dead cartridges,
The jury has no idea what they're talking about.
whatever you got. And you put it in, clamp it down with a little device, close the thing up. There'll be an empty space underneath, and there'll be a ring here holding the cartridge in metal, and you bang it on a table, and the bullet is pulled out. That the bullet, remember, is the lead part, not the case. And the bullet will fall out. If there's powder, that will fall out as well. You then get a bullet, ka-ching. You have powder, which you can pour out. And you have a case, which may or may not be live primed, or, you know, maybe a good primer, maybe a rechargeable case, maybe anything that happens to be there.
Okay, so Mr. Kuski, if you wanted to reload a round, let's say you want to convert a dummy round to a live round, what are the steps in the reloading process?
Well, this is really extremely technically difficult. And the way it begins is you have to have, suppose it is a dummy. This is a beat up old piece of old brass that happens to have a dummy bullet in it. It has a dead primer in it. So what you start is you pop out the bullet. You see there's no powder. Now you turn over the case, put the bullet aside. The case is filthy. The case is all grody and nasty from sitting around. It has to go in a machine called a tumbler. Every reloader with assault has a tumbler. It's about this big. Sometimes it's a ball, sometimes it's a drum. It's filled with generally powdered walnut, and it's got a motor, and it spins and spins and spins as a polishing machine. And at the end of that time, you come out with brass that looks somewhat better than it started because it's knocked off some of the crud. You then wipe that down smooth. You then have to have a tool which is called a reloading press. I have a photograph, if you wish to see, of a reloading press. Would that be acceptable?
We can actually, if you can finish.
Well, let's go
the
finish.
process, yeah.
You then have a reloading press. The reloading press, as one of its functions, is to get that old dead primer out. Remember, the primer's in the little hole in the bottom of the brass you're holding. This press has a big lever. It has a special pin designed for that cartridge to remove the primer because if it went the other direction, you'd bang the cartridge up. But there's one more tool you must have, and that's called a shell carrier or a little shell holder. And that's sized exactly for the diameter of the rim of the cartridge you're going to take apart. So 45 couldn't take a 380 or something like that. Has to be a 45. Slide in that so it holds it's completely solid. Put this in your press, line it up over the top and pull. And when you pull, that pin will drive out the primer. It changed. Now you've got a case with no primer in it. It's shined up as best as your material can do. Now we get to the good part. You have to put a new primer in. First, you have to have a new primer, and they're very, very hard to get in much of the markets because they've been just grabbed up. So you take this tiny little primer, you put it in a tool called a priming tool. This may be part of your press, or it may be an independent machine. And this will hold the primer safely. Again, it has to be for your cartridge. You have to put that little shell holder in. You put the shell, which is empty, the empty case, slide it into the holder, pull the lever, and the primer, which is quite explosive, is pressed carefully flat up into the exact right position. And if you didn't have the shell holder in all the right gear, you couldn't do it. The primer would blow up the minute it worked.
I've literally done this more than 100,000 times. So this guy describing this as rocket science is crazy.
It's hit, but it's safe this way. Now you've got a case, and that case is certain to get to be a live case. And it would be called a live case. It has a live primer, nice shiny case. You then put that in your press and go to the next stage. I have the press. It's stick it in that ever-present shell holder again. It holds it perfectly, immaculately straight. You then have on your press something called a sizing die. The sizing die costs about $55, fits in presses. You adjust that properly, which takes some skill, and you pull. The sizing die goes right over the top of the case and makes it the right size, because an old dummy isn't the right size. It'd jam up in your gun, wouldn't take a bullet, piece of junk. Once it's sized, there's a little ball inside, pulls it up, and that very neatly expands the top of the case. And without that expansion, you can't put a new bullet in. So now we've got a nice expanded case with a nice live primer in it. Looks pretty darn good. It's all sized to the right size. The mouth is expanded. Now you got to have a powder measure, and you have to have the right powder. You can't just use any old gunpowder. There are literally dozens and dozens. It has to be the acceptable powder for a 45 load and measured. You get too much, you blow up. Literally, blow up the gun, blow up in your face, and everybody knows about that. Put too little in, you get something called a squib, where it pushes the bullet into the barrel where it sticks. That's what killed Brandon Lee, was a stuck bullet. And now you've got the right amount of powder. Now to measure that powder, you need either a powder scoop of the right size, and they make dozens. So you'd say, okay, I want one for that powder for that round. And you scoop it out. That's pretty fast. That's the old way. The new way is something like what I have, and these are computer-driven, perfect measures that will get within 1 grain of powder. They're computer-driven trickle chargers. They cost about $300. They're real fancy. Put in the powder, put in the exact grains of weight that you want that powder to be, press a button, and a little tiny tray fills up, and you dump it into the cartridge through a little funnel. Now you've got powder, you got primer, you got a good case. You take your bullet and you put it on the top, but you need one more tool for your press, and that is a die that fits that bullet. And so you put in the die, everything's sitting there, you pull the big lever and puts pressure straight exactly down to push the bullet in exactly as deep as you want it to go. And after it's in there, the die that you've purchased, which is another expensive toy, presses on the outside of the case and puts what's called a crimp on it. And that case now has the bullet seated on top of the powder, the exact correct depth, which you know through measurements and books, and it squeezed real tight. Otherwise, the bullet would just fall out. Or the first time you fired the gun, the bullet would just flop out on the other cartridges. It must be crimped tight.
So, Mr. Kuski, that is an enormous amount of steps, correct?
Yes.
And I appreciate the complete explanation, because would you agree that it's not sufficient to just have an inertia puller to accomplish all those steps? Okay.
It's useless.
Okay. And with all of that required for reloading, you've described the components of a live bullet. Are you also in agreement with the FBI that you cannot tell a live round from a dummy?
Yes.
With a picture?
In a picture, absolutely not.
What if it has a hole drilled?
Did you, I know in the course of your expert work, you were able to watch portions of the trial and pay
Yes.
attention. Did you see in any of the videos or any of the pictures, any of this type of reloading equipment you've been talking about?
Well, I believe in Seth's, Seth has a tumbler, I think I saw in the back, which is what you polish up brass with for reloading. I saw,
Action Foundation. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm having an issue with my shoe. Pardon me.
He should be showing the picture with this purported tumbler, not just claiming he saw stuff. The jury doesn't know what he's talking about. So I've reloaded maybe 150,000 rounds of ammo. It's not that hard to do. It's I would reload anywhere from 300 to 600 rounds an hour. Look at this guy just staring off into the wilderness. Is he like leering at the jury? Is that what he's doing? Wait till he meets Detective Hancock. Hooters Hancock. I wonder if he heard that testimony.
Saren, let me ask you on a different topic with regard to the dangers of intermixing live and dummy ammunition. Can you tell the jury if those are stored in the same place, or is that potentially dangerous?
And I will object if we can approach, please.
Yeah, because this is very ambiguous, right? I mean, if you had one bag of stuff, like a little canvas bag, you wouldn't want live and dummies mixed there together. That's different than having a labeled bin in one part of a building and blanks in a different part of the building, also labeled. They're not intermixed. Oh my God. Where did they even find this guy? Where did they find this guy?
Mr. Kuski, do you regularly, as a gun collector, gun owner, everything, do you regularly have interaction with different types of ammunition?
yes, I do.
And does that include live ammunition and dummy ammunition?
Yes, it does.
And do you, with regard to the dummy ammunition, do you teach individuals proper gun safety?
Absolutely. I'm an NRA certified pistol instructor.
Me
And as part of that, do you sometimes use dummy rounds in your teaching with them?
Yes, I do.
In that capacity, have you become familiar with various types of dummy ammunition?
Yes, I do.
And are you familiar with various types of live ammunition?
Yes, I am.
Do you store live ammunition, or do you have a place to store live ammunition yourself?
Yes, I do.
And do you have a place to store dummy ammunition yourself?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with whether there are any dangers of storing those together?
Absolutely.
And why would that be?
There are two sides of the danger. One easy to see, and that is if a live round somehow found its way in with look-alike dummy ammunition, you would have a very severe chance of having somebody getting killed. Now, the flip side is perhaps equally dangerous, though less visible. If I'm hunting Russian wild boar, which I hunt with a handgun in California, and I go to shoot at a Russian wild boar that weighs 325 pounds and it's coming right at me, and the gun goes click because I substituted a dummy, I will be the dead one. So yes, both sides are bad.
Absolutely. And with regard to your storage of ammunition, is it important to have an inventory system?
Yes, I have a inventory system for all my ammunition, all my powder, all of my reloading, which goes into dozens of different kinds of rounds.
And in the course of your reloading, did you become aware that in 2021 timeframe, was it difficult to purchase primers?
Yes, we called the great ammo shortage, and there was, for a variety of reasons, a huge run on ammunition. You couldn't get primers to reload. You know, they just didn't happen. You couldn't get them. You go to the store, couldn't get them. You couldn't get even 9mm ammo. You couldn't get almost anything. The store shelves were emptied out. People were hoarding powder. Even my long-range rifle stuff, I couldn't get powder. So yes, that was called the great ammo shortage, and to a certain extent, it still goes on.
Now, during your course as an expert in this case, you heard Mr. Haig's testimony. Do you agree with his conclusion that the live rounds found on set were reloads?
Yeah, well, hand loads. A
Hand loads.
reload means that it's an old case reloaded. He was very...
Objection.
NRA, that's his claim to fame, is an NRA instructor in pistol. I'm an NRA certified instructor in pistol, rifle, and personal protection, folks. Have been for 35 years. Maybe longer. Trust me, it's not that hard. It's a pretty low threshold. Although, in fairness, Hannah's not even that. And she was an armorer in a movie set, a paid professional armorer in a movie set.
Mr. Kuski, is it your opinion that from your viewing them, that the live rounds on set were reloads or hand loads?
Yes, it is.
And would you explain what you saw, the quality, were they lower quality in your opinion?
Lower quality than what?
In terms of like a store-bought round from a major manufacturer or something like that, or do you have an opinion on that?
Well, I believe they were less consistent than that of a major manufacturer. Meaning, and I can expound on that if you wish.
Yes.
Okay. When you get...
I'm going to object again to this approach.
There's no foundation for any of this. Based on what? This guy's a hobbyist. Nothing wrong with that. I'm a hobbyist too. He's not an expert. Where were all the questions about, do you have academic training? Have you published? Are you a member of any organizations, professional organizations? Have you ever been qualified as an expert in court before? This guy's a hobbyist and a recreator. No, I'm not sure that Jason Bowles is a lawyer. I've said this before. If I were to discover after this trial that Jason Bowles was just pretending to be a lawyer, it wouldn't surprise me in the least. Oh, my Lord. Dear Lord, this is what the world has come to.
Okay, Mr. Kuski, so your opinion is that these are hand loads?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you understand also as an expert in reviewing the information in this case, there are a variety of different types of dummy rounds on set? There were a variety?
Yes.
Okay. And did that include some that rattled, some that did not rattle, and some with a hole in the side?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review evidence in this case of Mr. Baldwin not only being dangerous at the time of the actual tragic shooting, but dangerous at other times on set?
Objection.
He's testifying now. That's what Bowles is just doing. It's not an evidence that Baldwin was dangerous at the time of the shooting. I mean, we know, of course, but that's not an evidence in this trial. Oh, Carrie is getting frustrated. She's getting frustrated is too strong a word. Exasperated. Exasperated is what I was looking for.
Okay, sir, my full question was going to be, did you see evidence that Mr. Baldwin was not safe with firearms after there was a yell of cut in a particular scene and he shot a blank after that scene?
Yes, I feel that's unsafe.
What's that got to do?
One further question. Are you familiar with the period weapon called a Henry rifle?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar whether if that is loaded or unloaded at the bottom of that rifle, whether somebody could see whether there was rounds at the bottom of it if they're just looking?
Yes, a Henry, may I go into
Yes.
detail? A Henry rifle is a predecessor to the Winchester. Mr. Henry actually
Oh my God! Just
invented the Winchester. It is a rifle with a very long barrel, doesn't have a handguard under, which was a problem. It's loaded from the top in a kind of a weird way, and the ammunition, the cartridges are dropped into a long tube where a spring pushes them down. One of the biggest disadvantages, and this was in the Civil War, is it has a long open side on it, beneath the barrel, where you can actually look in and see all the loaded cartridges. Now, they thought that was a really good deal until they got in the mud of the trenches and the cartridges were all jammed. Right now, if you look at a Henry, anybody who knows anything about Henrys looks at that Henry and says the whole side's open and you can see ammunition in there, dummies, whatever. And if you don't have that, they're going to be laughing because it looks like an empty rifle.
Finally, sir, the last question I want to ask you, with regard to, there was some criticism in the trial, one point of Ms. Gutierrez Reed holding a shotgun with it pointed in front of her. And is there, do you have an opinion on that with regard to, for example, military drill?
Yes, I do.
Objection.
They're talking about the photo in which Hannah had the muzzle of the shotgun like right at chin level, vertically in front of her face.
So I'm yet another objection, withdraw that question. And
Oh!
Cross-exam.
Bowles is getting hot. Let's go, Carrie.
Mr. Kuski,
Where to begin? Where to
do
begin?
you agree with me that basic gun safety requires that the handler of the gun not point the gun at anyone?
If it's a real gun, yes.
Do you agree with me that while you were sitting here in the courtroom, you pulled out a gun and you pointed it at the judge?
I do not.
You disagree?
I pointed the gun into this space up here, never directly at the judge.
Do you agree that basic gun safety requires that you keep the muzzle of the gun pointed down for safety?
Not at all. A gun may be pointed, as any hunter education class like I taught, may be pointed up, may be pointed back, may be pointed cross arms, as in the military, may be pointed at the ground, may be put in something like a military stance, such as order arms with the butt on the ground and the piece right under your arm. So no. And to further, in a cross draw or any of the...
No, I'm not talking about a cross draw. Thank you. Do you agree that when you pulled that firearm out and pointed it in the direction of the judge, the deputy standing next to you had to intervene and grab the gun and point it down?
I don't object.
Oh my God, this is great. This is great. I gotta timestamp this. Jason Bowles, you earned this. You earned this. This isn't the last witness. Your poor private investigator, who at least seemed sensible, but you painted him into a corner. Dear Lord. And this guy, where the hell did you find this guy?
Mr. Kuski, have you ever been qualified as?
Look at this guy. He thinks I'm an idiot, but he's here all day. He's spending all day listening to me. Who's the idiot?
As an expert in firearms safety in a court of law?
No.
Have you ever worked on criminal cases before?
Yes, I have.
Have all of the cases that the criminal cases that you've worked on, has Mr. Bowles been the attorney in all of them?
Not at all.
Not at all?
No.
Uh-oh. Impeach.
Give me a moment, please.
See, Kerry knows that you ask questions you know the answers to. She's calling in artillery support. She doesn't need it. She is the artillery. She's going to kill this guy with her laptop.
Let me clarify my question. Have you worked on criminal cases related to the securities industry?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Other than, and you're an investment banker, correct?
Not exactly, but sufficient name for it.
Okay. And other than working on criminal cases having to do with securities, do you agree with me that the only other types of criminal cases you've worked on have all involved Mr. Bowles?
I do not.
Isn't it true, sir, that you provided a pretrial interview in this case on November 29th, 2023?
Yes.
And isn't it true that during that interview, my investigator, Mr. Rice, asked you, is Mr. Bowles the only attorney that you've worked with? And your response was, outside of the securities industry in the past, yes.
Yes, and I have worked since then, and I have worked prior to that confidentially with cases before the United States Navy and other cases which were criminal, and I believed you were speaking only of what's going on here. If you'd like to hear the other ones, I'm very happy to tell you. I worked, for example, with the Monterey Sheriffs.
Is there a question?
No, there is not a question on the table right now.
Kooky is right. Frank Kooky.
You gave a lengthy description about how a person could turn a dummy round into a live round. You recall the testimony that you gave moments ago.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about doing the opposite, okay? I want to talk to you about taking a live round and turning it into a dummy round.
Okay.
Okay? Do you agree with me, sir, that the first step is you would place the live round in the inertia puller and smack it so that the projectile separates and the powder comes out.
Yes,
And at that point in time, you are left with an empty casing, a projectile, a pile of gunpowder. But the problem with your casing is that it still has a live primer, right?
that's right.
So in order to make the primer inert, you can take that empty shell casing with that live primer, you can put it into a firearm and you can fire it.
Correct.
And now I've made the primer inert.
There is another way if you wish to hear.
No, I appreciate you though, but
Thank you. Yes, I agree.
you agree that what I'm saying, it can be done.
Can be done.
And then after I've fired it and I've heard the pop, knowing that the primer has now been made inert, I can take that projectile and I can just put super glue on it and stick it back into that casing.
Well, you couldn't normally without expanding the case. That's what I was talking about when you do a sizer. You could expand the case with a sizer, because what's going to happen in many cases, and I can't say every one because I've never done super glue, is it's very difficult to get a bullet into a case that hasn't been expanded and sized. You could try it. I can't guarantee it'll work.
Sure, I mean, you can take the empty shell casing and you can put it on top of a projectile, and you can take your inertia puller or a hammer and just tap it down.
An inertia puller is made out of plastic. It is not for tapping anything down. But you could take a hammer, but what's very likely to happen is you'll bend the case beyond all use and recognition, and it can't fall in. That's why you expand cases in the process. You could try it. I've never beaten any bullets. Some bullets are very, very hard. Some are soft. So it is possible with a soft lead bullet that you could maybe not bend your case and maybe not shave off your bullet. Possible.
And isn't it true, sir, that the live ammunition found on the set of Rust, in fact, had soft lead bullets?
I didn't measure the lead, so there's something called a
Well, hang on, I appreciate your response. In fact, sir, you have never actually viewed the live rounds that are in evidence. You've only seen pictures of them, isn't that correct? So you haven't taken them and looked at them, right?
No, I've taken all the pictures and looked, that's it.
Okay, but you watched the testimony of our expert, Mr. Haig.
Yes, I did.
And isn't it true that Mr. Haig testified that the projectiles from the live rounds found on the set of Rust were soft lead?
I didn't hear soft, but lead, certainly.
They weren't copper jacketed, correct?
No, not copper jacketed.
And he also testified that because they were lead, and lead is a soft metal, that's the reason that that projectile became so damaged when it went through Ms. Hutchins and into Mr. Souza.
Absolutely, that's called ballooning.
All right, thank you, sir.
Barry likes to talk about it going through Halyna and into Joel.
You testified on direct examination that you can't tell a live round from a dummy round in a photograph.
Simply in a photograph. I agree with Mr. Haig, who said the same thing.
Well, do you agree with me that you can tell a live round from a dummy round in a photograph if that dummy round has a hole drilled into the casing so it can't have any gunpowder?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, sir. And in your review of the case materials, sir, you understand that live ammunition from PDQ Props was sent to the FBI, and it was determined to be substantially different than the live rounds found on the set of Rust.
I do.
You gave an opinion earlier that you believe that the live rounds were hand loads.
Yes,
you
I
recall
do.
that?
Yes.
And I just want to be clear, you're giving that opinion just from looking at photographs, not from going to the evidence room, taking the evidence, handling it in the way that Mr. Haig did.
Yes,
All right.
and from Mr. Haig's testimony as well.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Yeah, I don't have any follow-up questions.
This witness is excused, thank you.
May help me with these.
That's it for Mr. Cook. Baines Financial works in securities. Next witness. I wonder if they're just going to keep getting worse. You think they're going to keep getting worse? First we had that private investigator, and now we have this guy. Does the IQ just drop? I know. They put a really young bailiff on him too. They didn't get one of the old fat guys. They got the guy who goes to the gym. They wanted someone fleet of hand. Oh, that was great. I tell you, man, these live streaming these trials is a lot of hours, but there's real gems in there. Yeah, I'll clip out the for law self-defense members. I'll clip out the gun pointing episode and highlight it in the blog post version of today's show. The judge was so freaked out.
We're going to finish for the day.
Oh!
You can expect closing arguments to commence tomorrow morning, not right away.
What?
The defense is still putting on their case, but when the defense is finished, then we will do closing arguments, and they anticipate that it will be sometime in the morning that we will get to closing arguments, okay? So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't do any research or online Googling about the Rust production or this trial. Thank you. We'll see you at 8:30.
Oh, good grief. All right. So I'm going to turn to questions and comments from our, of course, law of self-defense members first. They get their questions and comments answered free. You too can be a law self-defense member for just 99 cents for a 2-week trial. lawselfdefense.com/trial. Oh yeah, poll. Good idea. Thank you. Let's see. Let me put a poll up. Start a poll. Predict verdict. I'll keep it simple. Guilty and not guilty. Oh, no. I'll add in hung jury. All right. The poll is up on YouTube. Let's see what the questions and comments have to say. Oh, yeah. You can be a law self-defense member. 2-week trial membership, 99 cents. After that, regular membership is only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month. Do it now. Sign up now, and you'll instantly be emailed how to join us in the member live stream and the member chat, where I'm going to pull questions and comments right now from the law self-defense membership. Or you can do it as a $10 per question super chat on YouTube, whichever you prefer. I don't think that makes sense, but you do you. Let's see. He was talking about reloading. So being accurate to 1 grain. 1 grain? That's 1 grain is insane. When I used to load 45 ACP, it was the charge, I think, was 4.3 or 4.5 grains. Another grain on top of that would have been crazy. A 20% difference? 25% difference? That's nuts. It's talking about the reloading dies like they're $55. They're probably more than that now. The good ones, the carbide ones. But you know, I mean, reloading only makes sense, really, I guess, if you're just a specialist of some kind, like long range rifle, or if you're like a practical competitive shooter and you're shooting in volume, then the expense of the dies is nothing. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, he watched parts of the trial testimony. So normally expert witnesses are allowed to watch other testimony in the trial. The judge had stated some kind of restriction on that at the start, but obviously it was not a problem for this guy to have watched the investigator was allowed to watch, the defense investigator, the PI. They found him in a bar in Santa Fe. Maybe Durango. I got attacked by an old lady in Durango one time. She punched me in a bar, in a saloon, an Old West saloon in Durango. I'll have to find the video clip of that because she was weird. She was bothering me, so I turned the video on my phone, and that's when she punched me. But she didn't know I was recording. She was just nuts. Yeah, this guy did not come across good. Let's see. Yeah, everyone's predicting the cross exam. He was a Boy Scout. That's important. That's an expert qualification. Yeah, apparently they qualified him with restrictions at the bench. So this was a pretty sketchy expert, obviously. And he was a hobbyist, and you can be a hobbyist and an expert. They're just different tiers. But just because someone's a hobbyist doesn't make him an expert. Carrie should have stood up. Quote from my cousin Vinny. Everything that guy just said is bullshit. I'm looking at a dummy right now. Kyle, remember Kyle says you never muzzle your chin and drill. Crazy. He pointed right at the judge. He's a binger. He's a disciple of Binger. Yeah. I'm going to go through and pull that clip when he points at the judge. The judge is, it's cold in the courtroom. Someone was wearing a coat. The judge is always bundled up, thoroughly bundled up. He also said the inertial puller isn't a hammer. You can use it as a hammer on soft stuff. I've used it to basically to smash closed cases that had a split or something. I wanted to make sure they wouldn't be used. You can bang the case mouth closed. He's going to call his bartender next. Imagine how he's going to describe his testimony to his friends at the bar back home, back in California. He's going to say, I wowed them. I wowed them. It was amazing. The judge practically jumped out of her seat. Oh. Are there any witnesses on the defense list who are actually there? Yes, the defense list has a lot of witnesses. 21 non-experts and 4 expert witnesses. Two of those we heard from. One was this guy Kooky, and the second was that investigator, that PI, Elliot. They have another expert on movie set safety, and another one on a polygraph examiner. But then they have 21 other witnesses, and a lot of them are duplicates. Serge Svetnoy, the assistant to Halyna Hutchins, Sherilyn Schaefer, the medic, Joel Souza, the director, Karen Kuhn, was she the craft services lady? Ross Adiago, I think he was a key grip. John Ziello, that might be the hotel guy. Mamie Mitchell, Reed Russell. I don't remember who Reed Russell was. Seth Kenny, David Halls, Gabrielle Pickle, Sarah Zachary. Belle Reed is not a duplicate, but yeah, like half their witness list is duplicate of the state. They're obviously not going through all those people if they're planning to close before lunch. I mean, they can only have 1 or 2 witnesses and still have time to close before lunch, I would think, unless they're real short. Okay, let's see. Paul said, did the judge just say closing arguments would be in the morning? Yeah, before lunch. That's what the judge said to expect. Steve says, I went to rifle camp when I was 6 months old. Yeah, you could push a lead bullet back into a case. You sure could. And you know what you do if you can't? If it wouldn't fit after you dump out the powder and you pop the primer, just take it out to the sidewalk and just grind the edges of the bullet a little bit to take the diameter down. It'll slip into that case. No problem. You don't even need a hammer. Just use your thumb. Jim says, I'm the guy who trained the instructors for the shooting sports courses that this guy attended as a scout. I can tell you, if they had let a scout mishandle anything that looked like a firearm, the instructor would have been removed that instant and would have been retrained. This is why I say I don't like to be around people who shoot guns that I don't know because they do nonsense like this. All right, let me check out. Let's see if we have any super chats, and then I'll share the poll results. That's the wrong button. Here, let me go here. Supers. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay, so no supers, which is good. I don't want you all to do supers. Guilty, 84%. That's pretty grim. That is pretty grim. This is after we've heard most of the state's case in chief. This is their defense. Not guilty, 4%. Not guilty, 4%. Hung jury, 11%. And that could only be from emotional appeals, which I don't see Bowles being very good at. Remember, for closing, we should expect the state to close, the defense to close, and then the state to get a rebuttal. I expect Carrie Morrissey will do the close, God willing. Jason Lewis, her co-special prosecutor, hasn't done a terrible job, but he's just not on her level. Not on her level. John O. Law self-defense member John O. says, it's been 29 months since the incident. Hannah will only get 18 months. If she'd been doing time served, she could be getting out even if found guilty, right? She could have done 18 months almost twice. All right, folks. So I think that's everything for today. Let's go ahead and wrap things up. I will be back at 10:20 Eastern time tomorrow morning with hopefully the last day of this trial. And we'll see what the defense has to bring to the table before they rest and we hear closing arguments. I'll just remind all of you once again that if you carry a gun, so you're hard to kill, carry a knife, carry pepper spray, study jiu-jitsu, so you're hard to kill, so your family is hard to kill. I do all those things, so me and my family are hard to kill. Well, then you also owe it to yourself and your family to make sure you know the law, so you're hard to convict as well. Until tomorrow morning, I remain Attorney Andrew Branca for the Law of Self-Defense. Stay safe.
Yes, Chairman. Sir, if you will, if you could, however Vicky handles this, but if you could retrieve your. Yes, Chairman. Sir, if you will, if you could, however Dookie handles this, but if you could retrieve.
Subject to,
So, sir, if you will, I'm sorry.
for these specific areas, subject to ruling up at the bench. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, if you will, if you could, however, Dookie handles this, but if you could retrieve the firearms from behind you.
Okay, I will clarify that it's not like, it's a real.
Mr. Kuski, are you able to take the cylinder out so you can show everyone also that it's unloaded?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Here is a next revolver.
All right, first of all, because you have not demonstrated to us that they are unloaded. So before you start showing us the weapons, make sure they're unloaded, including that one that you just touched.
Oh my God. Oh, I didn't end the stream.